can't find my way without you. I can't find my way without you. It's so absurd to me. Things that you said that left a burn on me. I can't find my way without you. I can't find my way without you. I can't find my way without you. It's so absurd to me. Things that you said that left a burn on me. I can't find my way without you. I can't find my way without you. I can't find my way without you.
Yo, what up, gamers? LVT here. Good morning. It is Championship Sunday. One of a different variety, right? Not all the top 4 teams are here. We do have SSG, though, right? So let's just get right to the elephant in the room, right? No Optic today. No FaZe. No, who I'm in? Optic, FaZe, SSG. What's up, everybody? Jay Wolf, Maserati, Hazardous. How you doing? Yeah, we're about an hour away from the first match. What we're going to do today is we're going to kind of check out the last 2 winter quarterfinal series that we broadcasted last night. We had GenG versus Complexity on stream yesterday, and then we had TSM versus One. Both of these series were damn good. So yeah, today is the completion of the tournament. Matches will start live in about 1 hour. Right, so we're about an hour away. Drop should already be live, so thanks for joining. This is Louis V. Titan on the mic. We got our normal squad coming through a little bit later on. We got Aliek on the hosting desk. We're going to have Lithy and Eli casting. Mikowski's got some dad duty things and some birthday things to attend to this weekend, so that's why we got to fill in with Lithy, but Lithy's doing a damn good job, straight out of Germany, broadcasting with us. And then, of course, Tools and Why Not will be closing the show a little bit later on. And we'll be, working all the way through grand finals today, luckily. This is just a normal HCS Open, right? So this is, as once again, right, the first match we're going to see at 12 o'clock Eastern is going to be Pickup Squad versus GenG. And then immediately after that will be TSM versus Space Station. So a lot of good stuff to work through. So I'm going to go through chat just a little bit. Jay Wolf, welcome. Maserati's dropping some emotes saying good morning. Jay Wolf says, love me some Halo while cleaning out my closet. Murray, what's up? What up, fam? Welcome to the stream, guys. We got 170 viewers right off the bat, so shout out to the notification gang. Who's on Pickup Squad? That's a great question here. I got you. So, yeah, we'll poke through some of these rosters right away, right? So, our first, we got Suppressed, Lethal, Boo Boo, and Skeptify. They'll be going up against GenG, which let me grab that graphic also. GenG right here. Ryanoob, Common, King Nick, and Breaking Shot. Fresh off another dub over Complexity. They have 2 in a row. And if you didn't see how this GenG roster took down Complexity on land, we got the pop off here on camera. We can just roll it right now. That's Breaking Shot right there. Front and center, Breaking Shot right there in front of you. It's hard to see right now, but he kind of pops off too. Is that Haynes? He's over there dapping up Haynes, bro. Ryanoo's pretty chill, but this was obviously pretty personal here for Breaking Shot, so good for Breaking Shot, honestly. That's the GenG roster. Once again, they're going up against Pickup Squad right off the bat at 12 o'clock Eastern. Skeptify, Boo Boo Doo Boo, Lethal, and Suppressed. This is clearly just a Pickup Squad, right? I don't think there's much to read into it. I don't think there's any roster mania happening for FaZe. I think they had a pretty solid outing. And so between Optic, Rebellion, and FaZe, obviously these teams are not competing today, but we do have Space Station, right? So at 12 o'clock Eastern, or excuse me, 1:15 Eastern, we got TSM, which right now is playing with Mortally, just as a pickup, right? To my knowledge, we DM'd Talik yesterday trying to get the scoop. You know what I'm saying? We DM'd Talik trying to see if is this like a tryout or anything. He was like, no. Like we just needed a fourth for the day or for the weekend, right? So it is worth noting that Mortally put out a free agent tweet, right? So TSM will be going up against Space Station here, full power, full roster, Lucid, Stellar, Eco, Snakebite. That'll happen at 1:15 Eastern, or immediately after the winter semifinal between Pickup Squad and GenG. Let you look at the bracket one more time. Space Station took down Dark Inside pretty easily, but I saw some tweets yesterday from some players on Dark Inside saying that it was good reps. They felt like they had some good momentum at certain points in the tournament. So they just, Space Station did their thing, right? But I think Dark Inside's got the right mentality when it comes to, playing a good team, all that good stuff. You can't always expect to win, right? Of course you can try, but it gets tough out there. So I think that's pretty natural for you to just kind of feel like a little defeated. But in this case, it seemed like the players actually kept their head up high. They took note of what they did right, which I think is the best way to do this. With that being said, right, I'm gonna roll some of this stuff from yesterday because I think some of these series are actually really good. I want to check chat one more again, see if there's any questions. Man, Cloud9 had such great jerseys last time. Oh yeah, here we'll pop up the jersey one more time. But yeah, look at that thing, dude. It's slick. I love it, honestly. I think maybe they could have thrown in a little bit of color, and fill in some of these designs on the front of the shirt, maybe. But other than that, I mean, I love the design. I absolutely agree. I think this is a dope-ass jersey. Shout out to Lethal and the boys from Infamous for wearing the LVT shirts. We're probably going to be, we will be auctioning off T-shirts signed by these guys. We'll probably have to get them signed at DreamHack. But we did have, Descendant Collect, Lethal, and Ezo wearing the LVT shirts here at Arlington. And so we'll be auctioning those off at some point here in the future. So keep your ear to the ground for that. Sahara says LVT hoodies win. That's a great question, man. We're still working on this one, right? So we took the gold design out to Arlington, right? So I'll show you what the back looks like. This way I can just stay on stream and not have to turn around and but nevertheless, right? The gold is reflective. It's metallic. This is a beautiful shirt. We took 150 to the LAN. We sold about 57 of them. We were in a very hard place to find at the LAN event. So it was kind of unfortunate that you had to pretty much walk out of your way to go see it, to go find and buy the merch, right? So we didn't do a great job promoting the merch ahead of time. We just wanted to be sure things were going to go correctly before we mass promote it. Things actually worked out really well as far as the point of sale system and all that good stuff. So shout out to everybody that bought the LAN edition at the event. The question is, what do we do with the rest of them, right? Well, they're for sale right now on lvthalo.com. Yes, that's me. This is the front of the shirt. You were just looking at the back of the shirt. And as you can see right now, the small is already sold out. I think it's important to note that there's a couple different changes in regards to what we did with the multicolor and the launch shirt that we had just a few months ago. This one will have shipping. You'll have to pay for shipping, right? Shipping was built into the first drop that we had. We wanted to be sure that it was a great low price point for you guys to get a hold of the very first one. This one, right, if you buy a shirt, you will have to pay for shipping. But I will say this, for every shirt that's sold, that's going to help the LVT Halo team go to LAN. And I think this is something also important that we can, touch on really quickly. What's up, Jackal? Welcome back. Murray, what's up? Lactose free. Who's the model? That's me, man. So a couple things about buy a shirt if you have the means to. It's gonna help us get to these lands. And I just want to take a quick moment to kind of talk to you guys about viewership, right? We love that there's watch parties going on right now. If you've been paying attention, the Believe the Hype watch party has been doing really well. I believe right now they don't have drops, but I'm sure they're going to be getting drops in any day now. I just want to be sure to let you guys at least be aware, right? We are not paid for by HCS to broadcast these events, right? We run hella ads on the LVT Halo channel. That's because that's the revenue that goes to, one, pay the staff that works the event that day, and two, that revenue helps us get out to these lands. When we go to a land, it dead ass costs about 15 grand. Sometimes it's 20 grand. Sometimes it's like 13 grand, right? But typically, right, the average cost would be about 15 grand. So like, these are not easy to accomplish, right? And without the broadcast and without the viewers, I think that, we're going to have to start to scale things back. We're so close to being able to deliver so much at these LAN events, right? We had the elevated station at Arlington. Thank you to HCS and Optic for making that happen, right? But with this came 2 TVs and 2 setups that had to be observed. So, I had to bring out 2 extra observers. And on top of that, right, we have pretty much 3 broadcasts that could have been going at the same time, but the problem is we're just not quite there with the equipment, with the manpower, all that good stuff, right? So we need resources at the venue too, and resources cost money. So if we were to have 3 streams, for instance, let's say we had the LVT Halo stream, right? Because we pretty much have to watch what the viewers want to see in regards to our co-stream, right? Because we're treated like a co-stream, and we pretty much have to watch what the viewers want to see. Otherwise, they just click away, right? And they really don't come back unless there's something big happening. And so having the ability to, having more resources, I should say, would give us the opportunity to, one, right, have our LVT Halo mainstream where we're pretty much following the action as best as we can. May that be the mainstream, may it be Bravo, Charlie, Delta. It could be the open. It could be the free-for-all finals, right? But whatever's most relevant at the time for the viewers, that's what we'll try to stream, because that's what we have to, because we have to retain the viewers, because we have to make our money back when we go to these events, right? Just to keep things going, you know what I'm saying? The other thing is, we have those 2 observers, right? And these 2 TVs that were pretty much showing the matches of the open bracket elevated stations. And we're this close to being able to stream 3 different streams, right? We would need 3 different Ethernet drops, right? So like this is things that cost money from the venue. We need more power. We need more space at the venue. All these things cost money, right? And so nothing here is for free, especially when we come into these events. And especially if you're someone like LVT Halo who's coming out and producing stuff rather than just co-streaming. So I want to get candid for a second, right, and just say that like we're so close, right? We traveled out to this event. We had 8 broadcast headsets, right? So by all means, right, we had 4 of them on the LVT Halo broadcast set, but there's 4 others that we could have put aside for a community broadcast for those open bracket and FFA stations that are on the elevated station, right? We're so close. The problem is, right, we need like 1 or 2 more PCs, and obviously we need the resources from the venue, and resources can be hard to find. Optic, the eSport Arena at Arlington is like a special kind of situation, right? Because it's pretty much controlled by I think the city of Arlington and Optic Gaming. But in regards to this, right, it's an arena dedicated to their esport events. And so they kind of have this situation where there's more internet available there than your typical convention center, right? Because it's a stable arena that is built for esports, right? So internet obviously built into the infrastructure. But when we go to like the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Center, like for DreamHack, for instance, right? We have to go through DreamHack. DreamHack is their own ISP, right? Getting internet costs money. Getting power costs money. Getting space costs money. Stuff like that, right? So I just want to be candid for a second and just make people kind of help people understand, I should say, that it does feel like LVT oftentimes is doing a lot, and while we're doing a lot, people definitely notice that we're running hella ads, stuff like that. Well, the truth of the matter is we have to keep things going. We pretty much are right at that level where it's like, we're getting it done, right? Now, in regards to like co-streamers on days like these where, there's no HCS stream, we are the main stream. We don't have separate drops as co-streamers. Just like I said, we've always been treated as co-streamers, which I think is more or less perfectly fine, but it's got to be pretty much a situation where we have to ask the viewers, like if you choose to watch a watch party, like to Believe the Hype watch the party, I beg you, just, have 2 tabs open, right? Maybe on a separate PC. Just put the LVT stream up, right? You can have it muted or whatever, right? But, support the BTH, the watch party, but at the same time, try to support LVT because it's essential. This is how we get out. We do these things. I haven't been checking chat right here for a second, but, I just want to take a moment to like kind of be candid with you guys and help you guys understand where we're coming from. On top of that, right, when we go to these LAN events, right, we do the overnight thing. We had Barcode, we had JK Fire and HCS Pro Talk live hosting overnight, right? The thing is with the overnight streams, it's like if we didn't do that, we wouldn't be making the revenue to go out to these events, right? So if things continue to like trend in a direction where we're starting to lose viewership, I think that we're gonna have to like walk things backwards, and that really hurts because it's like we're this close to being able to broadcast more at these events, so it is what it is. Someone says, I wonder if ads and selling merch is enough to build this out. Is it? I think merch, so obviously merch is a brand new pillar for us this year. The first t-shirt that we had, the multicolor LVT shirt, we had 350 shirts. We sold out all of them. I think there's one 3X right now available on lvthalo.com. It helped us get out to these events. It helped us get through the off season, right? That the revenue that comes from that. Like I said earlier, though, right? We had shipping built into the price, and what that did was it really cut profit pretty substantially because not everybody pays the shit. Like obviously, like I ship from San Antonio. From San Antonio to Dallas, it doesn't cost much to ship, right? But like San Antonio to Seattle might be like $11.60, right? And so that was something that we kind of learned. Bryce says the shirts are great. I'm glad you like the shirts. I put a lot. I took my time to try to find like a good base tee for this. I took my time to find the right partner that could like print these and do it in a way that I thought the community deserves. They are pretty much handmade, right? So I think some people got some shirts that were like, maybe the design's not like perfectly centered on the back of the shirt. Well, it's just important to keep in mind, right, that the reason that happens is because they're handmade, right? This is quality product. I'll show you the back once again, right? It's a reflective metallic gold sort of thing. So it's pretty cool. So thank you to those that do support by buying shirts. lvthalo.com !merch in the chat. You can get yourself one. Like I mentioned just a while ago, the small is indeed sold out at the moment. I'm going to circle back really quickly, remind everybody what is going to happen live here in just a few moments. We're about 35 minutes away from the potential start of Pickup Squad versus GenG. Of course, we're going to get in there and be ready to go as soon as we can. But first match of the day will be Pickup Squad versus GenG. Immediately after that will be Space Station versus TSM. I think we had some questions earlier. Who's on Pickup Squad? That's Skeptify, Boo Boo Doo Boo, Lethal, and Suppressed. I don't think that there's any sort of roster mania going on here. I think that this is just a legitimate pickup squad. People trying to just, play because they're available, or to continue to collect HCS points, which I think is also very important, especially when you're in a race as close as DreamHack is going to be. I think HCS points actually matter. Lactose Free says, know what merch would slap? Some LVT crew socks. Hey, LVT crew socks sounds pretty hype, I'm not gonna lie. But thank you all for joining. We'll be getting to the normal broadcast here momentarily in about 30 minutes, right? 35 minutes away. Once again, we have your typical most of our typical talent working today. We got Aliak hosting, of course. We got Lithy, who's here filling in for Mikowski. Mikowski's got some like dad duty things and stuff like that to do this weekend. So we got Lithy filling in straight out of Germany. Lithy is a caster that I've worked with multiple times in the past for different titles, and someone that's been asking me to be on a Halo broadcast since before Halo Infinite came out, right? So I know it seems a little out of the blue, right? We got Lithy, we got somebody brand new. This is just to fill in for Mikowski. Mikowski's still working with LVT. Mikowski just taking a weekend to spend some time with family, I think is actually very important. Of course, we got Eli Tools and Why Not also on broadcast today. And I think we got Active also taking some time for himself, making sure that he's keeping up with the family, all that good stuff. We just worked our ass off at HCS Arlington. I don't know if anybody knows that, but we definitely did. So shout out to everybody that continues to tune into LBT. We're only able to do this because of you. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at, I think we're gonna start with this series and we'll watch it until.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching the HCS Open Series Road to Dallas, and we're moving on to the winners quarterfinals, where we will see Complexity. Complexity versus GenG. And last time we saw these two was in the lower elimination bracket in Arlington just a few days ago on LAN, and this is how that ended.
I'm still here, chat. I'm working on getting a picture-in-picture for my camera. But in the meantime, we're gonna take a peek at this. Sorry,
so
Eli, I'm covering.
Taking that series. It was a game 5. It was a 3-2, obviously on GenG's favor. We saw the excitement from breaking shots.
All right, we're going to lower the broadcast volume for a second here, just so I can chat with you guys. But what we're going to do is we're going to kind of watch this GenG versus Complexity series. This is the beginning of it. If anybody missed this series, Spartan's about to start on fire, so I'm just going to turn it up and we can let the boys kind of take over, and then I'll come back in here in a second.
I'm excited to see these two go up against each other. There's so much that they have to fight for here. It's going to be a good one. We have Spartan, we have Ryan Noob, and here we go.
Let's get right into this. GenG and Complexity. Last time we saw them roars heading across the stage. GenG had the last laugh and were able to secure themselves a top 6 finish here today.
Sparty 1-0 right now.
Top 8 finish here today. They get the rematch in day 1 of our open competition. Join with me is Eli the Ninja, and we'll be bringing you guys the action.
Yeah, I'm excited for this one. We got so many storylines. Of course, the Ryan Noob versus Sparty seems to be the saga that just never ends. But yeah, that was Breaking Shot. Anybody in chat that didn't know who that was standing up, that was Breaking Shot who stood up and said, "You should have never effing dropped me," because
Sparty's 3-0 right
from
now.
His Complexity squad for mental.
I think we finally switched
and
his
then
POV.
he pops off with the W, so you know he's fired up.
And so far, though, Complexity able to find their quick answers. The trip count into effect, and with GenG going 2 down, Mental will have this sniper rifle to enforce his will on the map. Better not look anywhere near top mid. I think your head will be pretty gone pretty fast. Well, that's another 2 down.
Yeah, this is looking so far quite dominant from Complexity. GenG haven't been able to put together a successful push just yet. We see Common scurrying away bottom center. He gets taken down, as does Huss. But the longer that this scurry goes on bottom center, the more points the Complexity should be able to score. It's just everyone fighting for the sniper bottom center. And it's Sparty popping off with the triple.
Nice little triple for the dog. Let's go for 4. He's able to get it. Overkill, kill-tacular. Spartan is on a killing frenzy. We're only 2 minutes into this game. He is decimating the walls of GenG.
Oh my God, that's the first kill-tacular I've seen in a competitive match in a long time.
I'm pulling it up on instant replay.
Put him in the montage. No scope comes through as well, and this is just rolling for Complexity. GenG in the worst spawn trap you can think of.
So
Eli, Spartan has 11 kills.
Sparty's 11-0 right now. He just hit a fucking frenzy. I'm gonna roll the instant replay. And yeah, I mean, this is just—it's ridiculous what Spartan was able to accomplish at the beginning of this game. And I want to start. I just want to preface this right that Complexity did not win this game. So despite the hot start, it didn't quite work out the way that they wanted it to.
Double kill.
There's a nice double. So he's gonna pick up the snipe. He's gonna turn and burn. Look at that.
Double kill.
Did he hit the face here? No. Okay, so it's a shoulder shot for the triple.
Triple kill.
He's gonna repulse up. He's gonna find somebody right here. Boom. Another shoulder shot. Overkill, right? And then boom, getting the call outs. My man hit the kill tag, bro.
Triple kill.
It's been a minute since we've seen a kill tag in a live match, you know, in a tournament match. Hitting the frenzy at the same exact time. I mean, that's just disgusting. That is absolutely disgusting. So yeah, shout out to Spartan, man. I mean, I don't know what else to say other than that. That was intense. That was amazing. And despite that amazing start, right? I'm trying to play this, by the way, but
all of GenG
despite that amazing start,
he's
Complexity ended up
doubling
losing
up
this
by
first game.
himself at the moment. This is a Spartan that clearly remembers the trash talking.
Oh no.
Oh, the best start possible is still here. I think we're back. I think we're back.
Is it? Okay. Hopefully that's just the observer.
Yeah,
There
chat.
some
This
weird
was during the winter
connection issue,
quarterfinal
but,
yesterday, right? So this is theoretically the match that leads up to the match that we're watching today, GenG versus Pickup Squad, right? GenG is gonna win this series. Spoiler alert: we're rewatching this match from last night. But the way the North American tournament works is where it's split up into 2 days, right? Day one, we go from winter round one all the way through winter quarterfinal, and then we save winter semifinals for day 2. So now we're here at day 2. We're gonna have GenG versus Pickup Squad here in a few minutes. But this is the match that pretty much led up to now, right? So if you will, right, treat it as if it's live, right? We know the result, right? But whatever comes after this is just the continuation of the tournament, and will actually be live.
They'll be able to have the rest of the sniper to enforce their will. 2 players from Complexity going to take towards C, but breaking shot he can take to the skies at any moment. Spartan into his sight line, but Spartan, I mean, it feels like nothing can take this man down. He's going to get himself 4 fresh bullets as GenG go 3 down.
I mean, he's still going. Make it 15 and 2 so far.
Yeah, we got a hype train building at the moment. We're about 2 minutes and 40 seconds away from, I guess, losing that hype train. Drop a follow, drop a sub, drop some bits. I think that gets the train going. And I'll take a moment here to shout out the subs that we have gotten today. We have Unorthodox with the resub, 15 months total. Let's go. Click, crack, boom, resubbing also for 10 months. Appreciate that.
Looking to get themselves
5-1 AR, pre-51 AR or pre-Slar, Pressler, maybe. Thank you for the resub. I'm so sorry for butchering your name. And then Karna Tax Create. Appreciate you subbing with Prime. You know, it's a free sub. Drop a sub if you got it. Topher says you would think all the money and advertising these are making they fix the game mechanics and let people play stream tournaments. You know, I think there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. A lot of people don't quite understand, and I'm sure that people at HCS are doing the absolute best that they can. I got it right. Sorry, it took me a minute to get there.
Precision's back, and
Pressler.
enough shots over there. The trip cap is in, and you can see Spartan, the only player alive. And although
what's up, Leak? How you doing?
It's not going to be for long. Quickly switching hands, and this could be a cycle that is detrimental to Complexity at the end game.
Yeah, when their star player Sparty.
By the way, we do have drops on the stream. It's the Killpocalypse weapon charm, which I didn't even know was a weapon charm. I don't know if this is new. Chat, let me know. Is this a new drop this year, or is this just another recycled drop?
It's GenG doing.
Yo, what's up, handsome? How you doing, bro?
Look at all of them trapped over at A. All 4 going to try to find their breakout. Precision, maybe a step too far. 2 players ready and waiting, and here comes the rest of GenG flying into the base of Complexity. The nade does a little bit of damage to Mental, but both those players going to stay alive. Instead, it's Ryan Noob having to do his best to survive the push, and Huss wasted no time getting up into that fight. And with King Nick being the last one alive, he will claim his throne at A. It's an all-out fight, but it's GenG that comes out on top.
GenG keeping themselves alive in this game. You got to feel like just 1 or 2 more 4 deads for Complexity could have ended this game, but GenG completely turned it around now. Breaking shot with the sniper has been known to be absolutely monstrous with it. Tries to get the no-scope on Precision, who actually got out of A. I think that was a smart play from Precision, but it doesn't pan out, and it's GenG rolling. They could absolutely turn this completely around.
Look, we're only down 20, 30 points now. And then
Setting up the
Haas is
observer
spawning
computer.
right into the sniper, and he gets his head peeled off. King Nick has his throne at the top of tower. They have complete control. There's nothing for them to do. It's
Am I
full
biased?
down. It's a complete decimation of complexity. The score
Check back in about a
is
month,
now
you'll see.
officially GenG's lead.
This is insane. Sparty's probably feeling some type of way right
Louis
now.
Goated for having these events show up on and off season. Yeah, we try to. We do our absolute best.
Rotate aggressively through the outside to manipulate the next set of spawns. Also
It's definitely a
take
goal
if
of
possible.
ours
Doesn't
to
wanna
try
step
to
in it
save
yet.
some money throughout the
Reveal his
year.
location,
That
but
way
now
in the
that
off season we have
locations
some
now,
prize
should
pools that
step
we can
into
fund
A
on our
here.
own. We
Looks
were
like
really
two,
hoping to find some
3 dead
sponsors
now
for some
GenG
off-season
Complexity
events.
with the chance to get back in.
Unfortunately, the only
Time to
sponsors that kind
battle
of stepped
back.
up were people from the
Precision's gonna bend
community.
those shots on the
That's not.
common, but it's a
I think that's
back
totally
fight
fine,
that
right?
he's
But
gonna take
I'm
towards
not
Big
looking
Door.
to
Mental able to win
pull
that
money
one,
from the
and they know
community
where
to
their
give
next target is. B,
to the
two
community.
players
You know what I'm
sitting
saying? I
into
think
the
that
back, breaking
ideally
shots
we
to
want to
the
find
flank
sponsors
here
from
to
outside
make a
Halo
difference,
that
but
want
I
to
think
come
they
into
know.
Halo.
They
You know, that's
definitely
ideal.
know. The nades are coming out,
That way
breaking
people like
shots
Dark
to no
Inside can
chance. And now
put their
Pacey control.
resources,
Camouflage is coming up, and Mental's winning
sniping
the fight.
lies, put their
Mental
resources
gets 5
towards
perfect
rosters
shots. That
and
should
stuff
be
like that,
enough to
rather
at
than
least
prize
secure the
pools.
camouflage.
So it's
Forge
something that we're
Complexity
working on.
squad their way to come back
There's a
into
lot
this
to take into
game.
account when we are trying to do
Sparty
as
with
much
a
as we do
clean
here at
double kill
LVT.
trade.
What's up, Vicinity?
Somehow
Welcome,
getting
welcome.
two in that situation. Complexity back in control of this map. Only have A and C though, which don't typically connect to one another. Ryan with a big win on Mental will secure A, but how does Complexity
You know
handle
his name
this?
isn't even
They
Louis.
probably want to go for B next, but they need some kills before they can.
Complexity being
Appreciate
three
the follow,
down.
Private
It's gonna
Public.
be the 2 cap that is secure for GenG at the moment. Ryan is the only player alive for his squad, but holding down A. No one able to get to B, and you see the team spawn starting to head that way. So GenG still expanded as they start to hit their fights down into the middle of the map. Players weak as Mental tries desperately to get his shields back, but they're starting to win the fights at B. There's one player from behind. Complexity, precision versus common. The one-on-one with the spawn from
What's it
Hunt
like
comes
being the
in.
GOAT?
They're gonna be able to
I
at
don't know
least
about all that,
continue
man.
on
I
with
think there's a
their-
lot more people
with
that do
their
what I
B
do
push,
that have been
giving
doing
it
it for a
the
lot
score. Yes,
longer
they can.
that deserve a lot more
He shot the
praise.
grenade there, got the damage down so his teammate could finish that off. This is going insane though.
When does the first series start? The first series starts as early as 20 minutes from now. I think it usually takes about another 15 minutes for the full lobby to get going.
And
So
Ryan's able to get
probably
the correct timing. He's gonna find an easy kill onto the first, and Huss is the
12:10
next target,
Eastern?
and he is working that wall perfectly.
That would put us
Down
about 30 minutes
for
away.
Complexity. It's not just control; it's total control, and they just need a
LVT
couple
is
more
competitive
seconds.
Halo.
There's nothing
I saw
Complexity
somebody-
can do. GenG
So yeah, GenG ended up winning this game, and despite Spartan's efforts. I saw somebody ask, what does LVT stand for? So LVT is the abbreviation of the original channel name, which was Louis V Titan, my gamer tag. Originally, this was my channel. Personal channel, I should say. We converted obviously to a brand account
What incredible
2.5 years ago, 3 years ago.
fundamentals on display for GenG.
We
Also
changed
the
from Louis V
tenacity
Titan to LVT
after
Halo, right? So we
the
used to
other
be
player is on
a
killing
watch party,
frenzy, hits
right,
the
under Louis V
kill-tacular
Titan,
clip,
myself.
but
Now
you
we've kind of
still
just
don't back down. By the way,
progressed into something
Sparty
much
somehow
bigger,
finishing double
much better,
positive,
in my
30 and
opinion.
15.
We always were
Towering
producing
over
stuff
the
on my
lobby. Not a
channel,
single
even when it
other
was
player
under
even
just Louis V
higher
Titan. I
than
don't know if anybody here remembers the
17.
days
Look at this
when
medal.
we would
I mean,
promote our
that's an
broadcast, and it was
absolute anomaly. I mean,
twitch.tv/Louis
this
V
is shades
Titan.
of formal in
But
the
yeah,
grand
LVT
finals.
stands for
Hitting a kill
Louis V Titan.
and still losing the tournament. Like, mind-blowing stuff.
Yeah,
I remember
they're
watching this
so
channel on
sick of that.
YouTube back in the day, Halo 5.
Boom,
Yeah,
the
dude.
help along the way to make the shots easy at the end. I love that. Let's take it from the beginning. What do you see here, Eli? What's the key to Spartan's skills?
I do these like instant replays live, by the way.
It's GenG trying to get C control, the movement, the decision to go top center. He's doing it so fast I can barely keep up with the
Let's go.
commentary
Hazard
for it,
is
but
falling for
his routing was just
4
flawless there.
years.
He knows
Holy
exactly
hell.
what complexity they're going to go for. It's the beginning of the
Pepperidge
game.
Ridge Farm.
They're
remembers.
trying to get control, and then complexity just take over the entire game.
What's up,
off the
Freezy?
back
Welcome,
of
bro.
Sparty's play.
And then we saw slowly.
What does the B
GenG
stand
start
for?
to find their
Yeah,
control.
so,
They get into their pockets. This felt like
the
a huge
original
fight
idea for
King
the
Nick
gamer
able to go
tag
to A, and
was
eventually the trip pad came
I knew I was
in.
going to be
What
doing
did you start
design.
seeing go
I knew I was going to be
right for
doing
GenG to
productions,
start this
right? So
comeback?
my gamer tag was a
Ryan
play
picking
on
very
designer
intentional
bags.
spots
think
hold
designer
on the map while
productions.
his team has
My
position
gamer
to
tag
take
used to be
strongholds. The objective
full
is to hold
Louis
onto the zones that you have. I
Vuitton.
think
So it
Ryan
was like
played that
LOUIS
by sitting in spots that Complexity
VUIT
don't expect, by catching
TITA,
them off
right?
guard,
So it
getting
had the
free picks,
VUIT
and
in the
then
middle,
with that numbers
just like
advantage,
the Louis
pushing
Vuitton
into
brand.
the next set of spawns for
And
Complexity to completely control the map. They're manipulating
I ended up changing that. I cut the UIT, so it just turned it into Louis V Titan.
This was Ryan.
So yeah, that's. I mean, that was the idea. I'm talking about like 10 years ago. So, you know, luckily you know, I stayed true to the path and you know, kept it going.
Just waiting, right? Sitting down low, waiting.
I actually
for
show
that
up to
chance
land,
go
dripped
in.
out of
What
Louis
is he
Vuitton.
waiting
Hey, dude.
for, right? When players really slow themselves
If
down
anybody
in those
out there at Louis
positions,
Vuitton wants
what's the
to
idea
work together,
behind it?
man, we would love to. You see these little the things in the design, right? We could change those to like little Louis Vuitton designs.
Like a chess player. It's like, I know you want to move your bishop into the A stronghold, so I'm going to place my knight in this
Yeah, yeah.
position
Where's
to
Virgil at,
take
man?
it as
Come on,
soon as
Virgil.
you think you're
I know you
gonna
like
take it.
esports.
So,
Come on.
beautiful chess move there from Ryan.
What's his name? Virgil
huge reason why
Abloh?
they're
Where
the
he used to be a designer for Louis Vuitton. Excuse me, Louis Vuitton. I don't know what he does now. W name change, smart move. Yeah, it was tough. It was a mouthful for sure. People were like, see me in like game chat and they'd be like,
and you felt as dominant as you were.
Louis Vuitton.
I don't
Yeah,
know
no.
how you're supposed to be able to reset yourself.
R.I.P. Virgil. Wait,
That's
what do you
tough.
mean?
And you know that this squad, they have some strong
Is he
mental
dead?
fortitude, though. I think Complexity, I mean, Mental himself said on our couch at Arlington that he thinks this squad is clutch. Obviously, they didn't end up clutch.
Sorry,
in the
I'm
series
replying to
that mattered.
admins real quick.
They had them exit against this very team on land, but I think that's not always going to happen. This team definitely going to stay mentally strong and should be just fine going into game 2.
There's always the case of the team play versus the individual play, right? So we saw Spartan have a fantastic game, but on the end stat screen for GenG, everyone was about doing the same amount of work for their roster. I mean, everyone having.
Do I have the most channel points? Honestly, probably.
I feel like
I understand that we need like some sort of reward. The problem is that we've been streaming for so long, and we stream for, you know, we have the 5 million hours watched, right? I have no way to gauge
from Complexity, which is more
how many points people have.
Yeah,
And so
I
I
mean,
can't just be like, hey,
I think
you know,
it's very
100,000
well
points to
explained.
redeem a free shirt, and then, you know,
Sentence for the
there's
situation.
150
It's just
people that have
GenG
100,000
seem to
points.
have a plan in all their
It's a bad business
situations,
deal,
and
you know
when
what I'm
they
saying?
activate, they do it as a unit, and
So
that's
yeah,
why
we got to
the
figure
stat
out something.
grouping
The
is
other
so
thing with
close to
channel
one
points is like
another
usually
because
they're like stream
all the actions
interruptions.
they take
They're like
are with
alerts,
a
soundboard
singular
stuff like
purpose in
that.
mind. It felt like at times
We got to figure out a
Complexity
better way
are,
to
like,
do things,
dominating
given the fact
individually,
that we're like an
but
event
then
channel.
the team have different
All right, it's call
ideas for
time,
what
ladies
to
and
do
gents. So I'm
next.
going to step out. I'm
And I
going to
feel
talk
like
with
they need to get back on the
my
same
team.
page. I think that,
You guys
that's
enjoy
crucial,
the rest of
especially in a
this
game
series. It's a
like
fucking good
Strongholds. You
one.
want to know, is it time
So
to
enjoy
go for
it.
a BC hold? Is it time to go for an AB hold? Are we going to flip the map here? And if everybody can get on the same page, they'll look a bit better in Strongholds.
Now, as we move forward, we look at Aquarius Slayer, and Aquarius, one of those maps that's been here since year one and only has 2 game types, right? It's Flag and Slayer, and many people would say this is one of those game modes that is kind of solved, right? Like most players understand what the win conditions are to get your victories on Aquarius. What do you think is the key for both these teams coming into this game to have some success on the Slayer?
You got to have space, but you got to have angles that complement one another. So like typically you want to have at least 1 or 2 players top center, maybe one's P2, one's car 3. You want to also hold down a base. If you hold those 3 spots, you know the other team is going to spawn on the opposite side of the map. You just got to manipulate the spawns in a way that make the next play easier. So you want to have more information, more percentage chance for the game to play out the way you expect it to. If too many players on your team are in the center of the map, it's going to make the next set of spawns more difficult to read. So let's see how these guys play it.
Let's lock ourselves in. GenG win game 1 after a monstrous display. I mean, despite the monstrous display from Spartan, and now can go up 2-0 in this series. First camouflage won by Ryan Newman. Surprisingly, was able to stay alive despite all that pressure. This camo will still go loose, and so far GenG been really capitalizing off this camo.
Yeah, Ryan taking a great route to get involved in the action, gets a couple of melees, has teammates overlooking him now, takes the high ground. Like we talked about, they've got space, but they're also positions that complement one another. We see a member of GenG expanding out to yellow to force the next set of spawns. This next play should be easier. Ryan Noob knows exactly where they're coming from next.
And Ryan Noob going from that back player to now into the front line, slowing this pace down. I mean, honestly, this is a crawl. You don't normally see this after a 4 down, but Ryan Noob now gonna dip his toes in. He's checking all the corners, and they go together. It was basically a firing squad, but Mental says, I don't care. Dodges left and right, is able to at least take one with them, and honestly shocked that he was able to find what both those players were ready for him.
Ryan, so smart. You gotta imagine, though, he's teamed with just about everybody in this lobby at some point in time, so he knows exactly, like, hey, they might be hiding in this gen. I've seen these players do this before. And that's why he checks that corner, and it pays off in a huge way. They maintain their advantage and are still doubled up on the lead.
And you see all the action starting to head over towards this car side. King Nick, though, is able to infiltrate those back lines, and the rest of Complexity start to fall. It's only Spartan that's alive, and they know his position. The spawners will help reinforce, and GenG deciding not to put that pressure on right away, instead letting them have space, but give Spartan an inch. He might just take it a mile. He's starting to get kills for his team. King Nick, the former teammate, they got second place together all the way back in year 1, but Ryan Noob, a sneaky noob, comes from the back, double kill, and that will be enough to secure the camouflage for GenG.
This is so perfectly timed for GenG. It's also exactly what they need to maintain their advantage state and just start to suffocate Complexity. If he got that kill, I would have freaked out, but Mental, he holds strong in this case.
Well, I feel like that's what we've seen all from Mental this game, is holding strong. He has been in disadvantageous positions time and time again, but able to find some crucial kills. Ryan Noob gets his revenge in the middle of the map, though. 21 to 13. Let's put one on for both sides as GenG just have a lead that is not being cut down at the moment from Complexity. The trades are always there.
Trades are the name of the game when you have the lead. If you're on the side of Complexity in this spot, you've got to start getting kills and also keeping your teammates alive in the process. It's not worth rushing in for a trade. As we see Mental get one here, some trades are okay if it means your team can get better space on the map, but if it doesn't result in a better position, it's not worth trading out here on the side of Complexity.
See King Nick having himself a hot start to this game, 10-3 early into this. We didn't get to see a lot of King Nick in year 3, and honestly it's a bit sad because he was talking about how much he loves the single fire weapons. That's where he's his best, but Spartan, he's finding himself into deep enemy lines, only able to take one despite having multiple weak players ahead of him. And we're seeing GenG continue on. I mean, that 7 to 8 kill lead, it's not shrinking.
I'm seeing better spacing on the map from GenG. Seems like Complexity often fighting out of smaller parts of the map. They don't have many escape options. If they get weak and run away, there's another member of GenG waiting for them time and time again, and that's what's kept them in the lead. They are starting to right the ship at least a little bit here, but when Mental goes down, and this is looking like it's going from bad to worse. We're at now, what is it, 7 kill difference? This is going to be tough.
Yeah, the big thing is we just haven't seen that number change. It's just trade after trade as Huss is going to try to make the difference. Into the front lines he goes, able to find that first pick, and King Nick goes down quickly after. So for the first time we see a dip below 7, just a 6 kill deficit now, as Complexity was able to find not just those kills but untraded kills, something that we just had not seen from them in these last few engagements. But Mr. Noob, Ryan, has the camouflage to work with as the lead is shrinking.
Oh, Ryan does go down. It's now just a 5 kill game. Complexity need to make sure they sync up with one another. That's why we see Sparty closing the gap between himself and Precision. Precision going to try to get out. Yeah, Precision.
Oh, but he got all, but they don't get. They're just running as a unit. They were all scans.
I think it was just 2. He didn't get the Odin's Raven medal, but still, that was a lot of intel. He should have been able to at least see the ones that weren't scanned. Now it's still a 5 kill deficit, though. They've been trading a bit too much. Wow.
King Nick, man, King Nick has really been feasting off these assists. 17 kills for him now, as he's double positive throughout this game. And Complexity, they're just running out of runway. And I mean, man, King Nick is just, it feels like he's always hunting down that one-shot player.
He's so good at listening to his team. He's just a turret on the map. I mean, doesn't even need to say a lot if he's always listening and placing himself in the perfect spot to follow up on his teammates' damage. Now they look to collapse here into the base. Does Complexity have an answer?
Oh, someone had him from behind. King Nick not going to be able to get out because of Huss's play, but it's a 6-kill deficit. They need 10 before GenG puts 4 on the board. This camouflage is going to be crucial to that equation, but I don't know if the math adds up. Too many variables to deal with.
Yeah, this is probably the best spawn you could hope for from them, though. On the side of Complexity, Huss able to get that. Now it's only a 3-kill game. This is all of a sudden very doable, and they just need to find this next set of spawns. They need to do so quickly before Complexity have a chance to get space.
And they're able to get that 3 down without going for camo, so now they have a full camo to work with. Mental getting the info for his team. He'll get the first shots down. The next player pushes forward, still just making everyone one shot, but there's no kills coming in for Complexity. Mental finally able to clean up 2. It's just a 1-kill game. Ryan last alive for GenG as he goes to hide. Will Complexity know the spawns? It's important, imperative for GenG to find a correct timing here. And here goes Ryan Noob. He's able to get over to port T2, and he's going to expand all the way across the map.
I don't know if I like this. I think he got the go-ahead to move forward. You got some call-outs of enemy players. Will it pay off? I feel like he took
the separation. GenG is completely away from Ryan Noob, and breaking shot gets caught out in the middle. He does trade 49 all, just 1 more to go. King Nick in the middle, but it's gonna be Complexity that finds their answer. 50 to 49.
They were down the entire game until the last kill. Was the first lead they had this game when they got to 50?
I'm pretty sure that's what it was. You don't see that every day.
Oh my God. Talk about clutch.
Well, let's take a moment and kind of think about what transpired. Remember, we took a look at the score at 46 to 40, and we're saying, hey, you know, this might be too much to overcome throughout this game. But then we saw a quick wipe of GenG where 3 players went down towards the end game. It felt like the winds had shifted at that point. What did you notice about how Complexity was playing it and why they were successful in these last 10 kills?
I hope we get to the replay where Ryan is in the fridge. It's probably after this one here. Huss gets this double kill. It's actually a 4 dead. So this is a point where you want to find GenG spawn quickly and put yourself in position to shut them down. We see Mental pick this up, but then Ryan's play here, he actually doesn't push top center. We actually skipped it because it was a lull in the action, but he had the option to push top center and follow up on his teammates' damage, and we're certainly calling people out, but he decided to push all the way through. I think that might have been a mistake, a rare mistake on the side of Ryanu, but I'm sure he had a reason to do it.
See, as we go back, we look at these final moments. Here we go.
Oh, yeah,
here Ryan over to the fridge. So you're saying instead of pushing all the way through to the fridge, you would like to see him take a more middle position towards the middle map.
His entire team spawns on his right. He finishes the L shape here. He's just worried about getting melted, I guess. But like, if you just look to your right and help your teammates in this fight, maybe he kills King Nick. Maybe Huss doesn't die. I feel like there was a missed opportunity here.
That was the thing that surprised me the most, was he didn't even look towards his right. And I did have a chance to speak to Ryan Noob about this, you know, strategy that he's been employing, and he says he doesn't look for cross map fights ever. And that's one of his patented parts of his gameplay these days, is he wants to take those close quarters engagements. And maybe that's a situation where you see that thought process come into play, where he's not trying to even generate damage across the map. He decides to try to get through and maybe try to isolate a player towards the fridge. But like you said, there was no one to isolate, right? There was nothing in the direction that he was heading, and he didn't get any of that information for his team. Despite, I mean, a 17-9 performance, it really, the only thing that matters is the very final play.
Yeah, I don't know. I would love to hear his thoughts on it. I would consider Ryan one of the smartest players in the game. Everything he does is for a reason, but that's a spot that I think a lot of players would have found the cross angle to help their teammates win that fight and could have been a difference maker. I don't think they expect Ryan to show up P2 if they just saw 3 players spawn in yellow base. Like, they know Ryan's probably lurking somewhere, but that felt like a missed opportunity.
Remember what we saw early in the game, right? Mental had 14 assists in that game, but the amount of times that we saw him stuck in 1v2s where he was able to find a little bit of value. Remember him getting 2 players looking at him when he's hiding in the corner, able to take one with him. All those kills, right? Every little bit of damage that Complexity did that game mattered in the end.
Absolutely, and they forced a game 3, which is massive for the implications of this series. I mean, GenG going up 2-0, you look like they're in prime position to win again. But keep in mind, it was what, 6 days ago? I guess 7 days ago. Yeah, exactly a week from today. They played and it went to game 5 where GenG came out on top. This series already pacing to be another game 5 banger between these two.
Well, folks, let everyone know that we have an instant classic on our hands. I mean, just game 1 and game 2, I think, are enough to call it that. We move into oddball on recharge. It's going to be the swing game on Halo Infinite's longest game time. Get ready to lock in and watch some intense Halo.
Okay, looks like Camo does get burned off the rip. Opening not as consequential, I feel like, compared to some other modes, but in this case, Mental able to quickly get the ball into pipes. Typically it takes a bit longer for a team to feel comfortable enough to go for the grab, but great recognition of that window of opportunity by Mental.
Yeah, Mental throwing that ball over to his teammate. He has that shock rifle in his hands. He doesn't want to have that ball. We see the approach come. Mental hiding in those stairs. He does hit the headshot of Ryan. He gets the double to go with it. The push continues on, and Mental staying hidden with that shock rifle makes the big difference.
I feel like we haven't seen the Mental that we know and love for a while now. I mean, not that he's been playing bad. It's just like he had so many highlight moments last season. I feel like it's only a matter of time before he's fully back in form and just putting the team on his back. Doesn't start here. Unfortunately, he goes taken down. That's 4 dead for Complexity.
Yeah, I don't think Mental expected to see the rest of his teammates fall with him when he was taking such an aggressive route, but Complexity all going to spawn, and look at this. King Nick, look how aggressive he is onto these spawners. He's trying to get them just seconds off. Precision is desperately trying to stay alive, but I don't know how much further he's going to be able to get away. He goes down from a nade from King Nick, and GenG were able to just really pressure all these players immediately off that spawn.
Ryan now able to pick up the oddball. He sat in a pivot position, waited for more information before deciding which way to rotate it. Goes toward gold, which maybe wasn't the best play, as a couple members of Complexity were ready for it. Now Precision should be able to get a lot of time here.
Yeah, with Camouflage coming up in 5 seconds, GenG at least has that seaside control to play for it, but looks like they're more focused onto the break. Breaking shot and King Nick stuck in the tower together, and King Nick with the cross map shot. That BR was able to get one. He moves his way into Needles, and now Ryan Noob and King Nick working together to trap Complexity. Wow, what a complicated sequence to get away with Camo, but it all works out for GenG.
Everyone holding each other's angles and keeping attention for the opposition. Common following up on the damage here. I mean, the teamwork is definitely clicking right now for GenG, and all things considered, they should be up 2-0 in this series, but are picking up where they left off as far as how dominant they've looked at times throughout the series.
That Mental's the only player alive for his team. You see Complexity starting to get that long haul spawn. All 3 of them going to be deciding where they're going to push. Ryan Noob has a player up to his right as Common is stuck in the back. He's just looking for this player. I mean, eventually the help comes, and Complexity, they just start going down one at a time. GenG, that ball is going to rotate towards his team, and they've been doing an excellent job of just playing this keep away.
I like what I see here from Common. He actually ignores the ball for a second, tries to push out A. Unfortunately, doesn't work out. Doesn't find a target to catch off guard. Instead, he's the one getting caught off guard, but teammates picking up the pieces here a little bit. Ryan has a shock rifle. Some good nades from Precision slow him. Well, they should have slowed him down, but he just runs right through it. Doesn't care.
I like that. He just like me for real, bro. He just like me for real. 4 players going down for Complexity as Ryan Noob's early damage was capitalized upon, and he spans all the way back to A. They have him trapped at pipes, and he has the exit completely covered with that shock rifle. Decides to look at the cross just at the right time, but not enough damage to take down Spartan. That's going to give him at least some sort of outlet for now.
God, Ryan looks so annoying to play against. This guy's just never doing what you expect. He's never where you expect him to be. Just starts shooting you in the back. And then you got to deal with a breaking shot running at you to follow up on the damage. I really love what I'm seeing from this GenG roster. They make life hell for the other team.
I see Common with this camouflage going to try to get behind these players. I think that's C, but honestly, he's a bit surprised that he hasn't been able to find him. Finally gets to Huss, but not before Huss wraps that corner. Common essentially out of that play with this camouflage and until the rest of his teammates go down, and that's going to be Complexity grabbing this ball. I mean, Common felt a little bit distant from the rest of his team there.
Doesn't matter though, as he gets the trade and keeps this play available for GenG. Had he not got that kill and the kill prior, this could have gotten really bad. Precision does get taken down. Ball precariously out on the battery still. I don't think it quite made it through the ledge. We go back to a brawl here as both teams fight for map control.
That's interesting to drop that in batteries, especially when you don't have the lead. That's going to be a very baitable spot for GenG now, as they have this top control, and Ryadoob has his eyes on Huss. Huss is one shot desperately trying to get away, but
wow.
Into the trap he goes. Common had everything cut down, and Complexity, look at the expansion that they have. Players at A, players at white, players at long, they are collapsing upon the rest of Complexity as they open up the A spawn. As they finish the players over at C, they have these guys split and cycled.
That was completely intentional by them, by the way. Ryan looked left, saw where his teammates spawned, correctly deduced where the enemies were spawning, intentionally told him not to push so they could hold the ball even longer, and they might just win the round off of that.
And despite all of the efforts from Complexity, GenG just a couple seconds away, and King Nick, he gets 2 seconds in the round. They'll be the final 2 that they need. Oh my, GenG, what a setup that they had at the end of the game. Really smart plays from them.
They're so good at knowing when it's time to hold the ball, when it's not. By the way, you see that nerdy nade from King Nick? That was a bounce off the curved wall there to maybe hit Mangler Pit. I haven't seen anyone throw that nade before, but it just feels like they're more prepared for these different moments. And so it feels a bit more like they have a playbook, like a strategy, whereas Complexity just kind of trusting that things will work out with the individual talent on the team, and they're not as cohesive and coordinated the way that GenG has shown so far.
Ryan just staying hidden with that camouflage, let 3 players go over his head before he got the damage, and that'll be early time for Ryadoob and GenG, as long with the shock rifle camo in their possession, and they're going to be able to get away with this power weapon with Spartan. Oh my, Spartan was fast. He didn't even have a grapple. He was just sprinting his way to the front line, and he's going to be able to get that break. Common, the only player alive, and he is across the map.
Gonna chuck the ball towards his team, but no one's here to pick it up, so says I'll do it myself. Trying to see if he can drop the ball and find a pick here. This is kind of a tricky spot. You're just chilling here with Common. You've both got good weapons, and I like this play. They opt to just throw it out entirely and then fight to the death, see how it pans out.
Breaking shot was right there to pick it up, but breaking shot. Are you kidding me, kid? He just runs right into the middle of the action, is able to get the kill against the shock rifle player, and now the setup completely changes. It's all GenG as they get in, but wow. The noob combo coming into play there into the 1v2 lets them get one of those kills, but it is chaos all over this map. Just players falling left and right, but what remains is Complexity having the control inside the pipes.
Let's see how GenG approach this. Common's pretty fast on this play. Does he slow down a little bit? No, of course not. Gonna hold forward. Gets the trade that's gonna open the door for his team to push through on the other side. Ryan misses the grapple just slightly. Now gonna try to take on the oddball fight. Sparty with a nice slide out headshot with the bandit. Wins that 1v1, but now he's stuck in a position where he has no way out. And this is just continues to be an all-out war right now in the second round.
And all that chaos, camouflage was picked up. I'm not sure if anyone got away with it though. I mean, with so many players in the respawn, I think it's safe to say that it's been burned at this point. And with that, it was all chaos, but Complexity was the one that thrives within it. They get pretty good ball time out of here, and Huss is looking for his expansion. He pushes King Nick back, and I don't think there's any quick route for GenG at this point to get towards this ball.
Yeah, this is a really strong hold, and they continue to stagger. Trade comes out though, 2 dead on each side. It's gonna open the door a little bit. Yep, that's gonna be GenG's chance to grab it. They don't know about Huss though, and does the stick connect? No, neither the plasma pistol nor the sticky connect. So Huss actually doesn't do a lot of damage there. It's gonna be a little bit easier for GenG to hold.
Yeah, sometimes it looks right, but it just doesn't quite hit, right? The combo looked like it was gonna hit. The sticky did, but neither hit their end mark. And we see ball back into the hands of GenG. Common has been very aggressive into getting those back flanks. He has 24 kills to his name. Him and King Nick basically having a kill race at the moment between them, as they are head and shoulders above everyone else in the lobby kill-wise.
Look at breaking shots ball time, nearly 2 minutes, 118 seconds.
He's got 17 kills alongside that. That's insane to think about.
Guy is absolutely fired up against this squad. A lot of so many rivalries in this lobby. I mean, dating back to season 1, all these guys have seemingly shuffled onto either team with one another. But most recently, breaking shot getting dropped from this complexity roster seems to really step it up against them.
Gamma up in the middle. It's going to be Huss and takes his first approach, and with 3 going down for GenG, that should be free for Huss to grab. Camo shock rifle and control. GenG start to split on the map. 2 players at the pipes, and there's some behind. Huss did not expect the player to be at back C, and that is going to be a thorn for Complexity to deal with as the bad continues to get worse. Common turns 1 into 2. Let's find the 3rd ahead of him. Precision trying to stay alive, but it might just be a dance that he'll eventually lose. Common gets 3 kills and ups his kill count to 27 so far this game.
Man, I know it's their team name, but I feel like their strategies might be a little bit too complex sometimes. Keep it simple. Just block the spawns. I feel like they try a little bit too hard to keep the spawns mixy. It comes back to bite them as they're unable to predict that one. Complexity counting on Precision to do something crazy, and he just might. But GenG, yeah, okay, they do get control of the oddball once again. So it is GenG now in position once again to make a good break.
2 players going to come up, but Spartan got great timing on both of them. He's going to be able to take the first, and the second just has to run away. Common, though, was able to keep his life, and with that Complexity, a bit of an early play from them. They're not quite able to get to that 90-point threshold, and an opportunity for GenG to win some ball time here. It's just Common at last alive by this ball, but he could be the guardian needed to keep Complexity away. He needs to win some big fights, damage down, but trade it out. And it's going to be Complexity that picks it right back up.
So smart by Huss there. Runs well past the oddball, just rushes straight at breaking shot. Knows that even if he dies, he'll at least get some damage down to open the door for Complexity to come through. Plays like that might just secure Complexity the win as we go down to the finish line.
Common had to get right into the face of Precision. No time to wait. You start to see that desperation lead to kill after kill. Complexity tie this up 1 apiece. One final round to determine it all.
1-1 in the series, 1-1 in the oddball. This next round going to be highly consequential, the rubber match, if you will. See who takes the lead in the series. This opening break going to be really important.
3 players from GenG going down low, and they are able to find the player at C, not burning that camouflage right away. The long flank for Precision does not work out. Now it's just Mental who gets lasered. They were hyper aware of his position. That flank played no impact, and now Ryanu, he didn't have to pop that camouflage right away. He's going to try to maximize his time with the power-up.
Now taking some damage, but taking an intelligent route to dodge grenades here. Still hasn't got his shields back, does some damage. That's going to get cleaned up. It's 4 dead for Complexity. These guys are rolling right now, and this might actually be a long hold. All Ryan needs to do is get a headshot or 2 with this shock. His camo's about to run out, though.
He's going to fight 2 players ahead of him. The shock rifle not going to get anywhere near that head. And unfortunately for GenG, they're going to lose control of both the power weapon and the grapple, and Precision wasted no time getting into that front line. Forces the play ball, but now it's the shock rifle that Ryadu gave up that sends him right back to the respawn screen. GenG, though, I mean, still they have ball control. I think Complexity, although they're getting these kills, it is scrappy.
Yeah, when Precision grapples up, wow, disgusting no-scope headshot there, but at the same time, Precision makes that play. 2 of his teammates go down, so maybe should have, instead of prioritizing killing the ball player, kill the players around him first and then go push him. Once again, just another example of not sticking to the fundamentals. I feel like Complexity just making it a little bit too complicated right now.
Spartan able to catch a player out through the middle of the map. Now has the one-on-one against his former teammate. Ryanoob will go down, and now control of that ball is at C, but they still have to find Common. He's at 34 kills. Let's make him a little bit more behind everyone, causing chaos. He forces a play ball by himself and was able to get a kill in essentially what was a 1v3.
And does enough damage for King Nick to clean up the pieces, who has now surpassed him at 35 kills. These two players are absolutely slaying out right now, and it's Breaking Shot 138 seconds. They've now taken a 35-point lead.
Walk past a camouflage holding ball.
I think that was his teammate, right?
Yeah, but like you like take the ball from your camo, no? And it's just Ryan him chilling. I mean, look how much time Ryan had still left with his camo to work with. He just said, "Nah, I got ball time. You got enough. 138 seconds. That's fine, bro. You keep doing your thing."
I mean, it goes back to what I said, the fundamentals, right? Ryan's the rotation expert. Who cares that he's got camo? Just let him be the guy that makes those calls.
Oh my.
And he's going to be the guy that gets the perfect shots onto Precision as well, and that could seal the deal for this round.
That is, they are at a blistering pace right now. They got 70 seconds of oddball time. There's not even 2 minutes off the neutral clock, and there's no hint that Complexity is going to be able to find any sort of quick solution to this. Spartan, though, high ground and shock rifle. 2 players from GenG towards the back. Ryanoob going to be blistered up with some shock rifle bullets. But
oh no,
that is a bit surprising.
Ambitious.
Just runs out into the open and gets lasered by 2 players coming through the big door. That's 3 down now for Complexities. That felt like a bit of a throwaway of the light. Dude, Breaking Shot just threw it towards the spawners.
I mean, I'm feeling desperation on the side of Complexity, which is understandable when they're this far behind Precision with some disgusting shots on the King Nick, by the way. But that's not going to last long. It just feels like they're trying to force situations instead of playing their process. Breaking Shot instantly hits the skill jump. Hopefully the pros have been practicing that one. I know I haven't, but it was impressive to see him just not even hesitate.
We love a good skill jump. Unfortunately, there was a player right in the perfect spot to counter and took a little bit too much damage. But we start to see Complexity racking up a bit of time. Huss getting this camouflage. You see GenG very far away from that ball, all the way at white. 2 players able to try to block this A push. Breaking Shot will go down. Huss will continue to secure, but see that awfully aggressive King Nick up in the corner there as he forces a play ball, basically.
The way Ryan's playing is so nerdy and annoying. Just like knows that camo was lurking here, doesn't let Huss move forward. Finally, he gets taken down, but not before Complexity loses 2 as well. Us in an awkward battle against Common. He does find the kill, but of course exposes himself to the whole map. He's going to get taken down. GenG in a position where they need to slow down the deaths a little bit. They're starting to let this round run away from them, but that's a big pickup from Breaking Shot. Keep themselves alive.
Yeah, with that though, Common, the only player alive. Precision will take himself up to the skies. He has that grapple to bring back that ball if they do decide to do so, and that's exactly what will come into play. But there's a player that infiltrated. It's King Nick that was able to at least find one. Now just Huss that'll have to remain with this ball. Spartan 2.
Welcome everybody to the HCS Open Series Road to Dallas Open. We're gonna hop into the next game. Our first game of the day is going to be Pickup Squad versus GenG. But before we do that, let's go ahead and introduce our casters to start today, Luthi and Eli. Welcome.
Thank you, but we have no time for shenanigans because shenanigans are afoot. We're into the first match of the day already. GenG versus Pickup Squad and Eli. I think this is what a lot of us have been looking forward to.
I have definitely been looking forward to this. I consider Boo Boo Doo and Ryanoob to be... Wait, what? I can't even finish my sentence. They just armed it in 38 seconds. That might be the fastest speed run, one assault score speed run world record, any percent combo. That was insane. How did they just do that?
That's a great question. Maybe we should consult the replay, quite honestly, because I don't think I caught it. Either way, 1-0 up for GenG. I mean, you can't really hope for a better start. That's looking pretty impressive, and already that bomb is back on the point. This time in the round, though, I think Pickup Squad are the ones that are pushing a little bit harder.
Yeah, sorry to anybody that might be thrown off, a little bit of whiplash here, jumping from a replay into live. We are now live here into this match, but before I was rudely interrupted by the great plays from GenG, I was trying to say that Ryanoob and Boo, two of the most creative minds in the game, so I expect this to be a very creative match with lots of different strategies, kind of a chess match between these two players. These players are so creative, they often force their opponent to try out different things to counter the strategies that they go for. So to see them go up against each other is going to be exciting.
Indeed, and especially one of the more practiced squads on the side of GenG versus Pickup Squad, a little bit of a, yeah, well, Pickup Squad, quite most literally. Gonna be interesting to see how well they can keep up with the coordinated experience that this GenG squad has on their backpack. In the meantime, a bunch of kills being traded left, right, and center, but it is all about the bomb here in this game mode. And so far, after that opening 30 seconds, not much has happened with that thing.
Yeah, bomb after the first plant has not quite found its mark into the zone. I would like to say though, Pickup Squad, I think their name doesn't quite do them justice, because Boo Boo and Skeptify are teammates. Lethal has teamed with Boo Boo for a significant period of time. Pretty sure Suppressed is either their roommate or lives down the street from Boo Boo. So these guys play money eights together all the time. They've got some teamwork and coordination. Don't be surprised if they beat some established teams here today.
No, I definitely won't be, but at the very least they get a point on the board. Beautifully done, barely scraping by with the arm coming through. And just a few seconds too late from GenG to roll in on that point and trying to clear it out. So great coordination from Pickup Squad, but the bomb is already up and running once again. This time it's GenG that are trying to run it down to the point. Nice pickup here from Common. Good shot. Landed, and Ryanoob has a sniper. Let's see if he can make any plays with that happen. Oh, okay. Send him out. Bye-bye.
Love to see that. Yeah, new snipers were coming up. Both teams kind of slowed down for a moment to secure these. It's Ryanoob with a snipe. Breaking Shot has a snipe and the bomb, by the way. They're playing this perfectly. Ever since Ryanoob sent that player off the map, they just completely demolish the likes of Pickup Squad. They're trying to go for some spawn kills as well to maybe move in another bomb.
Yeah, it was great coordination, good tempo, just really sending it as soon as they found the slightest little advantage. And now that bomb is up once again. It's Boo Boo that's gonna pick it up and run with it, at least for a moment, while Ryanoob is in a 1v2, and good for one. Well played. But that bomb, that should be the next target. 2-1 up for GenG at the moment.
Yeah, it was a momentary 4 dead for GenG. They need another round of slays, though, before they can comfortably advance this bomb into the base. Lethal taking the tower position. Sees Suppressed, gets a kill in the kill feed. Now it's time to move forward. See if he can find another pick. If he can get at least one kill here, this could lead to a bomb arm.
Yep, nice no-scope on the follow-up. The shield almost broken. Lethal doing some massive damage, but it's not quite enough, at least for the moment. Now 3 dead for GenG on the follow-up. Common at the very least holding strong, but it's not quite enough. King Nick trying to come through, but gets repulsed out the last few seconds of the arm. Not quite coming through. GenG hold the fort down, at least for the moment.
Wow.
Breaking Shot trying to follow it up, but getting taken down. Another 3 dead. Can Nick hold it down? It is not quite possible. Armed and or evened out on the scoreline. 2-2. Pickup Squad score.
King Nick with a nice double kill, but it doesn't even matter. They still score. We're down to sudden death already. Not even 5 minutes into this game. This has been fast and frenetic, which we love to see. Sometimes this game mode can go the distance, but bomb reset to bottom center. Overshield coming up soon. I expect both teams to try to wait here. Snipers are coming up as well, so this is a really crucial part of the game where the entire sandbox is up for grabs in about 15 seconds. Both teams know how important it is to stay alive right now.
Yeah, and Common with a great alley-oop play, trying to kite around the corner and then circle back, getting taken out, and Suppressed is there for the backup. Some beautiful, beautiful play here from Suppressed. Gets the triple, gets the overkill. Beautiful. And the sniper in hand. He is going to make a run for it, because so far Pickup Squad is starting to gain more and more momentum.
Suppressed acting as the hired gun for this squad. I think Sab just couldn't make it today, but man, couldn't ask for a better fill in. The Manly just got 3rd place on LAN, and he's putting on a show already. Overkill. Now both teams fighting for mid-map positioning. There's a sniper down there that still has ammo, but Boo trying to get this bomb out of his base. Doesn't want GenG to be able to sneak in here.
Yeah, but Common is already there. The nades are down. Ryan Noob with the support. Sinify is coming in, but gets taken down. Suppressed falls as well. GenG really pushing the pressure here as much as they possibly can. Breaking shot. The only one left standing is getting tagged from the side, but Lethal falls. Beautiful headshot. The slide out to the side. Not good enough. That bomb finally getting cleared, at least off the point. Repulsed off the map. Septify is gonna clean that out, but such a close call.
Wow, breaking shot almost did it all himself. That was so impressive to watch. Finally, they're able to take him down, but Pickup Squad still struggling to just get out of their base. They're continuing to be spawn killed. No one's moving the bomb yet on the side of GenG, though. That's good news for Pickup Squad. Now they finally cleared a few players out. They got to worry about King Nick, though. Has a sniper at the tower, and he's going to continue to be a thorn in their side.
He lands a shot, gets some information, and immediately runs across the map to get the follow-up in as much as possible. And in the 1v1 here on the second exchange, Common is the one to win it out. Nice flank, found Septify there, and just takes him out. Another opening here for GenG, but with 2 down on their own team, maybe that bomb run at the enemy base is a little bit delayed. They found someone in tower, are trying to clean that out. Breaking shot, following it up after the respawn, but Lethal has the better angle and shuts him down. Common trying to kite away. Lethal still holding the point, and GenG continues to look for that opportunity. Nice double. Melee gets the kill until ultimately it's being stopped by Common here.
Same story is in where GenG is just in the base of Pickup Squad. They can't really feel comfortable. Bomb gets repulsed into the base by the teammate. Love to see that. That's just going to make it a little bit easier. If they can land some kills right now, they could absolutely arm this bomb. 2 dead. Lethal is alive, getting a kill here. Breaking shot doing his best to try to arm it. He might be able to do it now, but a nade comes in from... I don't even know where that nade came from. Boo Boo Doo, I think, threw that from the snipe side, and that's going to be a 4 dead for GenG. Finally, Pickup Squad able to breathe once again.
Yeah, Suppressed finds another great shot across the map. King Nick under pressure as well. That shield is broken and the bomb is coming in. This could be the last line of defense here for GenG. 1 down on their side. Suppressed gets traded out and Boo Boo will fall. So slight moment of stabilization here, at least for the second for GenG.
Okay.
Held a breath. We're looking for the next play. Lethal finds the exchange in the middle. That bomb still on the point. GenG needs an opportunity to just clear that out.
Yeah, Suppressed with a nice anti-snipe here across the map. It's gonna find another. This is big. Pickup Squad now. Gonna move this bomb forward. King Nick under the base. Gonna see if he can stay alive and rotate. Breaking shot. Tries to take down Suppressed, but gets quick scoped. Turn around 180'd. Suppressed not done yet. Finds Ryanu, but Ryanu's strafe a little bit too tricky to hit there. Finally gets shut down, and that's a big shutdown. That's going to open the door for GenG to move a bit more comfortably on the map once again.
Indeed, but King Nick falls immediately. Lethal picked off as well. That overshield is up and running, being hardly contested by GenG at the moment. Nick now with the nades trying to keep GenG off that, at least for the moment. Ultimately, not quite enough. Skeptify is going to be the one to pick that up, and I thought he was falling off the map there. Never mind. Nice melee to take Ryan out. 3 down for GenG. Breaking shot stabilizes at least for the moment. Finds one. Is the last man standing for his team for another few seconds, but that bomb didn't really make it into their base. So GenG, even though with 3 down, they avert the worst case scenario.
Yeah, honestly, both teams just trading kills left and right. Neither team has had firm control or a 4 dead on the other team's side of the map in quite some time. Every 4 dead we've seen as of late has been on their team's own side, so they can't convert it into a bomb arm. But now Skeptify trying to control the center of the map. Does find the melee under Breaking Shot. Breaking Shot takes him down to no shields though, so he can't just run forward, and the bomb hasn't been touched for so long that it actually just resets on its own. And Skeptify gets caught out by King Nick. This looks like an opportunity for GenG to move forward. Still 4 up. No, until King Nick gets taken down.
But still 3 down for Pickup Squad. Lethal now just respawning, but they know roughly where he is. Skeptify gets naded like crazy, and Common takes him out. They just need to get the bomb over here. If they can get another repulse pass over up on that thing, that might actually be enough to get the arm in the last minute of time played here. But the damage is looking solid. Pickup Squad takes down 2. And for the moment, GenG needs to hold out, needs to coordinate and reset a little bit as they find Boo Boo. They might be able to now push up to the point. Suppressed holding it down, but Breaking Shot is still in it to fight. Suppressed needs to retreat a little bit, but it's too little, too late. Gets taken down on the retreat. 2 down for Pickup Squad, and even Boo Boo on the respawn trying to get in. The arm is coming through. The nades are good, but not good enough. King Nick gets the arm through, and that's going to be 3-2 for GenG.
Wow, what an insane sequence by Breaking Shot at the end of that game. Absolutely took over the base of Pickup Squad. He was so patient as well when he recognized he was the last player on that side of the map. Just dropped to the bottom of the base and just tried to lurk around and find an opening, and that's exactly what he did. He just continued to stay alive, got several kills in a row. Eventually the squad's able to follow up on his action and close out the game. Well played, impressive game.
Yeah, it was really, really fun to watch. And next, of course, we're going to the streets and Slayer. But I think we gotta talk a little bit about the performance here, right?
Yeah.
I think the initial thought I had about GenG versus Pickup Squad here was GenG the clear favorite. But quite honestly, Pickup Squad looked so much better than I expected.
To be honest, I mean, Suppress going crazy here, 34 and 24. They obviously trusted him with a lot of the snipers. This was the overkill that he got. A lot of pickups. Just about every one of these kills were assisted, but you got to be in the right place at the right time with your ears open to find an overkill like that. Now, I will say one thing about Pickup Squad. Skeptify is known to be one of the hottest slayers in the game right now. That was not a great performance from Skeptify. I do expect if he can start to get into his flow, which he typically does in Team Slayer modes, I think that's when Pickup Squad can turn the tide here and take some games from GenG.
Indeed. It's going to be fun to watch at the very least. And I kind of want to toss the question to you, Eli, in terms of strategy for the Slayer mode. What do you feel like is the kind of the best course of action here for a team like Pickup Squad to disrupt GenG as much as possible?
They just have to get maximum value out of every 2 or 3 dead. That means as soon as you get 2 or 3 dead, those are the first dominoes that fall. That means their teammates who are left on the map have no help. So you must run them down. You have to run at them and finish those kills, especially on a map as small as Streets. There's only so many places to hide. And then as soon as you get 3 or 4 dead, quickly rotate to the other side, force a split spawn situation so your opposition is still not able to help one another in those fights. If you're spawning across the map from each other with no clear line of sight, you're not going to be able to help your squad. So I think that's what we're likely going to see from Pickup Squad in this game. I expect to see some hyper-aggressive gameplay once they get into advantages and they can really balloon that lead.
All right. I'm curious to see if that is actually going to come down to that, or how well the teams are able to play defense once they start to get overwhelmed. And then it's also always a question of individual performance, right? Because I feel like Slayer, even more so than the normal kind of contest game modes, is so much down to just the aim of the players. Obviously,
right.
It's a kill game.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's a good point. I tell you what, there's a lot of super talented players in this lobby. I think Suppressed, probably the most individually skilled player in this lobby, as we saw from his 34 kills, his 3rd place finish on FaZe. taking games off literally the two best teams in the world. So I think that Suppress is one of those guys that if he's locked in on this pickup squad, which I expect him to be, the story between Boo Boo Doo and Suppress is so wholesome. I guess I'll just try to tell the story real quick so you can kind of understand the synergy between these two players. Is Boo Boo Doo was already an established player with Falcated back in Halo 5. Suppressed is a triplet. So him and his two triplet brothers met Boo Boo at a tournament and took pictures and got his autograph and said they looked up to him and like they just loved Boo Boo and Falcated. They were like their favorite pros. And at the time, Boo Boo didn't even know how good these three triplets were until he started playing with them. Boo Boo said, yeah, you can play with me. He was just nice enough to lend an arm out. And now Suppress is one of the greatest in the game. So I think these two, they have so much history together, just inside the game and outside the game. At this point, they're nearly best friends. So I know they're going to have some teamwork here.
That's fantastic. All right, off we go into the street. Suppressed has the rifle in hands and is trying to smoke out Ryan Noob here, who gets the nade in, and Common comes in for the support, but not before Ryan gets that kill for himself. First blood taken, but still GenG is able to trade out 5 more on the other sides of the map. So great start here for the yellow squad.
Yeah, great start. They should have been able to grab this camo as well. We weren't able to see. No, it's still up, actually. Interesting. It's been up for 15 seconds. Don't typically see that on street. Somebody typically goes for it. Now, finally, Ryan who traded out for it should still be on the ground. Yes, still at the bottom of the map. We're just seeing an all-out war take place. Finally, Lethal grabs it, but Common with the repulse takes him out of the picture right away. We've now reset GenG with low ground. Let's see what Pickup Squad does with this.
Yeah, the trio running it down, trying to find more than one kill at the very least, but Skeptify is there to shut them down. A few traded 11-8 now, and the melee is a little bit in the advantage of Skeptify. Trying to wrap around the corner, finds Common and the rest of the team, so the information at the very least there for Pickup Squad where GenG is running around, and a great set of nades here from Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Wow, look at this. He also catches Ryan off guard, needs to land the last shot, finally does clean it up, and now they've taken the lead 12-14. This is kind of what I expected from this squad. Skeptify, one of the best Slayer players in the world, despite not even being on one of those top 4 teams. His stats are insane in Slayer. He's so far not doing insane this game, but expect that to change.
I will keep my eyes out for it. Lethal picks up Ryan. GenG repositioning and wrapping around. I love this setup that GenG is running. This trio of disaster just roaming the map trying to find fights. But currently, Pickup Squad finds more and more opportunities to just pick 1 or 2 of them off every now and then.
It looks like they had great teamwork and communication to shut down the camo, and Suppress somehow finds a second there. So Suppress now 7-5. Double kill he shouldn't normally get away with. Finds another trade as well. Maybe moving a little bit too fast there. Could have just waited a second for his shields, but this squad is rolling now. Boo Boo with the remote detonation double kill. Now they've got GenG trapped in the tram side of the map, and this is a tough spot for GenG. They have to figure out how to get out. Getting the opening break kill is a good start.
Oh, Boo Boo with a beautiful shot. The nade putting so much pressure on. Suppressed has 2 more players in his sights, but Common with a great nade tosses that in and gets him out. Another headshot coming through. Breaking shot is good for at least 1, and we're on board with Ryan as he's trying to reposition, find some action, and King Nick just jumps straight into 2. Is good for 1 with the nade from beyond the grave.
It's a great trade in theory, but when you're down by 5, you need to get a little bit more than that. Quite yet, they're haven't been given many opportunities to even do so. Finally, Breaking Shot actually gets 2 assists for Ryan Noob as he picks up a double kill off of Ryan's damage. And Breaking Shot, such a slippery target, so difficult to kill this player, and he might just single-handedly bring his team back into this.
He might, especially with setting up King Nick here for that takedown, but on the other side, it's Pickup Squad taking down 2, so we're down to a 2v2 at least for the moment. Lethal back in and already out again. A nice sticky here from King Nick, and of course, that's not quite all there is to it, right? Repulse up, he's trying to wrap around the side, find the pincer, and great slide shot onto Septify. Tries to get suppressed as well, following it up with a few more shots. Nice jump, takes him down. Beautifully played, but Breaking Shot is there to clean it up. The pistol in the 1v1, Booba gets out into the stairwell with that camo going. Breaking Shot is going to continue to be a menace until he is taken down.
Great stalker shots from Boo Boo, but I was so impressed by that kill from Suppress using the late jump to completely threw off King Nick. King Nick was on a bit of a spree himself, so let's see. Now the lead has dwindled. Will Pickup Squad begin to crumble, or will they get back into that dominant form we saw from earlier?
Great strafe moves here by Ryan Noob, but Bobadova is just way too patient to fall for that one. Repositioning to the other side of the map. I mean, with the Stalker, he has so much room and space and opportunity to make plays, but in a 2v1, Comet pushing him, but he can't find the shot. The melee exchange takes both of them down, and Skeptify is there for the follow-up, but he's getting flanked, he's getting pincered and taken down before he can jump off the balcony. Great coordination here by GenG to follow it up. Lethal taken down as well, 41-41. We're coming down to the Y area on the tail end of the map. I have no idea who's going to take it.
This is a really interesting spot here. Pickup Squad heavily on this B side. They need to rotate into better positions. I feel like GenG's map positioning a little bit better right now. Breaking Shot finding a route through the center, but is he too aggressive with it? No, King Nick has his back, and that's a great time to find a slay as camo is up in 7 seconds. They find 3 actually. Boo Boo Doo probably gonna die here. No, uses the repulsor to keep himself alive, and he is unable to be taken down. That's a massive situation for Pickup Squad that leads to them getting this camo.
And 2 points up on GenG as well. More information as Skeptify finds King Nick, but it fails to get the backstab. It's a 1-for-1 trade ultimately, but 3 kills off here for Pickup Squad. They might be evening out the series into just a few more. Lethal gets the rifle stock into Common's face. And with that trio lineup, once again, GenG pushing through the middle. They're getting decimated, gunned down from all sides as Pickup Squad even out serious.
Wow, Boo Boo Doo finishing that game with 17 kills. We didn't see the normal Skeptify pop off, but Boo Boo says, hey man, if you're not having your game, I'll step up when you need me to. We love to see the dynamic duo, Boo Boo and Suppressed. These guys win a lot of money 8s against some of the best players in the world, and you can't sleep on these two teaming together.
Absolutely not. I am impressed with this series so far. It's a lot of fun to watch, and of course, we're getting a lot more maps out of these guys. But I think we got to talk about this one a little bit more, because I've never felt like GenG was able to really get into a groove, get their own strategy going. It was more a feeling of they played Pickup Squad's game the entire way through.
Yeah, I think so. I think that is the nature of kind of what you mentioned earlier. It's just sometimes the individual gunfight wins are a bit too strong and overpowering. When you got someone that outputs as much damage as Suppressed on the map, it's so difficult to get comfortable, right? Because you walk out, you're instantly weak because he's watching your exit point, then you've got to back up. Now they can push forward. You lose a lot of ground and space on the map, and Pickup Squad were really good at taking advantage of those types of moments. And as you can see, they were clearly working together. It was rare that they were not shooting the same target together.
Indeed. But let's see how that's going to go on Capture the Flag. We're moving on. I think this was Aquarius. I might be wrong, so don't...
You got it.
Don't yell at me for it, but one way or another, it looks like a few opening frags are gonna make sure that momentum doesn't go on either side. Ryan Noob with a great pickup has the camo rolling as well, and GenG, they really want to stabilize and make sure they get the best use out of this power-up as possible. Great shot onto Suppressed, but there is a follow-up. The flag still gets stolen, and GenG is on the run.
Seems to be the GenG strategy, right? We saw the instant cap in Assault, and now going for another instant cap here on Aquarius. Doesn't look like this one's gonna work, but I like the strategy. Want to strike early. Sometimes that one cap can make all the difference, like it did in game number 1, but that gets shut short, and now both teams fighting for map positioning. Boo Boo Doo Boo gonna try to be annoying in the back of the enemy base.
Oh, King Nick with the timing, jumps up, gets the backstab, and then is good for a second in the melee exchange. That's beautiful defense, exactly what you need. And 3 dead for pickup squad. This is an opportunity for GenG to steal the flag. Common has it on the run as well. And Skeptify is trying to push in, defend that enemy base, but it's not quite enough, and that flag is making its way all the way over to that yellow teamer room. A few more steps and GenG are on the board.
Yeah, I don't think there was any way that was going to get stopped. It felt like there was just not enough map presence. Great flag run by GenG. Now, just don't want to let it turn into a counter cap, and Common finding a kill already means that they might turn this into a double cap if they can get a couple more slays here. Ryan going to be content to pull this flag, I think. Knows it's Skeptify still lurking. Gonna aggressively reach out, finds the double kill, and sees the grenade come in from the P side, so knows his angles very well and picks his timing perfectly. No, not perfectly. Boo Boo Doo does find the kill, but the damage has been done. This flag should make it pretty far.
Indeed, and Breaking Shot is there to back up his teammates. A run gets the kill on Boobadooboo and is going to continue that blue flagpole all the way through back to his own base. Getting stopped here at least for a moment. Ryan is going to take over carrier duty. Up the ledge, up the stairs, and Common takes it down one more and is there to hold off the enemy as well. Beautiful second cap. GenG starting to get into a groove, and this is exactly the kind of coordination we were hoping to see from them on that Slayer game mode previously. Now it's finally picking in.
Yeah, this is where the strategy kicks in, and we talk a lot about Ryanu being one of the best strategists to ever play the game, but I've been really impressed with the decision making from Breaking Shot. He's 9-5, so he's also slaying out, but seems to know the right time and place to push up. I think understands the way that Ryanu wants to play the game, and he's been a great asset. But as I say that, GenG go 4 dead. Booba's got the flag out, and if they get a couple more slays, this is going home.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good, but oh, never mind. German sayings don't translate too well into English, I just realized. So we're not just gonna not do that. That flag is still on the run. Lethal in the enemy spawn, cleaning out the map from the back. But it's, for the moment, not quite enough because Breaking Shot has the flag at least somewhat controlled. Nice double melee, not good enough from Suppressed to able to get him down, and King Nick is getting traded. Boobadooboo on the stairs. Nice moves from King Nick.
No
That
way.
flag secured by Common. Beautiful play by GenG.
Triple kill clutch to return the flag. This is the guy that had a lot of question marks on this team. People be like, Common is really the 4th that Ryanu picks, but you're starting to see why this guy plays so well within the structure that Ryanu has created. He is such an asset to this team, wins a lot of pivs. His Smurf tag is Pivmon for a reason. This guy is always winning those gunfights, and that was so clutch. I mean, that changes the complexion of this game entirely.
Yeah, and especially now that they have Boobadooboo under pressure. Nice support here from Suppressed, is able to take him down, but still GenG moving all the way up to the enemy flag point. Another kill grab as Suppressed falls 2 down on pickup squad, and this is enough for GenG to start the flag run. Let's see if they can complete it, but Lethal at the very least has something to say about it. Boobadooboo, I need to remind myself to stick to that one, is able to shut some more down. King Nick in the 1v1, and Boobadooboo is able to pull it out. Beautiful.
I kind of like Bubba Dubba better. I'm gonna start calling him Bubba Dubba when I see him at the land. It sounds like is that what Fred Flintstone would call him? Or like, I swear that's like a quote from the Flintstones. Anyways,
Bubba Dubba Doo?
something like that. Oh man. Okay. Flag is out. Looks like it's returned again though. GenG clutching up. This has got to be getting frustrating for pickup squad. They've had this flag almost all the way to the base and just have not been able to close it out.
Yeah, at some point one of these flag runs has to work, but for the moment it's not quite possible. Common on the offensive is going to be taken down, and Lethal finds another kill as well. So the base of Pickup Squad, at least for the moment, well defended, and they are making another run at GenG's flag. The nades into the back line can't quite find Ryan Noob, but they're able to extract the flag and start to make a run for it. But Ryan Noob on the follow-up, he finds Lethal, not quite able to get the kill through, and now he's getting pressured as Breaking Shot and King Nick get a few picks. That's an entire squad or wipe here for GenG. And they're making a run for that flag. Breaking Shot has it under control. They've localized the respawns for Pickup Squad to the other side of the map, so he is free to run and move. And Common is on the prowl with that camo. The nades are firing in, but Lethal is quite surprised. Common gets away underneath the platform. At least the flag contested, but GenG looking good right now.
GenG have proven that they are so clutch in all these situations where a lot of teams would have probably faltered. I mean, just missing a single shot was the difference between Pickup Squad capping or not, multiple times over already. GenG have gone 4 dead during these flag pulls and found a way to come off spawn and find the reset. Can they continue to do that? They've got 5 more minutes to hold on. Right now, Pickup Squad looking pretty good to get this return. Flag's halfway across the map as well. Flag will reset on its own, but no one's there to grab it. They've got to get a few more slaves before they can move it, and Common's not going to let it happen.
Common has a word or two to say about it. Skeptify is getting pressured, loses out the 1v1. King Nick just a little bit better right now. And they are making a run for that flag. 3 down. It's dire straits here for Pickup Squad. Of course, you need 5 points on this map, but 3 is a very solid advantage with 4 minutes left on the clock. And Lethal is looking for some more fights. It gets the Ryan Noob into his scope. But that flag run, I think, is getting stopped at the very tail end. Oh my goodness. Take him down. Common doesn't get to it either. Ryan Noob sprinting in, getting naded out. Suppressed is down and ready to grab GenG's flag and stabilize.
I mean, grabbing the flag is not going to be enough, I don't think. I mean, it slows them down for sure. Okay, Boo Boo finds the back spec. Lethal finds one as well. They might be able to pull out. That flag pull might end up saving things here for Pickup Squad. Boo Boo now going to be content to grab this flag and run it. Takes it to car 3, interestingly enough. Probably knows that's a bit more difficult of an area to nade, and now quickly rotates back to get the flag reset.
Yeah, beautiful play by Boo Boo. And that should at least stabilize the game for Pickup Squad a little bit more. But Breaking Shot is defending this flag like a champion. It's a reset. And he wins a few fights off the back of that as well. So we're back to the plane 0. Ryan Noob taken down. And overall, Pickup Squad is no step closer to making points.
This has been a heartbreaking game for Pickup Squad. I feel like it's now 3 flag caps that should have gone in, but it's some player on GenG making the heroic return time after time. Boo Boo probably regretting pushing back forward there. That flag likely would have reset on its own, and maybe he could have actually capped that, but hard for him to know that in the moment. Suppress gonna try to force this one. 3 minutes, more than enough time to catch up on Aqua. You can make a couple of really fast flag caps, but you have to imagine this one needs to land home.
Yeah, you'd love to see that, but it's not quite possible. GenG a little bit too clean on the defense. The nades are coming in. Oh, Skeptify has the flag back under control. Maybe is able to finish that run out, but Ryan Noob jumping in the last second takes him down. There are a few more Pickup Squad members ready to follow it up, but Ryan Noob has the fire advantage down, is trying to pressure them as much as possible, but finally, I was about to talk about a loyalty card and wonder how many attempts Pickup Squad needs to make before they get one for free, but they make that first point. 2 minutes left on the clock to even out the score. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough with the way GenG has been playing.
We've seen crazier things happen. It's very possible. Now at this point, though, keep in mind they just have to have the flag out to activate overtime. So as long as the flag gets pulled before this timer strikes 0, the game would continue until that flag either gets scored or returned. So don't count Pickup Squad out of this just yet, but the defense has been very impressive so far for GenG.
Indeed, especially Boo Boo with 23 kills on the docket for himself. That's an impressive performance. But, of course, you need to follow it up with the flag caps as well. And for the moment, it looks like Lethal is making some good headway. Now getting taken down by Breaking Shot, though. Not quite sure how much ground they can make with 2 deck, but it's a 2-for-2 trade overall. Oh, Common, just a little bit better on the move, finds the backstab and takes him down. And GenG maneuver themselves into a good position. Maybe another attempt at the flag.
I mean, this is more of what we saw yesterday from GenG when they beat Complexity. They're just so good at staying alive, being a little bit pesky, knowing their angles, trusting their teammates. King Nick with the deaths from the grave sticky. That's going to open the map for Ryan to just push up full force. But man, right now 30 seconds left for Pickup Squad to find a pull. But as soon as Boo Boo goes down, it's just got a lot harder.
It's Suppressed taken down as well. 3 dead right now for Pickup Squad, and Skeptify is sliding in, finds the exchange, but an exchange is not good enough. They need to make something happen. 10 seconds on the clock. Suppressed is getting Suppressed fired by King Nick. Not taken down yet, but they are so damn close to it. 3 seconds, 2, 1, done, dusted. GenG up 2-1.
Unreal performance at the end there by GenG. I don't think a single player of their squad died in the last 30 seconds. I just saw Pickup Squad members dying left and right, but this was really the tale of the returns. We saw GenG get 3 flag returns within 20 feet of the scoring point. I mean, just clutching up time after time. At one point, Breaking Shot just broke off from the play while Boo Boo went for the return, found the reset when Boo Boo was not expecting it. So like I said, really impressed by the way Breaking Shot prioritizes objective. He's thought of as a slayer, but I think he's shown he's one of the best objective players as well.
Indeed, he's been looking really damn good, but I'm also impressed with King Nick and his positioning. You see some nice plays coming out from him. And Ryan's shot calling, you brought it up a few times, right? I think GenG's strategy in general was just so much more present on this third map than it was on the previous 2. Really impressive performance. So I am very curious to see if they can carry that momentum forward now onto Recharge.
Now this game type, I think, going to be a little bit more difficult for GenG. They have been winning a lot of gunfights though, so wouldn't be surprised. But this is a lot more fast-paced than any of the game modes that we've seen so far. Expect these players to be flying around every part of this map. You might occasionally see an A-B setup where they don't opt to go for a trip cap, but more often than not, these guys are going to be trying to get every single advantage they can get off of Slays.
Indeed. The first few exchanges are in. Pickup Squads with some nice kills to start it out, but it's a point advantage for GenG. They start ticking up that counter. That is all that this game mode is about. King Nick looks for the fight, and it's a melee exchange. 1-4-1, and leaving the status quo evened out the way it is. So, good start here for both teams, but GenG just slight bit better. Now the first point, double point cap for Pickup Squad.
Okay, interestingly, Suppress doesn't grab the shock rifle. We know that this guy loves to use it, but opts to just play objective instead. Captures B, now has rotated to A. They've got into that A-B setup that I mentioned. This is definitely one of the stronger variations to hold, and you're going to see why if Suppress can stay alive. King Nick, unfortunately, not able to shut down Suppress. This A-B hold has turned into now a trip cap, and the pressure is on. With GenG spawning in the gold pipes, they're forced to try to capture B. Common will successfully do so, but it might just get stolen right back.
And indeed, Suppressed with some beautiful fire exercises here, taking down 2. That B point is capped back. C gets held as well. There's such a good run right now from Pickup Squad. No openings left for GenG in any way, shape, or form. And Breaking Shot might be able to grab the point, but Skeptify jumps up, gets the melee. No, he doesn't. Gets taken down. Breaking Shot ultimately is suppressed by Suppressed. But it's not quite enough to pick the point. Now C under control, at least the counter a little bit slower. And Bobo is good for at least one. GenG with a full team wipe though, back on the board.
Yeah, they should be able to turn this into a trip cap, and also should be aware of the spawns of Pickup Squad. This map, probably one of the easiest maps to predict spawns on. Now, Ryan though gets taken out by a beautiful grenade from Boo Boo Doo Boo. That's going to really open up the map for the rest of the squad. Common going to try to stop the the conversion and does so successfully with the grapple. Will also be able to get to safety and gets Ryan to spawn here. Common doing everything right there in that moment.
Beautifully done, but not quite over yet. C got recapped by a pickup squad. GenG currently repositioning, holding the defense for A and B. Trying to coordinate some plays towards C point. They spot Suppress trying to sneak in through the back door, but not quite possible to stop them here. Lethal picks up a kill. B's point almost being flipped. A on top of that. GenG falling apart at the moment. Suppressed with the unfortunate timing. Lethal getting taken down with the melee exchange though as well.
Yeah, unfortunate timing there for Suppress. It ultimately leads to a 4 dead for Pickup Squad. Now spawning on that long haul side. This is pretty difficult. They really just have one option: go capture C and then play out from there. Lethal trying to take some space into the tower side while his teammates capture C, but unfortunately he gets shut down. No member of GenG falling until just now, but this looks to be a longer series of points being scored for GenG. Now Pickup Squad going to spawn in the pipes. How do they opt to play from here?
Some direction they need to pick at the very least, because GenG just triple cap. That's a lot of points that's going to go their way, and GenG is just running them down. As you mentioned, they need to play in pipes, and GenG is so aware of that. They're just punishing them for being so grouped up. So really beautiful setup from GenG. Honestly, I'm not quite sure what Pickup Squad could have done different there. Beautiful kill from Common as well.
Yeah, Comet was actually lining up a shot on the pad to get the electric shock damage, the AoE effect, but unfortunately, Skeptify just walks into his crosshair. He gets his face ripped off instead. Now, Suppress in the B stronghold. Will be able to capture it. Looking across the map, get some damage onto King Nick. Lethal's here to pick it up. Good positioning from Pickup Squad, but I fear it will not lead to much of anything. Suppress gonna clear this elevator side before he tries to capture A. I like the process, and if he can get another kill, this would be massive. He does. Double kill. Should be able to get Pickup Squad back in scoring position.
Indeed, A point almost capped. Suppressed has it under control. Great plays coming out from him. The double already enhanced. He is looking for more. King Nick retreats for the moment. Breaking shot there to back him up. It's a 2v1. And they can find the kill. Suppressed taken out, but it's what cost is the question. None is the answer, as King Nick also finds the follow-up on Lethal. Beautifully done by GenG. The grapple through the window onto the point. King Nick with the moves and caps back C. That's insane.
King Nick has no fear. I don't think this man is scared of literally anything. He will run at you, whether you have a power weapon, whether there's 2 or 3 of you. And sometimes he comes out ahead in the most insane situations. Seeing more of domination from GenG. It feels like they are just a step above Pickup Squad so far today in these objective game modes.
Indeed, 210 points now on the board. This is the last few moments for Pickup Squad to make something happen. And in this case, GenG is okay. Just trading it out with those melee exchanges. Lethal on the point. He is the man holding it all together, and he takes down the opponent. Ryan not quite able to pull it out here. And on B point, it's the same story this time around, though. King Nick is just a little bit better. Lethal there to back his teammate up, but is it a little bit too little too late? No is the answer. 232 on the board, as it's a 2-point advantage for Pickup Squad, at least for the moment. And this is something they need to hold all the way through now. Another pickup on Rhino, and King Nick may be falling here as well, but not quite yet.
Good discipline from Suppress to not force that fight. Knew he was well behind in the gunfight. Needs to hold down this positioning. Like you said, it's so important that they hold this. Any death becomes very magnified in this moment. Could just lead to the end of the game. Here we go. Skeptify with some great long-range shots. Gets the melee as well, which is going to lead to an assist as Suppress is able to pick that up. Still holding down the elevator side of the map here. 3 dead for GenG. They're starting to stagger as well. So this is actually a pretty decent opportunity for Pickup Squad to get back into this game.
Indeed, they're doing good. Common gets tagged up as well. That shield almost broken. King Nick from the across the map. Bubu in a fantastic position to support his team as much as possible, and that point counter is ticking up more and more. Ryan Noob gets the shield reset, but it's not good enough to win the fight. Garmin on the backstab is good for a 1, but Skeptify is there to take him out. Great coordination and communication here from Pickup Squad. And it looks like GenG is not quite able to make anything happen. They're getting shut down at every opportunity.
We are starting to see why this is such a momentum-based game mode. One team has control for the vast majority, but as soon as the other team gets control, they can do it right back to them. That's a big pickup from King Nick. Skeptify unable to get his shields back. That means his team can move a little bit more quickly here. I expect them to push pretty healthily into both A and B. Right now, though, it looks like Pickup Squad still holding strong. They take out breaking shots, suppress falls. Next couple slays going to be very important. King Nick finds one. That could be the door open for GenG to go through and clean this up.
Skeptify trades back immediately though, and Ryan Noob has the camo. This could be the all-important decider. There's the point cap. It's an advantage for GenG if it is not on Pickup Squad, and Lethal grabbing C point. Oh, beautifully done. He gets the point and the kill. Yes, breaking shot is there to shut it down immediately, but he needs to cap back. 2-point advantage still as B point falls for GenG. C not quite getting capped, but Baba Boo needs to go in, needs to make something happen. It's the last few points. 5 points left on the docket. Lethal is looking for the kill. King Nick falls, breaking shot in the 1v2 as well. It's all about B point. It's getting capped. Pickup Squad survive a minute longer.
Oh, they got to push in now. Common gonna get into B. A lot of Pickup Squad spawn points probably have a clear line of sight though. Yes, Booba's gonna be able to shut it down. Now it's predicting another player to rotate through. World, this is getting super mixy, super fast. So much death all around the map, but Pickup Squad have stabilized. Rhino by himself, but somehow gets a perfect nade on Skeptify to shut him down, and no one else is here to take out Rhino. Rhino, though, already has control of A, so he's going to rotate, try to take control of B. Now he's in a similar position to Boo Boo, where a lot of spawn points will have a clear line of sight to him. They should be able to rush in and stop this. The contest is good. Skeptify shuts down Ryan. They keep control of B.
At least for the moment, but A falls. It's 2 points up, and there it is. GenG grabs the map and the series for themselves. What a nail-biter of a finish there. Good lord.
GenG moving on to the winners finals in this weekend's open series. We saw some great moments from GenG, especially this series. Lithi, we got to talk about some of your favorite moments from the squad.
Where do I even start with this? I mean, I think my favorite POV to watch on this map, at least, was King Nick. So much athleticism that he put in, so many cool plays that we saw from him, and overall just the coordination. I think the push into vents that we saw earlier, where they were running down Pickup Squad, was really one of those moments where it was shining through how well coordinated this GenG squad can be.
Now, since we're talking about players, Eli, I want to know, I want you to expand a little bit more on breaking shot, because you mentioned that not only was he, really great at Slayer, but it seems like he's looking great at objective as well.
He's so conscientious about when it's time for him to stay alive, and that's not a trait that you always see in a main Slayer as talented as him. Typically, main Slayers just want to get right back into the mix and do as much damage as possible. They're often going to die in the process, but what we're seeing from Breaking Shot is him understanding the value of playing his life, waiting for the squad to push up, using that timing to keep his next set of teammates alive, and that usually leads to objective work. So that's what we're seeing from him.
Well, they're moving on to the winners finals. Our next series is a Space Station Gaming versus TSM. So get ready for that. Get snacks, get blankets, and also hop on lvthalo.com so you don't miss a chance to pick up one of these tees. You see what I'm wearing, guys? You see what I'm wearing? This one right here. Logo right here. This is what you can pick up on the LVT Halo on lvthalo.com. / merch. Click on that link, This is the LAN Gold exclusive edition. It's $30 plus shipping. So go ahead and pick that up to support us. This is a community funded broadcast and production. And shout out to everybody hanging out on the watch parties as well. Go ahead and open up some of those tabs so we can watch simultaneously and support us. W ads in the chat. Thank you so much, everybody. We're going to come back after this break, and we'll be on the Space Station Gaming versus TSM series.
Enemy team nearing victory. Defeat. enemy halfway to victory.
You are watching the HCS Open Series that is kicking off the Road to Dallas DreamHack Open. We're watching the winner semifinals, Fortress Bomb. Lithi, take it away.
Indeed, thank you very much, Alec. And of course, we're straight into the game. It's Space Station versus TSM. The winner is going to go up against GenG in that upper bracket final. And of course, we need to get that bomb armed. But for the moment, at the very least, that is TSM's plan. They just tossed the bomb down, and now they need to get a few more advantages. Druck the one to fall, though. Lucid is going to get a follow-up kill, 3 down on the side of TSM. So for Space Station, this is going to be a prime opportunity to run that bomb over to the enemy team's side. But we'll see how much they can actually make happen here. The sniper under control for Eco at the very least is going to be possible to make some plays with that. But it very much looks like Soul Snipe had a few words and grenades to say about that. Druck once again take it down. Beautiful shot by Lucid is there to support Snakebite as well. And quite honestly, that's a solid start. The double melee not quite landing mortally. Good enough for one.
Okay, Eco also has the sniper in hand on the opposite side of the map. Might be able to use this to get control behind enemy lines. I, by the way, didn't get to speak on Space Station, but I'm so glad they're playing in this. I think they recognize they still need some more reps to get to their max potential. We all know what this team should be capable of. And they're starting to look better every single series. Now, though, TSM fighting back, keeping them out of their base. Talik has a couple more snipe bullets to work with.
Indeed. I'm pretty sure in that opening, in these opening moments, Space Station was able to grab both snipers for themselves and make some plays with it. But other than GenG, they were not able to get the 30-second opening cap. So for the moment at least, we're looking at a stalemate. Space Station at least securing that overshield. That's gonna be a big pickup. Let's see if they can make some plays with Snakebite here.
Okay, Snakebite finds one. They know they already had a couple teammates dead though, so he's gonna actually rotate the long way through the perimeter. So I like this movement from Snakebite. Still has some overshield to work with, gets all the way behind. I don't think TSM are aware of his location, so should be able to find an unsuspecting victim. No, Druck is looking for him, must have heard him back here. But it's going to be hard to defeat the overshield as he gets the pancake with the repulse. But he does trade out, which means Mortally can comfortably move this bomb forward. Space Station coming off spawn. Need to find some kills.
Indeed. They need to shut TSM down as fast as possible, but TSM has a few words to say about it. Never mind! That's a 2-pointer for Stellar. Beautiful, and immediately runs that ball across the court. That's what you love to see if you're for a Space Station here.
Yeah, huge kills from Stellar. We've come accustomed to it. Get used to it throughout this series. Stellar, I think, kind of on his revenge arc right now. Of course, they won nearly every tournament last year, but since the start of the season, hasn't been quite the same story for him personally. He's one of the best to ever do it, though. It's only a matter of time before he steps back up. Now, Snakebite has a chance to arm it. Nades come in, but it's not enough. Space Station first to strike.
That's a wonderful push, and especially the push towards tower, making sure that TSM is unable to contest their own home point there. Make sure they can clean out the bomb before it gets armed. Just beautiful done, great coordination, and also just a fantastic play by Lucid to make sure his team is home free. The bomb under control, that overshield spawning in a second. But we might already see another run at the enemy base here. Oh, nice shot from Snakebite there. That bomb still out and about. Almost make it through and up the ramp onto the point.
Yeah, interesting. Stellar decides to go over here to block the spawn instead of arm the bomb. I guess they recognize they still need a few more slays before they can arm it. Thought that because he was the overshield player, he might elect to use that overshield or the bomb plant, but alas, Space Station still looking for some kills. Talik and Soulsnipe push through, though. They're actually able to get out of their base and move the bomb forward. So despite what looked like good control for Space Station, that action should slow them down.
Yeah, it was a good attempt, but TSM got it under control fairly quickly. Question is, where do you move from here? Because so far it really seems like TSM is playing to live, just trying to defend desperately. Sometimes it's working better than normally. Sometimes it's just not working at all. Someone we've not really seen too much of the entirety of this game so far is Talik, and that's generally a player I would have high expectations on.
Yeah, Talik had a solid tournament. Had a couple bad games, but honestly, I think he's on the uptick as well. I do expect him to pop off. It's just so hard to do so against the likes of Space Station. They do get the bomb into Space Station's base. They had 3 dead, but Snakebite is going to defend this bomb with a series of grenades. No one's here to pick to go for it, though. And now, facing some heavy pressure, he needs help from his squad.
Objective ready.
Yeah, he's not getting pushed at the moment because the bomb reset, which is going to reposition TSM's focus towards the middle of the map at the least for the moment. Mortally getting double teamed here by Eco, trying to push him out of the position. Soulsnipe is aware and takes him down, but it is a trade 1-for-1. Stellar finds Druk. And with that bomb on the floor, Space Station at least is going to try to run it through the middle of the map. Snakebite has the sniper under control. Beautiful flick shot there. Gets the headshot onto Soulsnipe. And with that, the gates are wide open here, Eli.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity for Space Station. They have both snipers. They had the overshield. They got the spawn kill. You see the kill feed lighting up as the result of getting every item, but Snakebite misses a couple shots. Looks like his aim assist might have pulled it into the wall. I don't think it's going to matter, though. Stellar will utilize the overshield to land it, and that was a textbook 6-minute mark execution to get the entire sandbox and a point out of it. Well played by Space Station.
Yeah, it looked wonderful. Now finally TSM gets the stabilized. Talik takes over that sniper, finds the no-scope onto Stellar, basically jumped into his arms just to get choked slammed on the way out. But of course TSM still needs to retain this little bit of momentum that they just gained and push further. And for the moment at least, Space Station has a few words to say about it. Lucid looking for the backstab. Talik a little bit surprised and taken down. Soulsnipe overwhelmed as well. So much ground made here with 2 down. Space Station running with that bomb.
Yeah, you could tell Talik's idea was to try to repulse somebody off the map, but nobody gets close enough. Now that repulse in the hands of Space Station, bomb in hand as well. They're forcing the spawns onto the armory side and will collapse. These 2 players have nowhere to go. Turning around, gonna find the other 2 players. Looks like Mortally was able to get to mid-map, so let's see if he can look backwards and maybe stop this arm. The repulse sends the bomb into the wall. Doesn't do as much as Lucid had hoped, but somehow TSM weathered the storm. No one in position to arm this bomb just yet.
At least for the moment. Soulsnipe is holding down the fort. Snakebite is trying to push in, and Druk has him in his scope. Getting pushed with some nades, but it's not quite enough to take him down. The bomb has not reset yet. TSM was counting on the reset. They abandoned it completely, and they don't have anyone to take down Snakebite.
Wow. The sneaky arm TSM are caught lacking, and Snakebite so efficient with his decision to move forward there and just catches them off guard. Space Station looked to be completely informed to make it to the winners finals if they keep playing like this.
Oh man, this is a point where I gotta ask. I think the term C9 has evolved past Overwatch in the recent years. Does this qualify? Is that something you guys call the same in Halo, or?
I mean, we don't. I know the reference, but it's not a Halo term. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if we have a specific word for it. Just basically someone forgetting about the objective and getting scored on, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I don't think we have a word for that. Chat, what do you think we should call that?
That's a good question. I mean, worst case, we'll implement it right now, call it a TSM, and move on, right?
Oh, not as soon as TSM joins Halo. That would be an awful way to get their name in the scene. It just immediately becomes a meme. But yeah, for now, I guess it is the TSM until they prove us otherwise.
Well, at the very least, the big objective on Streets as we move on to Slayer is gonna be take down the enemy team, and quite honestly, I feel like in Halo that is an objective you cannot forget.
Yeah, chat, that is one thing that some people say is scamming. You'll hear the pros say, I'm scamming, which just means like they're doing something that's completely wrong and not correct. Like, or just like dying for no reason in a spot that they really should be staying alive. I guess it's kind of a multi-purpose word, but could be for that. And blunder, I mean, that goes back to like chess in like the 1400s. I guess we could call it that if we want, but it is what it is.
Good age-old tradition, but we're on to the map. The first few kills are coming in Space Station and TSM, both hitting the road, at least for the moment. 2 up for the moment, at least for Space Station, and that's a good start. Make that 3, actually.
Yeah, Space Station, I think, have been working on their Slayer game. This squad, some of the best shooters to ever do it, period. This is the scariest squad to play against in Slayer on any map. Snakebite now with the Stalker Rifle and the camo. He's got a couple of stickies in his pocket as well, so he might go on a bit of a spree here.
Motley is not quite aware of him. Yup, nice flank, gets taken down immediately. The follow-up. Oh, the double. Can he make it a triple? Mr. Soul Snipe trying to run from it, or hiding from it, but no more than that, at least for the moment. The nades are in. Lucid takes him down. So much overwhelming pressure from Space Station right now. They're really sending him to orbit at the moment.
Yeah, 11-5 is strong early lead here, and we saw earlier this map can snowball out of control if you do not right the ship quickly. A team like Space Station is going to continually run at you and punish you for the mistakes that you made previously in the game. They have kept this close though. 4-kill lead. Could be worse, absolutely. This kill should trade out.
You would hope so. Tolek finds a 1. It is first and foremost Mortally that gets blown to smithereens. Taulek still hiding from that 1v1, got his shield broken. Druk with the smoke, trying to move away. The kill goes over to Snakebite though. Mortally trades it back. But Druk has the camo.
Yeah, great
Definitely
camo
wants
grab.
to make some plays with it, but he's getting so much pressure and overwhelmed.
Yeah, great camo grab with the smoke there. It's commonly how you're going to see that smoke used on this map in mode combination. Space Station does pull back into that comfortable 5-point lead. Soul Snipe grabs the repulse, but he's being chased. Probably won't be able to get away with it. Snakebite takes him down and will pick up that repulse for himself. He's got the sticky as well, so we might see the patented sticky repulsor combination that has become one of the new power weapons on this map.
And it is a fun combination. Landing a nice sticky is almost as good as Stellar shutting down Druk here in this situation. But you can see solid pressure. They know Stellar is sitting around the corner and TSM is putting in the work. But Soul Snipe not quite able to get the kill. Now he is under fire himself, getting pressured.
Wow.
Snakebite slides in with some nice moves, takes him down. Taulek a little bit too late for the assist, might fall himself. Stellar with so much pressure, going in without any regard for human life, and takes a few more heads.
And Snakebite sliding in with the fangs out, ready to chomp on his opponents. He's been on fire, killing spree, shot caller. He's been telling his teammates exactly where everyone is as well. This guy is 11-2. Make it 12 mid-sentence. He's picking up more. Make it 13. I can't keep up with how quickly Snakebite is picking up kills. He might add Soul Snipe to the list as he does, and this man has taken over this game.
Maybe we need to rename him to King Cobra or something along the lines, but goodness, Space Station is just on a roll right now. 32-20, 12-13 kills advantage, and Snakebite, well, he is far from done.
God.
Repulses the nade back into Soul Snipe's arms, takes him down with a pistol. Who is gonna stop this man? I have no idea. Stella gets shut down by Mortally, but it's not quite done yet. Eco is gonna win that 1v1 with a nice jump hook to the face. and Lucid immediately pressuring in on TSM. That trio there, all alone, sitting in a single corner of the map, and the nades are already flying.
My goodness, somebody call an ambulance, but not for Space Station. This is absolutely insane right now. They haven't died in so long. TSM have been stuck at 21. Space Station are holding forward and just smothering them on every single spawn point. You can already tell Lucid is ready and trained to shoot the next player. They literally can't lose at this point. There's no reason to stop holding forward. And they are team shooting so flawlessly together. TSM are just running away. There's nothing else they can do.
Oh, Stella gets shut down by Druk. At least a kill for TSM after minutes of going on empty. But 22 to 44. Space Station literally doubling TSM's kill count right now. They're 6 away from taking the map. Snakebite still better than everyone else on the server. Druk on the follow-up gets shut down by Stellar. It's just so good from Space Station. They are unstoppable. One more for Stellar. Make that 2 on the follow-up. 48 on the board. There is no stopping, no holding back. Repulse to the high ground, shutting down another player. One more to go, and TSM says goodbye to this map.
Please check the medals. Snakebite either got a Running Riot or a Rampage. 21 and 2? How do you only die 2 times on Streets? This is the fastest paced map. There's so hard to survive that many engagements. This guy died twice against one of the best teams in the world. He had the nameplate is covering it. I think that's a Running Riot though. Yeah, Running Riot.
Running Riot. Oh my god.
Goodness gracious. That is remarkable.
That is amazing. That's one of those games that you just raw upload that to YouTube. You don't even need to do any edits, and it's a perfect frag video.
Just don't even put a title, just upload it.
Perfect frag video, doesn't matter.
At the end, I felt like Stellar, I think Stellar recognized the situation. I think Stellar tried to feed him like just 2 more kills to just make an exclamation point at the end because it didn't matter, just to try to hype him up a little bit more. I love to see that, but holy man, they were literally just running at them a majority of that game as well. Just a wolf pack hunting down their prey on repeat. That's what you want to see if you're a Space Station fan, because they so far have not really performed to expectations, but that's a good sign for the future for them.
Indeed. Might also be a point where we need to talk about this TSM lineup for today a little bit, right? Because this is 3 of the usual suspects from TSM plus Motley, if I'm not completely mistaking my information. So not the usual squad.
Right, of course. Yeah, so TSM, this is the core trio though. Druk, Soul Snipe, Talik. It has been confirmed by them that Mortally is not their actual 4th they're picking up. Rumor mill says Manny might be rejoining them, the old KCP or Native Red roster for anyone that's been following since the early Halo Infinite days. So it'd be cool to see the band get back together. That is just rumors though, nothing fully confirmed. Mortally, of course, no slouch himself. I mean, this is a guy that should be just fine. His playstyle meshes well with TSM, but man, Space Station just showing they're on a different level right now.
Exactly, and we're starting out the next map just the same way we've ended. Snakebite grabs another 2 for himself. This is capture the flag on Aquarius, obviously, so it's a little bit more about that flag than the kills, but let's see if we can keep Snakebite alive a little bit longer, because for the moment, oh my god, double kill for Lucid. The Space Station just unstoppable.
Yeah, this is, they're just picking up the momentum from the last game. Some beautifully placed grenades, though, will clear Stellar and Lucid out of the base of TSM. They got to worry about Snakebite, though. Worried about him all last game. Finally able to shut him down in this game. And now, honestly, some solid kills. Druk's also got the flag out. This is a solid start for TSM. Are they going to actually be able to take it home, though?
Doesn't quite look like it. Druk doesn't make it out of the enemy base. And that flag is down on the floor, almost returned here. Soul Snipe is in position, is looking, is waiting, biding his time, trying to get on the go. But not quite able to win the 1v1 against EcoSmith. It's a trade out, and Tolik is going to use this situation to make a go at the flag. It's in the enemy spawn. They're just trying the last few meters, and Lucid is there to pressure it, return it. At the very least, he's trying to grab the TSM flag. Doesn't quite get it. Snakebite there, though, to shut it down. Not able. TSM so close, yet so far.
Oh, and Tolik is in such a rough spot. He's got to wait for his shields, but he's also got to touch that flag, which is slowly returning on its own. Stellar is going to get the kills. Is anyone in position to touch it? Yes, there was a touch. Orderly. Now we enter a flag standoff situation. Camo's coming up right now. Lucid's going to leave the flag at his base, push back up to slay out with the squad, and Snakebite's back to his old ways with the double kill and an assist. That might be enough for Lucid to get the return. It will be, in Space Station strike first.
Indeed. 1-0 up. Space Station continue the momentum. 2-0 up in this series. Obviously, match point situation for them on Aquarius. The question is, how well can TSM recover? Because the starting moments of this game looked slightly better than that Slayer matchup, but quite honestly, that's also not too hard. Yet again, though, they need flag points. And with Stellar and the Camo and a fully charged plasma pistol, yeah, that's a disaster recipe here. Takes down Mortally, and Space Station continue to grow their lead.
Oh my god, what a good read from Druck, though. Leaves the grenade right where Lucid wants to track back. Or sorry, right where Stellar wants to track back. So a lot of players might expect him to take the opposite route, go through the pink side of the base, but Druck reads that situation perfectly. He's on a bit of a roll himself. Now 7-7. After getting slayed out a little bit in the early game, the TSM looking a bit better now. They're finding a lot of slays. They've got the flag on the move. Druck, one of the fastest players in the game, and he's going to show off his movement ability as he runs his flag in. It's a 4 dead for Space Station, and this flag will tie the game up.
Indeed, well done. Druck off the back of a triple kill for himself. Makes it happen. Score evened out. Spots EcoSmith as well. Takes him down. Beautiful perfect coming up from Druck, and he is in that 1v1 with Lucid. Getting double teamed. Unfortunate for him, but at the very least, some momentum gain for TSM. This is what they need. They need this so desperately. Just some sort of groove and motivation to stay in this series.
Yeah, right now it's the best they've looked all series. New Camo is coming up now. Stellar's got the perfect timing to take down Soul Snipe. Might be able to grab it, but he's facing pressure. No, has a teammate with him as well. Space Station have done such a good job to prioritize the items on the map. That's why they've been so dominant thus far. But let's see, what can Snakebite do now that he has the camo? This guy has been the talk of this series so far. Just had one of the most insane Slayer performances we've ever seen, and he just seems to be in the zone right now. This guy's in flow state.
Indeed he is, but this is still TSM, and this is Tolik that he is up against. Soul Snipe trying to reposition. Yeah, he was not expecting Snakebite to stick around for that long. That flag from Space Station is still down and about. But Snakebite is going to grab TSM's flag and make a run for it. Got tagged up from the side here. He knows there is someone coming, and Soul Snipe is a little bit better this time around. But it's trying to return the flag, but Eco with a great nade to prevent that from happening. The follow-up is there as well, and this time around Mortally is just a little bit better. Tolik pushing in, looking for that flag. He's trying to get it up to Druck. Beautiful alley-oop and the slam dunk. TSM up by 1.
Wow, this is such a bounce back game for TSM. They're looking so much better, playing in flow, maybe just generally more comfortable on this map. I feel like it's only a matter of time before we start to see shades of brilliance from Space Station as well, but Morley with a huge shutdown onto Stellar to take down Snakebite as well. Now it's just Lucid and Eco, but Lucid sees an opportunity to just pull the flag and run despite multiple opponents being alive. He says, I'm just going to take this and run. And look at this, Stellar coming off spawn in the perfect spot to catch it. And how did they cap that with only 2 kills to their name?
How? I think they had a lucid moment there, quite honestly. Yeah. Space Station looking damn clean with it, and the score immediately even out, shutting down that little bit of momentum that TSM was gaining. But how are they gonna respond? It's gonna be a Snakebite with a few good kills back to back coming through, and immediately Space Station making another push for TSM Space.
Okay, Stellar P2 wins the fight against Talik. The reversal medal's in. Snakebite finds his own kill as well. Mortally shutting down Stellar in the kill feed, but it's still a 3v1 situation now. Druk, the last player alive. Looks like he's in position to deal some damage to Eco, but Eco fumbles the flag. That might be a slight opening in the door for TSM to stop this. Right now, Lucid trying to cut off the overextenders. Finds Talik, will be able to shut him down, but I believe their flag has been pulled as well. Both flags out. This is going to get mixy.
Oh, a little bit of a mosh pit in the middle of the map. Stellar is there to take down Druk. The contest is in, but I think he might be able to save this flag a few more meters. Soul Snipe there as well. The double team. Lucid gets taken down. Eco coming in on the support, but is it enough? He pushes in. The flank is through, but Mortally and Talik just a little bit better in this situation. They're still trying to pressure. They need to touch that flag, and they need to maneuver it out through the middle of the map. Okay, his flag secured at least for the moment here for TSM, but Talik is not quite done yet. Up on the docket, the flag returned, and TSM ran past the point almost. That would have been just a series in a nutshell moment, quite honestly.
Yeah, that would be another TSM moment, as you call it, but this time it goes in. Now Talik trying to do the new sneaky jump. This jump just added to the game momentarily. They're slaying out. They're kind of keeping Space Station on the respawn. Talik being in the fridge forces them all to spawn in that utility side. So Space Station don't have a lot of space to work with, but honestly, that's not a bad part of the map to spawn. A little bit easier to play out of. One member of Space Station does go through the base. It's Stellar. Look at the awareness, knows that he needs to wrap back. A lot of players would just move forward, and he continues to move on with the triple kill. Perfect on the thruster, and that's why this man was once your MVP. He's looking back in MVP form. Wow.
Indeed, and just like that. That's how Space Station rolls. That's how they groove and score. 3-3 on the flags. 2 more to go for each. 3:30 on the clock. And Lucid has the camo, and with that he can make things happen. Druk and Mortally fall as Stellar and Snakebite find more kills. Soul Snipe on the prowl, trying to make something happen here for his team, but Lucid is there to shut him down immediately. The flag is gone. Stellar on a run, and it doesn't look like TSM is in a position to contest this in the middle of the map. Mortally at the very least lands some shots into the enemy spawn point. Mortally is trying to get the flag out. Snakebite in the 1v1 gets taken down, so the flag secured. Space Station unable to score for the moment, but TSM have much more work to do here.
I think they've done it though. They get the flag return. Flag's halfway through. Lucid gets caught out. First 2 spawners do spawn P side. They have to rush to P2 and try to get an angle on this flag carrier, but you have to imagine TSM know about it, and they force the flag in. And that was all off the backs of a clutch play from Mortally. Mortally is ascending right now. He's looking insane.
Maybe a rename is in order. We'll talk about that later, but for the moment, TSM up in score, 4-3. 2 minutes 20 on the clock, and Snakebite has the next flag in his arms. Few nades trying to defer Mr. Soul Snipe from taking him down. Not quite good enough, and the nades are great, positioned perfectly from TSM as they're putting in so much more pressure. They need to return this flag if they want to make sure they don't get equalized.
Oh my god.
And looking at Druk and the place he's putting in, that's looking very, very likely.
Perfectly placed Threat Seeker as well. That's going to reveal Snakebite. Snakebite has nowhere to run. Talik grabs the camo. They could end this game right here if they get a couple spawn kills. Druk staying alive masterfully in the base. Stellar being targeted by Talik top center, but Lucid gonna try to shut that down. Eco does go down with the trade to Mortally, but Druk's still in behind enemy lines. If he can get this kill on Stellar, he can't. So I won't even finish that sentence. Instead, it's going to be Space Station pushing out of their base. They've got 1.5 minutes to go here if they can get another pull.
Oh, fancy footwork from Eco Smith here. The crouch, it moves, takes down Talik. The camo gone from TSM's hand. Lucid finds a follow-up as well. Prime playmaking opportunity here for Space Station. Third one locked in as well. The respawn's ending. You can see Talik and Mortally just making a run for it. They need to hurry up because this is the equalizer that Space Station still desperately needs. But I don't think they have the time to do it. 4-4 with 1 minute left to go. And TSM is on the run. as Space Station looks for more and more. If they get an arm, well, they take the entire respiratory system with it.
That's one way to put it, man. This has been an insane game so far. After Snakebite drops 21-2 on their forehead, TSM fight back in such a strong way. Lucid, though, has the flag bottom center. 30 seconds in regulation. That's not going to matter too much. This could go to a reset, though, and have that 5-minute overtime activated, especially once SoulSnipe gets this return in 20 seconds. If neither flag is out, we will go to that overtime reset.
Stellar has the flag, but SoulSnipe is there to shut him down together with Tolek. Gets surprised immediately on the follow-up, though. That TSM flag is gone from the base. Timer ticking down, 2 seconds left to go. And this is gonna be sudden death, golden flag, whatever you want to call it. The first cap wins, and it's gonna be Space Station. Not even a discussion, as we see the clean 3-0, and Space Station is going to move on to the upper bracket final against GenG.
Wow, dominant series here from SSG, but I do have to say, TSM really gave them a run for their money here on this last flag match. Lithy, what are your thoughts?
Quite honestly, this is the TSM I wanted to see going into this series. I'm not quite sure where they were on Fortress and Streets. Then again, I mean, quite honestly, Streets was just a Snakebite show, so I'm not quite sure. But TSM woke up a little bit too late, and that's exactly the result of the series that we see on the counter here.
Absolutely, they were going up against Space Station Gaming, the current top 4. At least that's what they placed in Arlington. Eli, it was really exciting to see Space Station playing at this pace. I mean, we know they're playing up against Space Station, against TSM, but do you think that this is something we could see from them moving forward? What did you see from them this series?
I mean, we're definitely seeing some growth from these guys. They're looking to be a little bit more comfortable. They're more willing to push the pace of the game, which I think is important. But I wonder if it's because they're playing against a team that they know they're better than at this point in time. Plus, the opposition is playing with a sub, right? So they're going to play with a little bit more strength and confidence. I need to see them play with this pacing against the other top 4 teams as well. Until I see that, I'm still not sure about this team.
Yeah, and this specific flag match, I think there's definitely a lot to talk about. TSM really fought hard in this flag. What does that say about TSM?
I mean, TSM were really fighting for their life on this map. They really wanted to extend the series. This is one of those game modes or games that they can look back on probably happily. I mean, they put up a great fight. They had many clutch moments. They had a lot of opportunities to win. Unfortunately, Space Station just a little bit stronger, but man, TSM put up a hell of a fight in a situation where after going down so heavily in the first 2 games, a lot of teams might have just gave up, but TSM put up a great fight.
Absolutely, they did. Winners Finals is up next. Space Station Gaming moves up to go up against GenG on this open series. Winners Finals, everybody. That's what's up next, and it's my time to let you all know that we now have some LAN tees on the online shop, lvthalo.com. Go ahead and pick yours up before they are gone. This is a LAN exclusive tee that we brought to the online site. Look how nice that is. Look how, isn't that cool, Eli, Luthi?
It's beautiful.
I love that shirt, man. It's great.
I got one, so I'm happy. Chat, you should get
Same.
one. Be like me, you know what I'm saying?
Be like us. Yeah.
yeah. What she said.
Yeah, be like us. Yeah. Guys, a reminder, this is a community-funded production, and we're so grateful for everything that you guys do for us, the support, the ads. I think we had I believe we had, I saw like a chest in the chat at some point. I think we got a hype train. I think we do. Thank you so much for everybody that threw in those subs while we were watching this series, and everybody that gets to have their ads, watch time, and all of that. Thank you so much, everybody, for funding us and helping us run the production and covering as much Halo as we can. And we're gonna head back to a quick break as we get ready for our winners final, Space Station Gaming versus GenG.
Hold on, too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. You made it. You made it, yeah. You made it. You made it. Play with my emotions like it's all just a game to you. It's a game to you. Roll the dice again, and I can promise this time you lose. It's your turn to lose. Hold on, it's getting too much. So long, but don't start to rush. Take your time, clear your mind. You're worrying enough. Don't make it too tough. You made it. You made it, yeah. You made it. You made it. You made it. You made it, yeah. You made it. You made it.
The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. One look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for. I'm feeling electric. Our love is electric. The way that you make me feel like I've never been felt before. I'm feeling electric. Look in your eyes, I found the one I've been waiting for.
It's like
You are watching the HCS Open Series today, and we're kicking off the winners finals. SSG versus Space Station. No, GenG. GenG. There's a lot of G's in this. Space Station Gaming versus GenG. These two squads are going up against each other on winners finals, and we have Lithy and Eli here to guide us through it.
It's gonna be some good fun, I am very sure of that, but I feel like Space Station had a dominant run against TSM just now, so I'm very curious how they are gonna do against GenG, coming off a great series themselves.
Yeah, both these teams looking quite good. GenG, I think, in a lot of people's eyes, on paper, you know, a step below Space Station, but what I've seen from GenG has been very impressive. They've not only been objective efficient, but also very individually talented. Unfortunately, this is going to be a reset, so we'll have to wait a little bit longer to jump into this. But I mean, GenG, don't sleep on this team. They look very good. They seem to have kind of a structure in place that helps them all play the game they want to play, and it's been working out.
We got to see them earlier during the day, and it was awesome seeing Ryan Noob's strats there on the bomb side. Did you see any? We didn't get to see. We didn't get to see that bomb plant from GenG, did we, guys?
No, unfortunately.
It was so fast.
Yeah, we jumped in, I want to say like 10 seconds later something, which is common part of the deal with production when we're counting on these players and waiting for them to start the game. But yeah, they were able to plant the bomb in 38 seconds, I think, off the rip. So I'm assuming they just had some strategy to shut down the other team's sniper rifle, steal it for themselves, get the overshield, and they just didn't waste any time. They've been very efficient with converting like 3 dead off the start into an objective cap.
Yeah. Lithi, we just got to see Space Station Gaming. Did you have any players that stood out to you?
I mean, we gotta talk about Snakebite, right? The man has had an insane run last series, so I'm very curious to see if he can continue that into this series against GenG, especially considering that GenG in the previous matchup that we saw them play in looked a lot more coordinated on the team side of things, which I think is going to be key to shut down a player like Snakebite.
I mean, these two squads are definitely some of the most coordinated squads here. We're taking a peek here at the, what is this one? The
Ascending baseline.
Uzi ascending baseline going up against Collect's team here. We got Yaxin, Cherish, Avicii.
Yeah, this is a very interesting matchup. I think they are already up in this series, ascending baseline. Now, keep in mind, Uzi Zuzi are the twins that have been competing for the longest time. I feel like they're always one round away from making pool play, but now Suspector joins their team, and I have a feeling this is going to be a totally different team. I expect this team to be very dangerous, and starting off with a win against Avicii and Collect would be a great start for them.
Yeah, Avicii and Collect have been playing incredible. You know, these younger players coming into the scene, and there's a lot of growth that is coming from these two.
Yeah, they're really finding their form, getting comfortable on the map, but it looks like our reset is about to restart here.
Restart once again. Winners final, Space Station Gaming versus GenG on Live Fire Oddball.
I love me some Oddball. I'll be very honest, slowly but surely this is becoming my favorite mode to watch, but of course you gotta always remind yourself, because I keep making that mistake, that it's a best of 3 for the best of 2. Oh, best of 3? Well, first to 2 points, whatever you want to call that. And we are finally into the game. Space Station versus GenG, this time for real. Stellar grabs the first blood.
Yeah, Stellar with the early sniper grab. This is the guy that struck fear in the hearts of every competitor. What was it? The original Space Station LAN, the Invitational. He became absolute demon on the map, and it was off the back of this sniper rifle. Let's see if he can find some of the magic that we became accustomed to seeing from this player.
All dropped.
Indeed, and so far Space Station is already off to a really good start. They spotted someone with the camo, and Ryan Noob is getting taken down. Great work from Stellar, but he pays for it with his life. Breaking Shot is going to take over that sniper rifle, but Space Station gets the respawns in already. Nice double tap here, taking down one. Breaking Shot is going to get traded out, though. Ryan Noob on the follow-up is there to help, but that oddball is in the hands of Space Station, now making its way over to GenG, and 27-14.
See what Ryan Noob does with this. I think he wants to play the ball. No, he wants to keep it on the map because his team has arrived. And Common with the pickup on Eco, make it a little bit easier for the rest of the squad to move forward. Common trying to get in position to grab this oddball. And it looks like he's got help from Breaking Shot as well. So it's actually Breaking Shot with the ball. But as a couple members go down, you can expect them to play the ball here shortly.
Ball dropped.
So points evened out, at least for the moment. Ball dropped to the wayside, at least. Doesn't lose it, is pushing this tower. And oh my god, the melee exchange. Breaking Shot definitely looking to trade that out nicely. So 35, the counter ticking up for GenG there in firm control, at least for the moment. But Ryan Noob with the pistol and a few nades actually gets to take down Snakebite. Beautifully done.
Yeah, interestingly, we just got done talking about Snakebite's insane game on Streets. So far, 0 kills this game. So Snakebite, definitely one of those players that you need to shut down if you have a chance. And I think that's a big reason why GenG have the early the early lead here. But you have to imagine, as soon as Snakebite gets online, this could be a different story. It's going to have to wait, though, as Common will shut him down and might be able to help his team secure this camo.
As soon. The question is, when is that going to happen? Because so far, Snakebite is being kept under wraps by GenG quite nicely. So, Eco picking the camo. Definitely something you can make a few plays with. Gets to tag up, Common Breaking Shot, sneaks in through the back, but loses out the 2v1. And even more members flooding in. Double kill for EcoSmith. Make that a triple. Can he go for the overkill? Common all by himself with that camo under control. This should be easy pickings for Eco. Gets the 4th. Beautiful plays coming through.
So smart by Eco there. Common, I don't think had any idea that that was the camo player. Eco just playing his cover and his shields to perfection. Picks up another kill here and is in perfect position to grab the oddball. Unfortunately, Common is here as well. Finally shuts him down, but that's a great start for Eco. This man is 10-6 with all of the ball time for Space Station so far.
Ball dropped.
Snakebite still without a single kill. The points looking very, very good for GenG at the moment. Nick picks up another one. A nice repulse on the nade by Ryan Noob. The sniper under control. They're making things happen, and Snakebite still running on empty. On the other hand, though, EcoSmith 11 and GenG in firm control of the game. Nice shot by Breaking Shot. Ryan Noob pushing in around the other side of the map. They're trying to pincer Space Station here a little bit, and it seems to be working because that counter is ticking up further and further, almost at 80 now for GenG.
Yeah, this has been a masterclass of objective efficiency out of GenG, but really is kind of the story of Snakebite. Did he use up all of his power in that Streets Slayer game? Is he out of the game? I mean, he's got 6 assists, and this game can be fickle when it comes to just getting unlucky spawns time and time again. It's got to be just a matter of time. But at this point, it's got to start to get to his head a little bit. You know, going this deep into a game without a kill, there's probably not many games that he's ever played like this. Okay, he's on the board, folks. He's got the breadstick now. Somebody call Olive Garden because he's ready.
In his defense, 6 assists to the 2 kills he has had so far, so it's not like he's been off the map completely, but finally getting the start he was looking for, and in the 1v2 is good for 1. What else could you want from him? The camo about to respawn. Stellar gets the backstab and the execute onto Ryan Noob, and with this maybe an opportunity for Space Station to reclaim some momentum in this map, but King Nick finds the sticky and shuts loose it down.
Yeah, I think he's going to jump to nest here. Doesn't know that there's a player lurking. Does finally spot him. It's Snakebite once again. Snakebite going to have to scurry away, but King Nick doesn't have much help. I like the fact that he's maneuvering back towards his teammates so that if he does get chased, those enemies would run into his teammates. That's exactly what happens here. King Nick stays alive, picks up the repulse with perfect timing, but looks like Snakebite saw that coming, gets the ball off the map, and somehow doesn't trade out the melee situation. He's still alive on top of the tower. This is a massive bounce back opportunity, but look at this. GenG just steal the ball and run it straight to garage, so Space Station can't get any value out of that tower control.
That is unlucky indeed, and with how high the point counter is at the moment, GenG loves to be in this position. Yes, the timer is ticking down, but that might turn around at a moment's notice if Space Station can find a little bit of a groove. So 88 to 51 for the moment. And Breaking Shot takes a fight, then turns around, gets the backstab. Sniper under control for King Nick as well. It's looking better and better for GenG with every passing moment as EcoSmith loses out on the 1v1. King Nick just
a little bit better.
King Nick with the sniper. This guy has not been in the habit of missing, and Ryan will seal the deal with the oddball time. Just well executed all around by GenG. This team is flowing and are making a case to be one of the most objective, efficient teams. We saw them just kind of crush their opposition in the prior series in the objective games. Let's see if they can continue this streak against Space Station.
And first, it's all about the sniper control. Eco finds a great nade opening kill. Light setback here for GenG. Lucid slides in for the follow-up, and the sniper under control for Space Station. Good start, a lot better than game one.
Yeah, Lucid with the sniper. This is a full team of players that can slay out with the best of them. But no, breaking shot has the read. How did he read? I guess he probably just wanted to get window control as camo spawns, but he finds an unsuspecting Lucid. Now, very likely that we'll see camo and sniper go into the hands of GenG.
Indeed, and the oddball is reset, so GenG slowly but surely maneuvering themselves back into a favorable position. Common here, isolated all by himself. Snakebite sliding in for the offense. It gets taken down. Not his map, man. I am telling you, Eli, it's not looking great. Ryan New picks up another one, and GenG pressures onwards.
Yeah, this is so impressive. I mean, Ryan with camo sniper really just shuts down this entire half of the map. I think Space Station know that he's camoed, so they're gonna intentionally not reveal themselves. As you saw the way Snakebite played that, jumps through the doorway. Ryan does finally get shut down by Eco while he's distracted, and Eco, the one that's popping off this game, 19 and 12, do have the lead in the early goings of this round. But people have been talking about Eco in ways that I don't think anyone should ever talk about him. So I think he's kind of making a statement here today.
Indeed, you gotta defend yourself, gotta defend your honor. And so far, he's making a really good showing. Common takes down a one, looking for a bit more pressure. GenG under control of the alt ball here. That counter is going to start to tick up further and further. And for Space Station, you are in a position now where you need to make plays happen. You need to gain the momentum. You need to get into the driver's seat. And it's not looking like they're able to do that at the moment. King Nick with the no-scopes in the 2v1, unable to get a kill.
Okay, Eco takes a fight against Common, does enough damage that he knows his team should be able to follow up on it. Yes, they're stellar. The duo, longtime duo, knows to follow up on Eco's damage whenever possible. They both get taken down, though, with some good grenade placement from GenG. GenG just playing so scrappy in these situations where mid-fight, they're able to find a lot of ball time. Eco gets the remote detonation, but it's not enough to shut down the play. And Ryan just comfortably holding the ball for quite some time. They've soared into the lead for this round. They're damn near at the 50-second mark.
Enemy has the ball.
Yeah, and again, Space Station just gets picked off here and there. We're talking a little bit about the team coordination going into this series, and it just doesn't look like GenG is leaving any space for Space Station to really make something happen and coordinate and set up for a play the way they would like to. Now they have a little bit of oddball control, but still, a lot of these one-on-one fights are going the way of GenG. King Nick around the corner, last second backup by Snakebite to take down King Nick, but that ball stays under control at the very least.
Okay, this is a good sequence of kills here. We've also got a sniper in the hands of Snakebite. This guy's been on fire so far today. Hasn't had the sniper in his hand much, though. Let's see if he's got the hot hands. Let's find the body shot. But it's a solid hole, just barely missing that headshot onto breaking shot. Does get the shield taken off. That should slow them down a little bit. GenG, though, find a way through. Snakebite going for the repulse into the no-scope. Probably my favorite way to disrespect somebody in Halo, but he finally gets taken down. And Space Station have tied this up. Still are going to be forced to play this ball, though.
Wide pass across the map. Stella now gets shut down, though. That sniper once again is going to change hands, and while the ball is moving across the map, this time around it is Common taking control of that. He's going to squeeze the last few possible points out of this before possibly taking it off the map, but it looks like GenG is able to stabilize their position here. Pushing in with the stick onto Snakebite, taking him down. Nice little revenge from the grave moment.
GenG, man. These guys are so efficient right now, somehow just finding every opportunity to score oddball time. This is very impressive. I think that a lot of teams need to watch and learn from what GenG have been capable of doing so far. This round is certainly not over yet, but right now Space Station kind of a little bit desperate now, going for some oddball time. 2 players fall though at the same time. Camo's coming up. Even more resources falling to GenG. And it feels like Space Station's timing just a little bit off right now.
It's not just the oddball time that GenG is managing so well, it's also all these objectives, the snipers, the camos, everything is flowing so well. GenG timing rotations perfectly, and Space Station just not in a position to catch up. A few of the fights now going their way at least, but that oddball still firmly in control here in Ryan Noob's hands.
Wow.
King Nick pulling out the 2v1 here as well. Lucid Eco and the double coming through. Maybe now the turnaround.
That was so impressive. Okay, they do get 3 dead, but GenG did play that situation beautifully overall. Let's see how they come off spawn. Breaking Shot gonna try to swing around the outside, catches a weak snake bite. Looks like some great communication. Common finding one on the other side. They might just be able to walk away and end this game. I mean, look how casual this has looked. This looked easy for GenG. Space Station need to wake up.
Eli, did you jinx him? What's going on here?
I mean, I said before this series started to not sleep on GenG for a reason. Like, these are not names that I think are even in the same stratosphere as the names of the players on Space Station. But as a team unit, this team's chemistry is very impressive so far today. I mean, these guys are always in the right place at the right time. They're following up on each other's damage. They're not wasting a single second of time on the map. And right now, that's the skill gap in Halo Infinite. It's teamwork. It's not individual talent, because on paper, Space Station have vastly more achievements than the other side. But right now, today, GenG just looking like they got the teamwork, at least for now so far in the series.
We shall see. I mean, it could also always be that GenG just pulled a CLG and just won a game to give the fans false hope, you know?
It's possible.
We'll have to keep our eyes open, but if we're looking at the stat line, Snakebite, underwhelming, but Eco Smith, that's the guy that surprised me a little bit here.
Yeah, Eco has been on a lot of people's mouths in all the wrong ways, to be completely honest. They've been talking about drop Eco, blah blah blah. This guy has won more chips with more different teams than I think anyone, so I don't think it's a drop Eco kind of thing. He absolutely popped off. We're not used to seeing him slay out, especially so far this season, but I mean, this was definitely one of his better games. What I wonder though is, because he's having to step up as the Slayer, is that where they're losing some objective efficiency? Because as you can see here, he's the only one that held the ball during this first round. He had 41 seconds going into the end here. Nobody else really picked up the ball as much as he was.
I think it's a difficult question to answer, right? Because I feel like in general, GenG had such a firm control of this map in both rounds that I don't even want to give any judgment towards Space Station's game plan and their strategy, because I don't think they ever got rolling and literally just had to pick up the scraps that they were able to.
That's a good point. I think you're on the money with that, but it just, I think, talks more about how GenG put that much pressure on them. Like, that was a long game. How many opportunities did Space Station have to right the ship or come out ahead in those engagements? They had a lot of chances and failed the vast majority of them. So I'd like to see them maybe have a little pep talk between games 1 and 2. Maybe they can turn the tide here in game 2.
And here it is about slaying out, and that has been looking insane for Snakebite against TSM at the very least. So if you can channel a little bit of that performance, then Space Station is going to look a little bit better at the very least. 3 to start it out, make that 4 Space Station at the very least opening seconds. Very much farming W's here.
Okay, yeah, this is a strong start for Space Station. I think the start very important for Solitude Slayer in general. Breaking Shot has the shock rifle, but Space Station not going to give him any comfort to use it whatsoever. Finally, Stellar pushes through, should be able to find that shock rifle as well. Look at the anti-repulse. He gets repulsed and then says, nah, bruh, I'm gonna thrust right back into your face, and gets the kill anyways. That was disgusting from Snakebite.
Yep, the man is back. Eco Smith with 4 on the board already as well. So I think that's the 2 players on Space Station that you need to keep an eye out for. Common holding down the fort for TSM, but 12-6 at the moment. Yeah, I think GenG just woke up the beast. And from here on out, it's going to be a proper series.
You might be right. So far, though, they're keeping it close. This could have gone a lot worse off the rip. But 2 members of Space Station go down. That forces Stellar to backtrack, try to re-link up with his spawning teammates. I like his positioning here. Somehow has not been spotted by GenG just yet. Just perched atop the map. Finally does get hunted down. There's one shot left here. Will King Nick connect with it? He does not, but doesn't matter. Takes down Eco anyways. But just like that, GenG back in the mix, only down by 1.
Indeed, turnaround can be that quickly. And King Nick is looking for more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The shield broken, not quite enough. Stellar a little bit quicker on the draw, but Ryan Noob on the follow-up is there to trade out. It's a 1-for-1. The nades hailing in from all sides, and Eco looking for another kill. Finds the one-on-one against Breaking Shot. Great marksmanship coming through, and Lucid, he spotted 2, and they're gonna run them down.
Yeah, I love this positioning. Knows he needs to re-link up with the squad on the yard side. Finds Ryan Noob looking the wrong way. But look at the patience from King Nick. I think King Nick read the situation well. Unfortunately, he eats a grenade to the mouth. Now Lucid's going to drop down to the bottom of the map, and this is shades of the Streets game, is it not? I mean, they're just starting to flow and run at the opposition.
Yeah, this is the Space Station I wanted to see start game 1, but now we're finally getting it, and Stellar picks up another frag for himself. 5-point advantage. Oh, the sticky, and he just runs away. I'm not giving you anything, mate. Just get out. Get out, take that sticky, and go home. King Nick coming, and of course Ryan Noob is gonna be positioned to one side of the map. Slight little reset here for both teams for the moment, but of course the next Space Station pressure point is gonna come in just a second.
Oh no, Breaking Shot has perfect timing. Lucid, as soon as he stops watching that doorway, that's when Breaking Shot pushes through. A little bit of unlucky timing, but that's a huge pickup. Now that might be a way for GenG back into this, but the rest of the situation was quite dire for GenG. Space Station still in the lead by 5. And Lucid with the shock rifle. This is certainly priority 1 to shut down for GenG.
Indeed. Definitely don't want to get caught in the crossfire of that one. Lucid positioning on the low ground. Smartly, at least for the moment. It's a moment of scouting each other out, making sure you are aware that you find the information, and then of course you open up with a big headshot. That perfect coming through. Stellar on the follow-up. 2v1 is good for 1, almost taking down King Nick, and the follow-up from the rest of the team is gonna come through in just a second. Common gets taken down. Beautiful assist here from Lucid as well. And this is Space Station in their element. 6 kills ahead, and they are just farming. Especially with Snakebite on the camo, he can make so much happen.
Yeah, look at this route. I love this. Jumps off of the air conditioning unit. Not a lot of people know about that jump. Uses it very well, but has to drop. Breaking Shot knows there's a one-shot camo player just trying to find him, but the jukes are in for Snakebite. And well-played situation, even though they only go, I think, a +1 or 2 net outcome. That's exactly what they need to get closer to closing out this game. And they keep the pressure on. The play's not over yet.
Indeed, Snakebite is not outdone until this moment. Now he gets shut down. 6-point advantage still, though, for Space Station. And slowly but surely, GenG is maneuvering into a position where they need to make plays happen. Lucid is pushing with his teammate, but Stellar gets taken down, is looking for the follow-up, and gets taken down himself as well. That is exactly the sort of plays that GenG was looking for in this moment. Snakebite taken down as well, Breaking Shot making moves, and slowly but surely that scoreline is evening out. Only 4-point advantage for Space Station left.
We're seeing some great gameplay out of Breaking Shot so far this tournament. He's been so impressive, and he's been a big reason why they've closed the gap in this deficit. Can he get more? Confidently ready to re-challenge Lucid if Lucid were to come back out, but unfortunately timing not correct there. His route gets scouted, he gets taken down. Ryan gonna see if he can follow up on this damage though. He should be able to do so. Yeah.
trying his best, but not quite. The movement on Lucid a little bit too clean. Makes it out until he runs into the arms of Breaking Shot. 2 more picked up here, and this scoreline evened out. The last 9 points. Make that 8 as we have a 1-for-1 exchange here. But who is it gonna take it? That is the question. Can GenG gain another point and move up to an early match point here, Eli?
Oh, this has got to feel a little bit rough if you're a Space Station in this moment. They blew an 8-kill lead, now tied up. GenG absolutely in this game. It's anyone's game at this point. They now choose to rotate through the yard side. Common trying to take an uncommon route to find the killing spree. You still got a lot of shock rifle to work with. As long as they hold this gun and keep the score tied, they are so likely to come out on top in this game.
Oh, no. Finds a body shot on Stellar and another tap up. Can his team follow up and capitalize? Doesn't look quite like it, but GenG is on the run. They're hunting them down. Another 1-for-1. 3 kills left on both sides. And we just need Breaking Shot to do a little bit more. GenG on the hunt. They want to take him down. Lucid has been looking so damn good. Eco Smith finds another one, but Stellar and Snakebite seal the deal. Such a close clutch execution, but Space Station is back in the series.
Was that Space Station? Man, there was so much happening at the end there. I couldn't even tell who got the last couple of kills. Can we see the scoreboard, please? I couldn't tell what happened.
50-48.
Okay, they did clutch it out. Okay. Wow. That was crazy in-game sequence. It got scary there towards the end. Ryan Noob not having a great game, but doesn't matter. The team overall kind of moving and grooving for a good part of that to bring themselves back into it. Lucid dropping the 15 assists. This guy was outputting massive damage on the map for his squad to follow up on. So Space Station tie things up.
Yeah, Snakebite also kind of noting himself back in the game. 15 kills topping the board for his team. So I think Eli, we have a proper series on our hands here. In these last few seconds, it was so messy because everyone was just running at each other.
Breaking Shot made such a good case for this comeback to be real. I mean, look at how he plays his life here, dodging the nade. He saw the verticality of that nade, so that's how he knew these players were down here. Then he hits perfect shots. I mean, Lucid, I think, only lands 1 shot on him here. He's able to swing out, get the melee beat down, but Eco and Snakebite are here after killing Common and King Nick. That's how they comfortably close out the game. But Space Station, interestingly, look super strong on Slayers today, but are struggling on objective. Let's see if they can figure things out on objective. So far, GenG have not lost an objective game today.
Indeed, it would be quite the move for Space Station to come back here, but Common starts it out with a double kill, looking for the third, but plays it safe, retreats to make his get his shield recharged. Doesn't want to lose that camo either, and it finds a third. There we go, Eco Smith down, and of course we are on recharge. It's King of the Hill, so gotta get those points quite quickly, quite soon. Nice nade, and the shock rifle seals the deal perfectly. Right.
Yeah, great no scope there. Close that down. 3 dead for Space Station, and it's a little bit more of the same story. Okay, Lucid does shut down the elevator side. Keep in mind, elevator, generally a good part of the map for this first hill. You can spawn on that side. You have a safe and clear line of sight to kill the hill player or throw grenades at them. Ryan playing his life beautifully, and I think a teammate chucks the shroud screen at him so he can more comfortably earn even more time. And Snakebite gonna be content to hold these spawns for now. Oh no.
But immediately gets shut down. The Eli Jinx coming in hot once again. As Lucid maneuvers around trying to support his team, but it looks like that point has been given up by both teams, at least for the moment. Space Station trying to at least stabilize the map, but as you said, so far they've not looked too hot on this objective game modes. And it looks like GenG is just going to continue the streak. Lucid now trying to get in there and contest the point. There we go. Wow. Double team, Common taken down, and the point under control, at least for now.
Yeah, that was a really crucial time to get control of this hill. GenG just needed about 3 seconds, I think. Maybe, yeah, 3 seconds looks like on the bar. It looks like Lucid gonna see if he can snag this camo. Ryan, though, in the perfect spot. Camo gets picked up by King Nick. And if they can just break the setup, it looks like they will. They do get the points. And not only that, they do so with 3 dead on the map and have the easy rotation. King Nick already in the right place. They're intentionally spawning their opponents on this A and gold side of the map. And Space Station kind of in the blender for now.
Yeah, it's not looking great. GenG just really making sure they gain all the advantage they possibly can. A beautiful moves by King Nick. He's getting so much value out of this camo. Looking for the third in Eco Smith, but the nades are a little bit too much is what you would think. But King Nick stands strong. 3 in a row, looking for more.
Okay, we're not seeing the top 3 seeds in the tournament today, but I have been blown away by GenG's objective efficiency. This is so impressive. I cannot overstate how efficient they have been. It has been milliseconds of time wasted in every objective game so far today, and that's a huge reason why they're up so big.
I'm legit impressed. I'm legit impressed. I was with you, thinking Space Station would be the team to beat, especially after the utter dominance they displayed against TSM. And so far, GenG just looks like a wall. Now that point a little bit more under control here for Space Station. Maybe they can make a hill happen for themselves. Lucid with a great, Stellar rather, with a great exchange wins out the 1v1. But that hill still not quite done yet, and GenG has another opportunity to strike back with Breaking Shot, taking the 1-for-1 exchange.
Okay. They have broken through. That was looking like Space Station's best chance to score. I would argue it still is. They've gotten more than half of the hill completed, and with a couple 1v1 wins, might be able to break on through. But for now, it's Breaking Shot playing Gatekeeper. He's the guardian of the elevator spawns. They're going to make sure that anybody who steps foot in that hill will regret it. For now, though, Snakebite has a bit easier time getting in, but I think wisely rotating all the way to the pipes here to see if he can shut down this player.
The grapple in. Eco Smith gets taken down by King Nick. Actually, it's a melee exchange. Snakebite still wrapping around, repositioning. Now bold enough to take the point once again. And Space Station moving up further and further. That bar is filling yellow. A nice shutdown on King Nick.
I think at this point, GenG totally content to play for next. They're going to get these seaside spawns. They're going to spawn next to the next hill. Might as well stay there. Common, you can already see him setting up on the back silo to try to play Gatekeeper through the tower side. And just like that, Space Station secure it, but GenG have done a great job to not die during the rotation. Now they get 2 kills as Space Station try to leave, make it 3, and GenG should have this hill just fine, no problem.
That's what you would think, but no, okay, never mind. Lucid was around, but gets taken down. Breaking Shot with a great execute on that one. Eco Smith is in the area, but it's all about this hill, and currently I feel like GenG has the better position. Stellar tries to slide in the 1v1, actually wins it out. Beautiful shots coming through, and follows it up with another one.
Common unfortunately gets taken down in that spot. That would have been massive for him to take down Lucid, but Lucid's movement just flying around with the use of the curb slide mechanic. Ryan gets shut down as well. Okay, Space Station are coming back to life. This is now officially on a roll. They've been getting several kills in a row without dying. GenG kind of reeling a bit.
Wow. Oh, the jump backwards. Breaking Shot dodges the melee and wins the 1v1 off the back of that. Beautifully done, but it's still not gonna quite fix this situation. Finds another kill on Lucid. Snakebite down as well. Now GenG back in control. Let's see if they can make it worth their while.
Oh, I love this play. King Nick still has some camo. He's feeling confident. He says, I'm going to push their spawns. Probably expects a teammate to spawn behind him at C to become the new hill player. Or the strategy, which we just saw this team do on land, is to just not even get in the hill. They're going to play the last 2 minutes of keep away here, but they might regret that because it looks like SSG, very good positioning to cap this hill. Lucid spawning right next to it. And now we're seeing the reverse situation, where now GenG are pushing in because the next hill, even if they do lose this hill, it goes bottom center, and this side of the map is better to hold anyways. So I think both teams are going to stay aggressive now.
I'm more than inclined to believe you, but Breaking Shot playing it safe and patient for the moment. Just basically just stalling, as you said, keeping them away, and it's working. But it's such a risky situation. Breaking shot goes in for the trade. It still gets taken down with a great shot.
Yeah, that was
Snakebite, I think, even.
I mean, this is looking rough, to be honest. Space Station don't have a clear path into this hill. GenG's watching it like hawks in perfect positions. Look at this Rhinoom, so nerdy, hiding behind the box. He takes one down with him. That's why his tag is Ryanoob Nerds. This guy finds the nerdiest ways to get kills. But I tell you what, Eco with the perfect will shut down that situation and should be able to tie up this game.
That would be so important for Space Station. Make sure this map is not done quite yet. With both hills evened out, it's 2-4-2. And I think it's important to note that the winner of this map is going to move up to match point.
Yeah, this will be a very consequential game either way. So now, at this point, it's last point wins. Lucid has camo, has the double kill, has the hill control. Now he's going to pick the corner that he thinks his opponent will least expect, so he can get more value out of this camo. Now, he's looking left and right because they're not blocking any spawns. He knows they could spawn either A or C here. He's prepared to shoot either side.
But Lucid finds breaking shot. This man is on a roll right now. That hill almost 80% charged. They're so close to making that third point happen. 40 seconds on the counter once that hill is done and dusted or someone gets off it. So we're looking at dire straits here for GenG. The first half of this match, of this map, has been looking so damn good, but slowly but surely it really looks like Space Station is getting into a groove. Nice back clap here from Snakebite. And now this man is on a mission. Finds the plasma pistol to his face, though, to shut him down.
So interesting. Space Station have intentionally stepped out of this hill. I don't think they want the last hill to be a factor, so they try to burn as much regulation clock off as possible before the hill moves. This leaves GenG with less room for error going into the final hill, but that was so smart from Snakebite on the prior play to get the back smack. Now Breaking Shot has a double. They should be able to get some hill control, make it a triple as Breaking Shot trades out with his dying breath. And this looks absolutely doable. This is only another round of slays, and we've tied this up.
Indeed. GenG back in control, at least for the moment. The shock rifle is in. King Nick can make so much happen here. And he has been on a roll this game so far. Stellar is still pushing in bold. But the melee exchange not even coming through. Stellar is alive. And that means they can pressure so much more towards this hill. But it's still under GenG control.
Wow.
That timer ticking up even further. 18 seconds left on the board. GenG just needs to get on that hill for a few more moments. And they could tie up this map.
Okay, getting a kill off the spawn is massive. They have to hold forward. There's no room for error. Stellar knows that that's what they have to do. He's just waiting for him. Rhinoom has the camo and will just go sit in the hill. How did they let him get the camo? In the endgame, Stellar forced to desperate himself. And look at the way Rhinoom plays this. He has 2 seconds to work with. He's going to use all of it. And they tie it up. This is absolutely unreal. We're going into overtime.
Triple kill.
Beautiful, and King Nick with a triple kill to note himself back into the match. Nice grapple up. He is interrupting Stellar, just completely cutting off his escape. What a move from Ryanoob. And the tap around the corner. Oh my goodness. All right, we're gaming now, ladies and gentlemen. Make that a triple. Where's the quad? I want to see some blood because the next hill is already under GenG control and these guys are trying to pull out all the stops in the late game now.
Oh, this is insane. Rhinoom's facing heavy pressure, though. I don't think he survives this much longer. He's doing as much as he can, but there's only so many places he could go. He uses the grapple to grab the shroud, uses the shroud to get out. He's rotating. How does this guy survive in these situations? He's single-handedly keeping this team alive. He's still alive back here. Eco knows his whereabouts, but look at him just being so sneaky and annoying. Finally, Lucid should kill him here. I mean, how many players does it take to kill Ryanoob?
A lot of them, apparently, and it is good enough for GenG to get a solid advantage, but of course Space Station is not to be beaten out. EcoSmith the only alive for the moment as GenG finds 3, and that's going to get another solid chunk of charge onto this hill. And we're so close to GenG taking this third map for themselves. That swing match, that move onto match point. And King Nick gets backstabbed, completely surprised, caught off guard. Snakebite is going to grab the camo immediately, take it down. Ryan Noob looking for another one, but also trading out with the melee exchange. And Lucid on the hill, making that bar happen for Space Station. But is it enough? GenG is rotating around. They need only a few seconds more on that point for themselves. But look at that yellow force. Eli, this is such a good hold for Space Station. GenG needs to get in there right here, right now.
Oh, but a perfectly placed grenade from Eco. My voice is giving out because it's been insane. I think SSG should be able to close this out. They need a couple more slays. Eco does it. But no, Ryan's here. Where is Ryan?
Everyone's down.
He's trip stacks.
Ryan Noob in the 1v1 against Stellar.
God.
Takes him down. The beautiful headshot coming through. He's going to be on the point. And this should be it. GenG, miraculous last second turnaround. Take map 3.
What on earth am I watching right now? That was the craziest game I've seen in quite some time. I mean, the last second overtime to save the game. We see Ryan Noob making clutch after clutch, staying alive on the map. I can't even break down what's happening here. It's just pure chaos. We see King Nick get the melee trade out. Eco gets the double kill, but Ryan from the grave is in perfect spot to shut down Eco to win this game. Sees Stellar and does a little bit of extra damage just in case. Finds the perfect grenade. I mean, Ryan went absolutely Super Saiyan this game. It's that dad strength, man. I mean, this guy, it is what it is. That was insane.
Shout out to production for that little rewind effect. That was nice. What a good map. GenG moving up to match point. We're going to assault a bomb on Aquarius, and this is another objective mode, right? Eli, we were just talking about Space Station's performance on the objective game modes so far today, and especially against GenG. Whew, this is looking rough, man.
I mean, look at the damage real quick. So pretty even across the board, all 7,000s except for Ryan. But then Stellar, this guy is an anomaly in every stat page I've ever seen. How do you just come out with nearly 9,000 on this map? I mean, he is trying his best to do as much damage as possible to the entire lobby time and time again, but it just hasn't been enough.
He brought He brought the big backpack today, most definitely.
I mean, he's different, that's for sure. But let's see. I think this game mode gonna be a little bit harder for GenG to be objective efficient. I expect players like Lucid and Snakebite to be back in their comfort zone. I mean, think back to the 21-2 performance that was on Street, similar small arena map that's you can flow around the outside. I expect a player like Lucid to just hold down top center while the rest of the team wreaks havoc on the map. So should be a good bounce back opportunity here for Space Station.
Indeed, but we've also seen a 38-second cap from GenG. So I'm not quite sure where this is going to go, but at the very least, Stellar opening up with a quick kill. GenG on the other side, though, find 2. So a little bit of momentum gained. How much can you make happen here? King Nick loses the 1v1. It's an exchange of kills. So no one gets anywhere except for Snakebite. He gets a camo and take it down immediately.
Yeah, at least burn it out, decline that resource to the opposition. That's still value gained from Snakebite in that play. Common just trying to clear out the utility side of his base. Those teammates can move, and they've done so. Actually, sorry, this is the utility side of Space Station's base. They've now cleared the way. And if they can find Stellar and pick up this bomb, they should be able to move forward. Maybe the first sign of objective inefficiency that we've seen from GenG, as no one's been in place to grab the bomb just yet.
Yeah, I think the support players for the bomb just got taken down in the exchanges, so at least the side is secured. Now they just need to make a run for it, and King Nick is getting into position. He knows EcoSmith is around the corner and already tagged up. He just needs to find the follow-up, but that shield seemed to have recharged, and he is taken down. Eco with a little bit more, now overwhelmed in the 2v1. Breaking shot, trying to make more happen, but GenG gets beaten back ever so slowly by Space Station now.
Finally, I think this is the first time the bomb has even been touched this game. Both teams have been pretty even in the slays so far. Either team feeling very comfortable. GenG actually outslaying very narrowly here. Eco, narrowly winning that fight. Sometimes at close range, a little bit awkward with the BR shots. but he's able to clean that up. And they're still trying to get out of their base though. Eco finding Ryan, and Eco finding a little bit of value here. He's 6 and 3 and starts to move the bomb forward.
Yeah, but Common shuts him down. This also feels a little bit like a map that for Bomb is just a very rough one to play, just because of how open the middle of the map and this bomb spawn is.
Yeah, it's this is definitely one of those maps. These guys have all been playing it since day one. One of the most simple maps to predict spawns. It's just very cut and dry. There's only 3 areas they can really spawn, and you can influence them as you wish. Snakebite. Oh no! Has a T-Rex arms. Doesn't get the back smack. Doesn't matter though. Has a perfect shots. And as long as he controls this exact part of the map, the enemy team's car bridge, the other team will spawn over there on that fridge side. So Snakebite forcing some disadvantageous spawns for GenG, and let's see what they can do with that situation.
At least gets a nade lobbed into his face right away. Not enough to take him down. The shield recharge as well. King Nick on the rotation gets caught off guard. Snakebite takes him down. Oh, nice follow-up from Breaking Shot, but 2 down on either side with Lucid falling. That's 3 gone for Space Station. Maybe an opportunity for GenG to stabilize the map a little bit, because that bomb is so close to their own base. Nico Smith is ready for it, but not ready enough, as Breaking Shot takes him down for the killing spree after it gets ended.
And Ryan, I think more content to hold the P side of the map more than most other players. Seems to find a lot of value from the fridge, just shooting these players in the back while they try to cross. He now should, oh, he's gonna stay there. I don't know where Space Station is gonna spawn now because of this position, probably in the back of their base. And I guess that's what Ryan Noob wants in this situation. He thinks that his team, with their positioning, should be able to kill these players as they spawn in the back of their base. Whereas I think a lot of other teams would force the team to spawn in fridge instead. But so far it doesn't pan out. But I like the creativity from Ryan Noob.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to play with confidence. That's how you win games. Breaking Shot going in for the 2v1, almost winning it out. Lucid a little bit quicker on the draw towards the tail end there. And maybe Space Station can capitalize on that. Double kill for Stellar. That bomb on the roll. And King Nick can't quite take him down. Nico Smith turns around. The 180 not enough. He has support from Lucid though. So that bomb is fairly close to where Space Station would like to have it. And they spot Breaking Shot. More kills take it down. And a lot of pressure onto the side of GenG.
Wow, Snakebite has gotten so many power-ups. Very impressed with his efficiency on that front, but it just hasn't amounted to much. And earlier we called out Eco having a good game when he was 6 and 3, but now he's 7 and 11. Okay, make it 8 and 12. Feels like he's died. Yeah, he's gone 2 and 6 since we last called out his good stat line. And I think that's a big part of the reason why this has been a lot more even. Neither team having even the start of a bomb arm just yet. So trading blows back and forth. Snakebite with some good shots, but Ryan's are just a little bit better. He eventually gets cleaned up, and we're still just brawling in the center of the map. Will one of these teams finally find a way in?
I mean, to be fair, I am a good gunplay connoisseur, so if we get more of that, that's great. But Stellar lining up for the alley-oop already. They need to rotate out a little bit and support their teammates. Breaking Shot is on the catwalk upstairs. They're just trying to wrap around and take him down. Eco not quite able to get the shots in, and also Stellar on the follow-up doesn't even get a kill. GenG just playing that a little bit better, but this time around Lucid waiting, lurking nicely. It's not good for 2 in this exchange, and GenG just gaining more and more momentum. Can they convert it though?
I like the thought process from Lucid there. He sees his 2 teammates in front of him die, so he's just going to opt to wait, try to catch a player off guard. He did, but multiple members of GenG flowing through that car side of the map stopped him short. Stellar, though, all the way behind enemy lines. He's in the other team's base. He should absolutely be able to do some damage from here, but you have to worry if GenG push all the way into his base, will he be able to stop a potential bomb plant? It looks like SSG are going to be able to move the bomb towards Stellar. And now because of Stellar's position, he can force the next set of spawns exactly how they want. This looks like the best opportunity for an arm.
Indeed, the timer is almost done. The camo's helping so much, and there is the arm. Seconds before he gets shot down, I think at least. Yep, Space Station got the way with that first point. So after almost 5 minutes, we finally have a marker on the notch here. Beautifully done by Space Station, really leveraging those few moments they had in numbers advantage.
Yeah, it was really off the backs of Stellar's play, getting all the way behind enemy lines, forcing the next set of spawns. More information you have, the easier the game is to play, and that's exactly what he awarded his squad with that movement. It's also 21 and 13, so Stellar slaying out on top of being the information gatherer here. And oh my god, this guy is insane. The curb slide mid-fight for the triple kill while half shields. That was disgusting from Stellar.
Yep. And now he's straight into the belly of the beast. There's 4 people in there. He slides through and even gets one. EcoSmith on the follow-up is good for nothing, sadly. And Breaking Shot plus crew even out the stakes, at least for the moment. But that was bold use of momentum here from Space Station, trying to make more happen. And it seems like GenG is fighting their darnest to get out of this hole.
Okay, yeah, 3 dead for GenG again. They are definitely struggling right now just to get out of their spawn point. Stellar turns the wrong way. Can he still manage this fight? He's going to be a little bit tricky with the movement. Has help here as well. So this is all the makings of another potential bomb arm. Breaking Shot going to try to change that story, though, as he finds one. Once he gets taken down, though, this bomb should be moving, and the spawn should be known. Stellar in a great position to support this bomb player.
Yeah, Snakebite picking up 2 and basically opening the gates wide for his team. Now they just need to find a few follow-up kills on the respawns here. Snakebite has another few shots in great position. Takes one down, and an exchange here with Stellar, 1-for-1. Maybe an opportunity to plant, to arm that bomb, but it looks like GenG is already striking back. EcoSmith taken down in the 2v1. Breaking Shot not even gonna stop for a moment, trying to put the pressure on GenG.
It's no shields, but with Ryan taking the front line, feeling comfortable to push through. I feel like these two players have really become a dynamic duo, and you're starting to see why. Now they should be able to push this bomb forward. What's Breaking Shot's plan here? He's going to block the utility side spawns with the grenade as well. He's going to force these spawns onto the back of the base and the fridge. They do take out King Nick, which is a great start for Space Station coming off spawn, but they've got more work to do to get these players out of the base.
Oh, this movement from Breaking Shot is crisp. You love to see it. Up the stairs, down the stairs, finds the backstep, back up to dodge grenades. Now taken down, but that bomb is so close to the point. King Nick picks it. The charge is through, but EcoSmith is there to shut him down. Good enough. King Nick down for the count, and that bomb is evacuated.
Such a clutch play there in that moment, but it's GenG dead again. Now Space Station moving the bomb towards the base once again. Lucid getting comms that there's a player nearby. 3 dead though for Space Station. Lucid last player alive, and he doesn't have a lot of information. Snakebite does get a ping for one player, but has to fight Ryan first, and when he gets taken down and Snakebite get taken down, this is tough for the rest of Space Station.
Yeah, Stellar is in position to defend the spawn, but it's not quite enough. All that camo gets taken out, gets at least to pick it up before he gets killed. And Nico grabs that for himself next.
Oh no,
the double melee. Breaking Shot a little bit faster on the draw here, but Lucid is there to hold down the fort in the 1v1. Breaking Shot a little bit better. The movement is clean.
Lucid can't lose those. You can't lose those just like that. This looks like an arm, and they have tied it up off the back of that out BR win from Breaking Shot. His movement just made it so Lucid could not land that last headshot. That was rough.
Oh, and now he's sneaking back in. Stellar is a bit surprised, but not surprised enough to lose. So Breaking Shot is shut down, at least for the moment. The bomb already underway. Space Station is quick on the punchback. And I'm not sure GenG was quite ready for it, but with 2 taken down, this is a position where Space Station really needs to be careful if they want to retain this advantage.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Snakebite's still in their base. GenG having to backtrack all the way just to throw the bomb out of their base. I'd like to see Snakebite get a touch on that bomb so it doesn't reset. Needs to hold it in place. I think that's what he's going for now. Gets the touch. Knows that he still has to slay out. He's going to rotate back through and wait for help to arrive. He's doing as much as he can, just waiting for the cavalry to arrive, but it's too little too late. And Breaking Shot able to clear the base.
Heard him yelling, "Get to the chopper!" But it's not quite enough. No team in range to get on board. And GenG is going to balance out the map. Well, at least Stellar is good for the 1-for-1 trade. And that bomb is going to be carried over further and further. Actually, Space Station with more momentum now.
Yeah, they go too dead though. Snakebite still in this base, trying to do whatever he can to advance his team forward. Stellar, an anomaly on the stat sheet once again, by the way, 34 and 23. Breaking Shot, the only player coming close with 32, but Stellar doing stellar things. But this is, we're going to the 3-minute overtime. Now, next bomb wins no matter what. Let's see if they can do it in these 3 minutes or it'll take another reset. So far, SSG looking good to potentially plan it right here, right now.
Yeah, that's a few quick kills that are coming through, and Stellar, fearless, going in, 2 shields broken, Space Station in the perfect position to arm this. The timer is up, Snakebite gonna take it all the way home for his team to even out this series in overtime. That is 2 points on the board and a map win for Space Station. Match point averted.
Wow. Is that finally Space Station's first objective win in the series? They haven't been looking great in objective. I mean, against TSM, TSM took them the distance on that very map. Now going into Street Slayer though, and last time we saw them on this mode, Snakebite went 21 and 2. So if you're a Space Station fan, you're hoping for the same thing.
If you haven't locked in yet, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone in between, get yourself a hot beverage, get yourself some snacks, get yourself some popcorn, because we're going to Game 5, Map 5, Slayer on Streets, and I don't think you could wish for any better ending to this series. We're looking at the scoreline. Stellar with an insane performance. If he can carry this forward, and we can see a little bit more of Snakebite's performance from the last series, man, this is going to be a run for Space Station.
This is it right here. If you are GenG, you would love to win this series, stamp your ticket to the grand finals, but Space Station has been hot, especially in this game mode. The thing about this game mode though is momentum can shift in an instant, and if GenG have the better break, they could just put Space Station in the blender the same way we saw Space Station do to TSM earlier. So anything could happen here in this game.
Anything indeed, but I have high hopes here for Space Station because their momentum, their speed, their violence has just been so much more on point. And immediately, Kobe King Nick taken down for first blood, 3 down on the side of GenG, and Space Station is unleashed.
They look locked in right now. This new camo, or first camo of the game, coming up in about 5 seconds here. Eco laying down some damage to open the floor for himself to go grab it. No, he's gonna actually rotate back and go for this kill first. Love the process. That's gonna open the door for Lucid to move forward. Should be able to grab this camo, no problem.
Yeah, Breaking Shot is holding down the fort a little bit, but he can't quite find the kill before Lucid grabs the camo for himself. But 8-5, a 3-kill lead at the moment for Space Station. They blew an 8-kill lead in the earlier Slayer matchup in this series before ultimately clutching out the win in the end. And for the moment, at the very least, it's starting out similarly well for the yellow team.
Oh, this is not looking good for GenG. Space Station are playing with confidence. They're holding forward. They're working together. Stellar all the way in the police department, just pushing these players back. That's going to buy time and space for his teammates to push up. And that's the result here. Yes, Stellar goes down, but so too do the entire roster of GenG off of that action. That's why you got a player like Stellar on your team, and they look to run back to the opposite side of the map to do it again. Can they continue to slay out?
No break for GenG, 10 points up already. Space Station are tearing through this map. And it looks like GenG is not getting a single break. Maybe a few pickups here. Ryan Noob finds Snakebite. And it's a trade out, and Nico is looking for the one-on-one with breaking shot. The nade tossed in reposition. So well played. Breaking shot not quite aware, a little bit confused here for a moment, and Nico is just gonna capitalize.
First sticky grenade goes right through the legs, but doesn't phase Eco. Still able to clean that up. Gets the camo as well. More than doubled up on the lead now are Space Station. Is this team the best Street Slayer team in the world? They're looking kind of like it right now. 26-12. Let me remind you, when they played the same game type earlier today, it was a 50-25 W over TSM. This team is locked in on this game mode.
It was an insane performance earlier, and currently they definitely have the momentum. 28-16. And now, maybe with Ryan Noob on the draw, they can gain a little bit of momentum. They were pushed back so far, needing to play defensive. Now Space Station are the ones that fall back a little bit. Nice tag team work here with Lucid. A melee kill exchange, 31-18. Space Station not letting the foot off the gas pedal for a single moment, but King Nick shuts down Snakebite, but gets surprised by Lucid.
The individual skill and teamwork really shining on this map. I don't know what it is. Maybe this team just content to hold forward in this game mode. I mean, it is the best strategy when you have this advantage state, and Space Station should know that better than anyone. It's now 35-22. I don't think we're at any version of reality where GenG can come back. This is a complete and utter domination. Not as bad as TSM, but Space Station should ride this to the grand finals.
Lucid with 13 already on the board. The only one on GenG that can possibly keep up is Ryan with 11. But it's not looking like that is happening anytime soon. Nice slide in, but the follow-up from Stellar is great. The tag team work is beautiful. Just solid fundamentals coming through from Space Station, and they're just pushing much momentum. Oh my god, Ryan completely surprised, backstabbed, and taken out. The next camo is up in a few seconds, and Space Station is in a prime position to secure that. Stellar picks it up, and he's gonna wreak havoc with this one.
Oh, this is absolutely suffocating gameplay from Space Station. There's nowhere to go if you're GenG. You have no items to work with on the map.
Two more.
King Nick does find the double, but this is it right here. Steaktacular is in. Space Station 2 for 2. Street Slayer Steaktaculars. They're looking insane.
Oh,
And with that was incredible. Lithi, Eli, SSG moves on to the grand finals. SSG looking absolutely dominant here in the Slayers. Lithi, specifically, what do you think made them so lethal here?
Just the aggressiveness, the sheer adrenaline and pedal to the metal playstyle they put in here. You didn't even find a single moment throughout this game where GenG got to be in the driver's seat and dictate the pace of the game. It always was just Space Station running at them and killing them.
Now, Eli, although SSG took the series, we saw an impressive GenG today.
Yeah, GenG, like I said before, so objective, efficient, especially in the time-based game modes, Oddball, King of the Hill, Strongholds. They find ways to win, even despite being significantly down sometimes in the early goings. I'm so impressed by this roster. I can't wait to see how they continue to evolve as a squad. Breaking Shot's incredibly impressive. And if I'm any team in the lower bracket, I do not want to run into this team.
Well, GenG moves on to the lower bracket while Space Station Gaming sits in the grand finals, waiting to see who's going to be on their sites next. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break as we get ready for the next series. We're going to hop down to the lower bracket. And this is my moment to remind you guys that only 56% of you guys sub to our YouTube channel. So go ahead and click that subscribe button so you don't miss any of the Halo action. We are multi-streaming both on Twitch and YouTube, so it would be awesome to see you all on both streams. We're gonna go ahead and take a quick break as we get ready for the lower bracket matches.
Ball dropped. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. 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 Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy halfway to victory. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Enemy has the ball. Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. 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 Enemy has the ball. enemy team nearing victory. Defeat. Enemy halfway to victory. Remaining. Team nearing victory.
You are watching the HCS Open Series, and we're spectating the lower quarterfinals, but we're bringing in Lithy and Tools this time to guide us through it.
Well, here we go. One versus Pickup Squad. Avicii and the crew up 2-0 against, I mean, a lot of veterans on this Pickup Squad. Lethal, one of the greatest players of all time, joined forces with Boo Boo Doo Septify of Cloud9, and Suppressive Phase. A little bit of an interesting roster going up against a lot of new blood on this one team. A team comprised fully of Halo professionals that all got their debut in Halo Infinite.
It is an interesting lineup to be sure. Pickup Squad, we saw them earlier today already in a heated matchup against GenG, and Collect with a nice shot here on Boo Boo Doo. I need to note to myself that I don't call him Baba Daba again. But other than that, I think on a match point map here, this is going to be an interesting game of, well, point contest. Blanking on the name, sorry.
Here we go. In the back, Avicii's been very patient with this camouflage, trying to really force Pickup Squad to look for him in this back rank, and he is feasting upon these players. That's a 3 down for Pickup Squad. You're going to see very quick expansion from 1. They're not going to be satisfied with 2. They're going to immediately try to push for this trip.
Indeed, you want to get the 3rd on the board. It's going to be so many points if you can manage that, but see almost getting backcapped here by Pickup Squad. Shut down in the last second. Beautiful moves here by Collect, and he is not quite done yet. Is looking for the shield recharge, but C under firm control. B almost getting flipped by 1, but it's not quite there yet as A is under assault. Pickup Squad about to lock that in for themselves. There's the point trade. B for A, and still a 1 advantage, and the point counter ticking up.
And you see, Pickup Squad, they want to try to focus their efforts towards the C push. We saw a couple players trying to make their way there, but with some quick answers, they try to redirect themselves at B. It's really just a prolonged game of Slayer until they get these couple slays to try to get themselves forward, but Collect might have just really thrown a wrench into that plan. With those couple kills, that's going to give them spacing to get towards AC, and really, they're going to try to win this rotational battle, but right now, I think Pickup Squad just has that little step faster on these rotations.
Yeah, with 3 down, there's so much more you can do. Cherish the only man standing in that moment. Not really anything he could accomplish, so C got split, but immediately 1 is back on the docket, flips back B for themselves, and keep and retain that 2-point advantage. The camo is up, and they're shutting down any attempts at that. Suppressed, taken out, and Collect with a follow-up.
Collect playing so patient in the back there. It works so well for his team, and he is so nasty in those close-up fights to follow up. That's going to earn them that trip cap, but what's even more dangerous is they have a camouflage loose on the map, ready to find more kills as well, as Collect has just been a one-man army. This is really last Spartan standing at A, holding it down in isolation, and that's a 4 down for Pickup Squad. They're going to spawn all around this map. Expect them to be split and splintered all across Live Fire, and right now Collect is on a rampage. 5 kills, 2 in a row, and he's 10-2 to start this game.
Indeed, and there's another one for the collection. Goes in for the 2v1. The double kill selected. Beautifully done. Booba is not really able to make anything happen here. So a 3-point hold for the last 30 solid seconds or something. 150 points almost on the board. Repulse up. Collect still on a roll. The pistol out as well. Oh, make that 5. The Repulse trying to get away. His shield is depleted, almost down in the double kill. The killing frenzy coming through. This man is an unstoppable beast.
That is the best way to describe it. Right now, he's unstoppable, and it's so impressive the way he's playing him to isolation as well. He's finally taken down, but not before putting some damage to try to help his teammates finish off the rest at A. And this has just been a bleed that continues to get worse for Pickup Squad. Collect clearly leaving his impact on the map.
Indeed. And this one-on-one is looking solid. The teleport out. Abasi wants none of that. Wants to keep his life. The shield recharges. And finally, at least 1 point flipped back. But it's almost 200 on the counter here. 4-1. They are moving so far up on this map. It's match point as well. So they are so close to collecting that dub and moving on in the lower bracket. Winner of this matchup is going to go up against TSM. And that is a match that you definitely want to be here for. Another 2-point hold, 4-1, as Pickup Squad is slowly but surely crumbling.
And you see, once again, another camouflage that's going to go into the hands of one. We really haven't seen Pickup Squad have a collected effort to get to those power-ups, and it's just making this beating a little bit worse each time. You know, they're getting this control. They're able to use that camo to try to further it time and time again, but Pickup Squad finally getting themselves a firm hold, BC control, but the question is how long can they hold it with the slaying that one is doing. These guys are flying for it. It feels as if they have no resistance on their path forward.
Cherished is in their heads, man. Beautiful climb up over the garage door there and basically finding the backstep on multiple people. There's the shutdown. The B point is going to be capped back and C in their sights. Cherished sliding in, looking for the control as it's slowly but surely charging up. Doesn't win the fight though, and this one is gonna go the way of one, at least for the moment. Never mind, collect, shut down. Eversea the only one standing, and maybe a 2-point cap here, and it's tempt and a comeback for Pickup Squad.
Obviously, at least able to get that sniper rifle, but he was stuck on the one side of the map. You really don't want to be the last spawner at camouflage. There's no quick access to anything, and Pickup Squad took advantage. They got a trip cap into effect, at least for a little bit, before one was able to get a home.
Indeed. Trip cap is so important. They need all the points. They are on match point, and if they lose this map, it's the series gone, and they're out of the tournament. So 2-point hold at the moment. Very, very important for Pickup Squad. Nice no-scope with the sniper. Avasi is clean with it. Following it up with a clean kill. Suppressed down for the moment. And they're going to push into this garage even further. The nades are coming through. Get all those sticks thrown in. Point going to be capped back. And this is the last 44 points that one needs. Still not quite able to take B under control. Everyone from Pickup Squad kind of funneling in. Now B is taken over, and the counter is going to start ticking up as soon as we get one player off of B. Double no-scope hit into the follow-up. Abasi in the 1v2, not quite able to win it out.
No, with that, it's just been chaos on this stretch of B. It is player after player going in from both sides, but right now the slays are starting to favor one. The triple from Lethal could turn to the over. He's able to get that kill, but where's the follow-up? That's been the problem for Pickup Squad. Instead, it's Collect ravaging the front lines once again, keeping them off the camo. Someone take this man down. The damage has been done. One have started to really reestablish their control, and it's another camouflage that heads to their possession.
And a triple point cap. Immediately C gets flipped back, but that counter is ticking up 10 points. They need to make something happen. Pickup Squad online. But how much can they actually do? We're on board with Avasi as he gets shut down. Maybe the opportunity, but no. Nothing left to do. That's all she wrote.
Well, there you go, guys. That's this series 1-3-0 against Pickup Squad. How exciting is it to see these younger players who, Tools, as you mentioned before, they started on Halo Infinite to have their, you know, the spotlight on them, and now here they are going taking down Pickup Squad here in the Open Series.
This is a big accomplishment for them, right? They're going out against, they're going up against really hardcore professionals, right? These are guys that have been playing Halo for a long time. When we look at Lethal and Boo Boo Doo, really long tenures in professional Halo. Suppress, one of those, just one of the hottest players when it comes to slaying around. Like, there's a reason why FaZe loves him. And then Septify had, I believe, the 3rd or 4th highest KD at HCS Arlington. So this was not a team on paper that I think anyone had won 3-0ing. But not only did they 3-0 them, they looked really dominant in their way to do so. I think it's a great sign for the new blood of Halo, for these players that are trying to break through, trying to make a name for themselves and reestablish what the next generation of Halo looks like. And I think we're seeing 4 players that very much could be leading that charge for the next generation of Halo players.
Absolutely. We have one now moving up against TSM. Lithi, we got to see the last game in that series. What did you see from one that you would love them to bring forward against TSM?
I mean, just the sheer style and creativeness that Krulect is oozing, at least was oozing on that last map. So if we can take that into the series against TSM and continue that role, that's going to be one for the ages, and I'm so here for it.
Well, our next series is that one, TSM versus 1 on the elimination semifinals up next.
Lately I feel stuck to my bed, and you're the only one who keeps me moving on. And I know it's just what I get, turning the TV on with all that's going on. Stand by me and tell me I'm alright, when everything that we knew started to fall right through, right through. 'Cause all I need is a guiding light. Oh, I could be falling too, but I'm not alone when I'm with you. Let's get a ride out of town to the lake and play our favorite song, and we can get along. Oh, we can dance through 100 earthquakes, and when the world is gone, I know where I belong. Yeah, stand by me and tell me I'm alright, when everything that we knew started to fall right through, right through. 'Cause all I need is a guiding light. Oh, I could be falling too, but I'm not alone when I'm with you. Lately I feel stuck to my bed, and you're the only one who keeps me moving on.
I can't stand the distance. You're over there contemplating existence. Wish I could be of greater assistance. You're putting up this wall of resistance. Yeah, you can call me persistent, but why do we feel so socially distant? My brain needs to know this instance. Is it the system making us inconsistent? It's easy to blame the external. Is our love temporary? Is it eternal? I'm always looking internal, tossing and turning at night. I'm nocturnal. I need to know, can we win this war? Or will we be soldiers left on the floor? I'm not sure. Feel like I'm winning, but I haven't kept score, and I just need to know what I'm fighting for.
These nights they last forever. Now that you go, now that you go, can't get no sleep.
days before you and I went separate ways. I know that I said that I needed the space, but when I think back, I only see your face. It's always gonna be hard to replace the touch of your love and the warm embrace. I wish I could go down my phone and erase all the pictures of you, but I keep them in case. Don't know what I expected to do. Without all your love, I didn't know what to turn to. This is kind of funny how the tables have turned to. They told me I'll be better off, but that's not true. Now I'm looking for somebody who's brand new. You were my one love, you were my go-to. Guess I just gotta do my best to pull through, but I feel like I need to say I still love you.
These nights it last forever. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, can't get no sleep, I'm restless. Try to these nights it last forever. Now that you're gone, now that you're gone, can't get no sleep, I'm restless. Try to
Salt on my skin, pull me closer, writing. I think about all of it. Walking the city to sunset, we'd sit, talk about everything. No, I can't sleep without you by my side. You are the best part of me, and I can't deny now I'm just someone I don't even recognize. It go back, but I'm trying to, 'cause I'm not me without you.
Hello, everybody. We are watching the Open Series, Road to Dallas. We're hopping onto the quarterfinals, the lower semis here, 1 versus TSM, and we have a rematch underway between these two on Live Fire King of the Hill.
King of the Hill action. I love to see it. I'm Livy on my side, the one and only Tools.
And this is going to be an exciting match. I mean, the drama, the beef between these two teams is very much real. Cherished not happy about how he was dropped from this roster just a few days ago after their pretty poor performance at Arlington, finishing top 12. Very much a team that was expected to potentially get top 6, top 4. Cherish was not happy with the results and has made this new roster that is looking really good today, especially Avicii with the camo sniper all ready to play with.
Indeed, Avicii stepping up into the arena and with that point under firm control. Oh, look at that. The clean execution like a surgeon putting in the scalpel. This is a player to watch for today, I think. Oh, body shot is in. The turnaround doesn't quite hit the follow-up, but the accent is there at least for the trade. Talik, though, with a double, takes control of the sniper and the hill.
Now, the concern is, though, Collect was the last player alive, and he's very far away from this hill. One's going to have to find a coordinated break, and with Collect going down early, that's not necessarily easy.
Oh, it's not all the ripples of the map. Did he get it? Not quite, I think. And Avicii is there for the follow-up as the Soul Snipe is going to be taken down. The 2v1 not quite going his way, though. Druck is good for 1. But I think the nade is in. Collect throwing in all his weight and he's taking down multiple people here.
And was that Soul Snipe, the only player alive, trying desperately to challenge, at least get this kill on Cherish, because they're running out of time to contest, and there's no one there. They're not going to win that at all on the contest. And look at this, Avisy's already here at tower for the rotation. So one getting a little bit more than they were planning. Not only getting the hill, but the rotation win, the setup. This is looking really, really good for one.
I mean, they are just coming off the back of a quick 3-0 against Pickup Squad, and quite honestly, if you're coming into a match like this with so much momentum, especially considering TSM has been looking a little bit rough, Cherish picking up a triple as well. That's a good starting point to be in, one you are very much cherishing.
That was unbelievable use of the quantum translocator to really give space to the team, right? Able to get that triple, blocks out the closest spawn towards Hill, forces that next, and then is able just to continue moving. And that's flawless for one. They didn't have to deal with the challenge. No one even got close enough to the Hill to contest. They're up 2-0, and oh no, another sniper for one. This is just getting bad to worse for TSM.
Yeah, Collect picking that up, not really able to capitalize on it though, but it's a double kill for Yaxin, and he already spots the next members. They're on the hill again, and they're now trying to dig their heels in and make sure they take control of it, but Soul Snipe has a word or two about to say with that. Cherish taking him down though, and still, the hill is going to retain control for one. TSM just trying to wrap around. Talik making an impact, at least that's what he's hoping for. Finds the kill on to Cherish, but Yaxin there to capitalize.
Cherish is in a mode where if he thinks about doing something, he's going to try it. It is all instinct right now, and you can see him flying high, trying to get around and having quick plays, but if TSM can slow themselves down and start to catch one on some of these high-risk plays, I think they're going to have a really good shot at getting these next couple of hills. But the key is to get one on split on the map. Stop letting them be together and running. Look at the assists. 8 assists for Avicii, 7 for Cherish, right? These guys are really helping each other with their close quarters battle. If TSM can start getting them split up on the map, I think they have a great shot of starting to work their way back into this game.
Yeah, the fundamentals are looking excellent. One guy slides into the open, the other guy peeks at the same time, but a nice shutdown with the melee from Soul Snipe, kind of diverting the effort, but Yaxin is there to follow it up. Mortally cleaned off the point, and one regain control, at least for a second. There is still the one-on-one that Collect needs to win. For the moment, he has the advantage, gets out of there and takes down Talik, follows it up with a double onto Druk. Beautiful place. This is exactly what I wanted to see from him coming into this series.
How does he get away with that? I mean, he out-aggressed TSM. That's a very rare thing to do, and you're seeing the damages from TSM. They are reeling from that play. Collect still getting hill time. It's a last desperate contest, but desperate doesn't usually lead to great results. A one-on-one and just not enough time. Soul Snipe gets the kill, but because of that desperate push, Liffy, look at the spawns. One are getting the closer spawn. TSM are gonna have to work all the way across the map to get to this hill.
Too little, too late, and then you also get punished for it. That is just unfortunate. And Mortally, he is running right now to make sure they can get on this hill, because it's a 3-0 lead for one. Avicii getting in there, trying to contest things, but not quite able to make an impact. Soul Snipe takes him down, and they're rotating over to take control of this hill. The bar finally starting to charge for red for the first time here properly, and Mortally finds a nice flank onto Cherished and will take him down.
With that, you start to see a lot of pressure coming down towards this hill, but for one, they don't necessarily need this. Oh, Mortally. Okay, there we go. We get it, because they don't need this hill. What they more want is control of the map, and that sniper. Once again, Avicii has just not been missing. A couple body shots to take players down to one, and they're going to be able to keep this tower site control. They're totally content with punting away this hill. They really just want to establish map control for next.
Yeah, if they can get a pick or two, they might go in and push a little bit, but for now, that hill is gone. First point for TSM, a very, very important one. And obviously, in the 1v1, gets completely outplayed by Talik. Beautiful use of the AD movement there. and ultimately it's a triple to collect.
And that was really great movement by Talik, right? That's just veteran play, understanding when he's going to have his opportunity to break down that space, gets up close, gets that punch, and gets a fairly big double kill. It prevents one from being as set up as they could be, but the reality is TSM just need more kills. They are not winning the Slay battle, and because of it, it's making it so much harder for these guys just to stand into this hill.
Yeah, and look at the position for Abasi. He is so well fortified there and has so much control over this map, especially with his sniper rifle. Even wins out the 1v1 against Mortally. TSM just has no option to challenge him at the moment, and Abasi single-handedly is basically running away with this game. Collect now picking up the camo as well. This is a nightmare for TSM.
It's getting bad to worse to downright nightmarish for TSM. Look at how they're separate on the map, trying to make their plays forward. There is no connection between TSM, and it's going to make it so much easier for Collect in the isolation to find these easy picks, and just masterful use of this camo to just make these players weak, and still they can. How is he alive? It's Lippy. How? What a play! And they made it just look so easy to get that final hill.
That was insane. 2 members from TSM pushing in, and he takes 2 steps back, jumps up, drops a nade, and everything blows up. What? That's one for the highlight reels, man. Holy.
I feel like this entire tournament has been a highlight reel for Collect, and when we look at the stats of this game, you're going to see very stark differences in one column. It's the assists that you should really keep your eye on. 3 players from one having double-digit assists. The highest for TSM, just 6. The slays were really being facilitated by strong and fast teamwork. We saw them being very decisive, but very together on their plays against TSM. And a team like TSM just loves to be aggressive. And when they're getting caught on that aggression, it can really spiral out of control. You saw Cherish and One really take advantage.
Exactly, and that's going to be even more interesting now that we're moving on to Solitude. This is the Slayer round here for map 2, and obviously aggression and gunplay like that we've just seen out of 1, that would be the death of TSM here on map 2.
Yeah, the map 2 is going to be a very important one for TSM. I feel like they need a momentum, something, right? There really wasn't anything to hang your hat upon in that last game to be like, yeah, we played this really well. Even the hill that they got, it never felt like One was too worried about contesting it. This is a must bounce back game from TSM because it was all One in the last game.
Indeed, but TSM is one of those teams, they never really stop straight off the major into the next tournament, and we also know they love the community tournaments, the Forge Hub tournaments, where they just keep grinding. So I'm sure these guys are no stranger to bouncing back. And we're kicking it off here on Slayer with a 3-2. I'm sure TSM can make things happen.
Cherish was being a little bit sneaky in the back with the camouflage, missed the headshot, but eventually was able to get that assist. And you're seeing TSM, look at them. Once again, it's the one-on-one push. Look how far up some of these players are getting caught out. Instead, we need to see them slow things down. But once again, there's damage with no follow-up happening for TSM. Something must change.
Indeed. Because breaking shields is nice. If you don't follow up with a kill, it's not really worth anything. And Abasi is now pushing in. Cherish just really holding this angle. There we go. Immediate, really ready for the 2v2. But it's TSM that's pulling out ahead in this exchange. Collect picks up 1 at the very least, but at the moment it's only a 1-kill lead for 1, as Mortally is looking for the fight, but getting pressured from 2 people at once.
And so far, I mean, this game, the best way to describe it has been awkward. Like all these challenges, all of this damage, it doesn't feel very ready for either team to take immediate advantage of. But Soul Snipes has been really key. This top gold presence has been pivotal for TSM. Even with that last break that they had, the double was facilitated from there, and finally some space to work with, especially with this camouflage coming up in just a couple seconds.
Drug making some plays, but Collect. Oh, here we go. First kill for Collect, at least on that POV. It's 4 already, and he is gonna make some more moves. Picks up the camo for himself, and oh man, I am telling you, Jules, this guy is gonna go on a tear with this one. There's the first, looking for the second, but gets shut off by Mochi.
Yeah, unfortunately, just did not have the shields to facilitate that challenge. Both players looking, was able to get one, but definitely just wanted a little bit more from his play there. And now one is in that situation that TSM found themselves so early on. Oh my, mortally. I'm sorry. Ooh, that is some aggressive challenges, but he's able to get one in very much a low position where he should not have been able to get away with any.
Indeed, yeah. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from TSM. A lot more bite coming out of this team here on map 2. Collect goes down, the nades are in, and Jackson completely overwhelmed. Great aggressive push here from TSM to follow up that first pick. And slowly but surely, they're starting to garner a little bit of a lead. Yes, it's only 1 kill, but that can snowball out of control very quickly. There's the second, third, fourth. Boom, boom, boom. Cherished, last man standing.
And this is where it gets dangerous on this map. Solitude, one of the easiest maps to really form some spawn traps. And they're going to be able to really just enforce their will. There's nowhere for one to really expand to. It's going to come down to winning a crucial one-on-one. Getting that first entry so that they can find some space, but a couple players down to 1 shot for TSM should have generate a little bit of movement. And Avicii wasted no time. Look how fast he's all the way at Ness. TSM did not expect that. I didn't expect that at all. He is wasting nothing.
No mercy whatsoever. Jackson holding that high ground as well. He's waiting for the rotation coming in. They have spotted or at least heard TSM creeping up, but that's a trio with Soul Snipe in the open, garnering some information, and with a double up, they at least take him down. But now TSM is very aware of where one is sitting, and Soul Snipe is good for one. Avicii with the AD movement, a little bit of strafing, gets the one. Collect going in for the punch. Double kill.
And that's where Collect's been so nasty in this tournament. When he's in those close quarters engagements, it just feels like a guaranteed win so often. TSM corralled and trapped over by Ness. This is one of the filthiest spawn traps you can put a team into. They're going to choose to opt towards that blue push. Important to win that first fight, which they will against Avicii. This much needed space now needs to turn into some sort of offensive action.
You can see Tarlek already pushing Cherished on the other side of the map, but do the kills come in? That's the question. In the meantime, one has taken over the lead again with 2-point lead, and Cherished is not quite done. They have isolated Tarlek, they're pushing him out. Cross-map fire support here by Cherished, and Tarlek still on the run, trying to get away. Jackson is on the hunt. They want to run him down. 1, 2, 3, and down he goes. Collects that one, and 3-point lead as Soul Snipe is looking for Cherished.
And Collect has been unbelievable so far this game. 13 kills and just 5 deaths. That's a stat line that you'd be happy to end a game with. We're at the halfway point. I mean, he's on pace for 20 this game. TSM need to find some sort of solution to him, and with that 3 down, they might have just gotten what they needed.
It's cross map, not quite landing as much as they would have liked to, but the damage is done, and they're swooping in for their cleanup. Double kill for TSM. 2-point lead, and now swinging back, and another one picked up. Drug respawns in the corner with his team and immediately goes on the offensive. They roughly know where they're at, and they're going in for the pounce.
Now look at one. They immediately sent everyone together to try to get towards yard, leaving Cherish behind to try to win his fights in the back pivot, but it's been tough for him. He is doing his best. Oh my, how is he alive? Immortal, he's finding himself in a risky situation, trying desperately to stay alive. And oh man, a great lift from Cherish turns into a better from Mortally. It was an all-out fight in the back, but TSM, they find themselves with a decent lead here as we approach the end game. If they can keep this momentum up, we could find ourselves tied up in this series. Soul Snipe, camo, shock rifle to work with.
Nice little snowball. 5-point lead now, and at 41, TSM in a prime position to take this map for themselves. It would be all important to the swing map, so to say. Even out the series, and they are going in for more. 2 more collected and 7 kills to go. A few clapbacks from one. The nades are through, but Soul Snipe is at least good for the trade. 44-38, 6-kill lead. TSM still picking up steam. Cherish now looking for a fight, but that's a 2v1. The nades are already flying in. He picks Dalek. Beautiful shots coming through, and now Avacii is here for the support, but it's Mortally who is good for a clean double kill. Completely sending the competition out, and with the last 3 kills to go, Tools, I'm not seeing too much room left for one here.
There's just not any runway to get this job done, and Talek might have just put the dagger in. That was the flank that they needed that got immediately shut down. With that, TSM can just wrap around and find the rest. They're going to be able to tie this series up, and what I think went wrong 4-1 in that game was that they lingered a little bit too much on those gunfights. They allowed TSM to reposition and collapse on those players that were taking those prolonged gunfights. And with that, TSM were able to find a couple of those 3-4 downs that got them into those spawn trap situations. And these stats, man, it's unbelievable. I mean, Talek, he didn't get a lot of kills, but I mean, look at that assist column, Liffy.
That is disgusting. 16 assists, doubling his kill count. That is amazing. Beautifully set up. If we look at the other side, of course, the rest of the TSM members, they were really just collecting everything that Talek set up. But on the side of 1, 6, 10, 8, 7, solid team play, but not quite enough, ultimately.
And not enough for them in that game. I was trying to take a look at that damage dealt there for a second, and it was interesting because we really saw a lot of damage being done throughout for TSM. I mean, look at those 3 players hitting those 4Ks there, and I think that's like one of those big difference makers. It's just they were able to get those bandits up and firing way more often than what it felt like for one.
Indeed. So now we're moving on to Aquarius. It's gonna be Bomb. We've got to arm some explosives here, my friend. And if I'm looking at how TSM played this second map, I am feeling like this could be a version of this match that can work in their favor.
I have to see. This is going to be, I mean, something that probably goes to time, right? Plenty of time to make the work done, and something that you don't see every day. The cross-mapping BRs on either side. Cherish versus Drunk. 1v1. Let's go settle it, right? The beef is here, and I think Drunk might have gotten the last word. You see his teammates are starting to get into position. They're collapsing on those players. With Collect going down, it's only Avacii that's left alive, and all he's going to be able to do is try to clear his side. TSM are going to win complete control of the middle map off this.
Yeah, it's looking good. I think Drug was stopped playing Halo and started playing some rail shooter of some sorts for a moment there. The way he was just taking down those cans, but for the moment it's TSM's advantage, and they're sending it straight down the middle before Kulek shuts them down. But Motley is there for the follow-up now. It is all about cleaning out that enemy point, because that's where one has hauled up at the moment.
And Talek's creating a huge distraction on the P side. There's going to be 2 players that are trying to deal with him. If he's able to stay alive and allow his teammates to wrap in from the other side, one is going to be in some extreme danger, and you're starting to see that come to fruition. Druk gets that first one, and one are just scrambling to get out of their base. They're feeling pressure from every lane, and it's just going to get worse. Killing spree for Druk.
Yeah, and he's still not done. Tries to get back up, almost gets the back clap, but it's not quite enough. Mortally now trying to wrap around, but it looks like that bomb is under firm control. Oh, never mind. He takes down the accent, puts a few beautiful, clean shots. Tries to go for the scout here as well, but it's not quite enough. And here is Kulekt, the last boss, the raid boss himself, and he's gonna shut TSM down.
Yeah, he had to ask me, you want to put it, if I could be in a small room with a grizzly bear or Collect, I think I might take the chances with the bear. It's like Collect is so dangerous in these close quarters battles. He finds a way to give himself those advantages, and you see off that one kill, they're able to move that bomb. It's super close to getting planted, and there's no challenge. TSM 4 down. That was almost too easy for Avacii.
Yeah, he was set up nicely. Beautiful team play, shutting out TSM as they were trying to funnel back in and prevent that arming from happening. And that leaves us with a 1-point lead at the moment for 1. After that momentum lost on the second map, TSM now down on the mat once again. So from here on out, I think TSM needs to make something happen.
Oh, that, yeah, I mean, look, they're starting to push in. They're getting their kills, and this is a great push to try to answer back, but their struggle has been actually getting themselves in that base. One have done an extremely good job of just playing really strong defense, not letting TSM get that last step forward and really implanting that control. Whereas you see right now, one immediately trying to take control. I mean, look how far and flanking Cherished is right now. He's going to try to just wait here for TSM to spawn up, forget about him, and shoot everyone in the back. He's got 3 players primed in front of him.
Yeah, but now he's landed a shot on Talek, probably given his position away at least a little bit. Immortally gets followed up with as well. That bomb dropped immediately. Cherish doing so much work here, not quite getting the kills, and that's one of the big problems we saw out of one on this Slayer matchup just now as well. So TSM is on to the point, and everyone just gets taken down. That is a bomb armed, and TSM even out the scoreline.
That might be Cherish just getting a little too ahead of himself there and potentially costing his team a capture, right? We saw him get into that base, and that's great, but that bomb was still on the doorstep of one. So when he pushes himself that far forward, TSM, they just took that space back, right? They got themselves in position, and they were really depending on him getting those slays. When they didn't come in, you saw how easy it was for Druk to isolate those angles.
Yeah, and now we're looking at Talek. He picked up the camo, and he is doing exactly what Cherished was supposed to do just now. He's taking out multiple members. He has the bomb picked up, and he is going to take that all the way to the bank, basically, because the enemy team has no idea where exactly he is, and he can do so much damage with it. Takes down Yaxin as well. And now, of course, that is going to draw more attention. Oh, he's just dodging, waiting for his shield to recharge, but not quite enough as he gets taken down.
It always feels good to make an enemy punch and hit complete air. Dalek doing a great job with that camouflage, and very rare in this pro play. It feels like everyone just has immediate camo eyes and punch them right away, but on this side, it's not the case. Cherish doing this once again. He is in the enemy base at TSM, trying to create all this chaos, but there needs to be some sort of bomb facilitation at the same time. Someone has to take advantage of Cherish being in that spot. If he's too far forward and that bomb is not being moved, it's just going to give TSM a lot of space to work with.
Indeed, it's a lot of space because one is just playing pure defense right now because TSM is pressuring them so hard, especially with a double kill from Mortally. And now Kulak coming in with the backstab. Is he good for one? Yes, he takes him down. Druk is there for the trade, but it's not quite enough to completely stop TSM. So they're going to regroup. Another double kill for Tolek. TSM really starting to get heated up here.
And Tolek's going to do the same play where he pushes in on this P side while the rest of his team starts to figure out where their route's going to be. But with that first down, he's going to stay hidden. And oh no, they're all lined up. He's going to be able to take control of their base now. And this is the opposite problem that Cherish had, right? This bomb is so close that Tolek is just going to be this huge gravitational well for them to worry about.
Yeah, he tries to get fancy with the parkour there, not quite able to do it, and Collect and Cherished are gonna shut him down. That bomb collected and maneuvered back to the middle of the map, and Yaxin offering some fire support from the side. Gets the sneaking metal, beautiful backstab coming through, and of course that's gonna open the doors a little bit, but how much can one capitalize here with Cherish being down? They're trying to make a push for it. The plasma pistol not quite connecting. Mortally getting his shield broken, and Yaxin is under so much fire. I'm not quite sure they were aware of him. He finds the shots, but can he finish the job? No, he cannot. He loses the 1v1.
Yeah, Druk might consider himself a little bit lucky there, right? Luck with skill gets him that kill. They totally lost track of Yaxin, but look how fast TSM is to push up this bomb. And this is the one thing TSM very efficient at. They will not waste time moving that bomb. Now, the question is how much attack power is once you get that bomb forward, and there was none there. TSM, in fact, they almost find themselves reeling. The bomb's basically getting planted already. The Avicii's arming, and TSM desperately need these kills, but they're just not coming.
Yeah, and Collect is holding down the fort, the bodyguard himself, the gatekeeper with the triple kill, and the bomb armed 4-1, 2-1 up on this map, and a very, very important swing in momentum.
That's the second time, Lithy, where we've seen TSM get very far forward with that bomb, playing it maybe a bit too fast off their slaves, and the counter coming in from one to get that counter cap. Both times they were able just to walk in off those slays because of the overextension. The spread was just too far for TSM.
Indeed. Feels like both teams are struggling with this a little bit. The coordination between the players pushing deep into the offensive part of the enemy half, right? And the other half of the team trying to make something happen with the bomb. And for both teams, it's always the bomb that's not moving where the team would love it to have. And again, one deep behind enemy lines, they're making a lot of work happen. And in the meantime, the bomb is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, it's like we need an offsides, you know, for these players that are getting too far. We need some ref to be like, hey, pull out the flag, like, you're too far, get back towards your team. We ain't doing any of this overextension, but so far it's been working. Oh my, Collect.
Oh, the sticky.
Who he is, you can just see him thinking he's inputting all this information. He is just dissecting TSM on the P side. The killing spree is in for Collect. And with the last player on P, Mortally one shot, they know this is going to be a great opportunity for one to push up.
Oh, but the nade shuts him down. Collect's streak ending right here, right there. But how much can TSM recover in this situation? Yes, this bomb is on very neutral ground. Soul Snipe trying to get it in there, but at the very least, he gets traded out by his teammate Tolek on the follow-up, secures himself the double. But he knows he needs to wait out the shield recharge. But maybe with this, TSM has enough of momentum to get in there. Nice shot, Tolek. Another one on the notches on the helmet, and they're on the point. But can they? Oh no! What a beautiful move! Tosses the ball.
Oh, they missed it! They missed it! Tolek was trying to grab it mid-air, but the ball didn't get enough airtime. So instead, TSM's gonna be forced to overslay, and it's tough, right? You're gonna lose this battle of attrition. The longer you take to win those gunfights in a base, it's just naturally better for the defensive team to get those numbers back, right? They're gonna spawn and have that instant access, whereas TSM, every number they lose, that's not only 10 seconds for the respawn, but another 5 seconds for that player to get back into position. It's just a much longer ask for TSM.
So much time investment, and TSM is getting desperate because we're looking at 2 minutes 30 on the timer and a point lead for one. And we've already seen on that second point how quickly that can turn the tables. Jackson with a double finds the camo, and this is another prime opportunity for one to just go in, go for the throat and eviscerate TSM.
And now Jackson can really create some chaos with his camouflage. Patient, as he wants to get behind the enemy players. If he can find the control of their base, TSM is going to be in deep trouble.
He gets the backstep. Oh, the 8. A nice little booby trap set by Mortally, and he follows it up with a kill on Avicii as well. The double secured for TSM, and you can see now they're running for it. Cherish is there to play Ghost Stopper a little bit, but it's not quite enough. TSM is continuing onwards. That's a 3-man squad rolling into the enemy half, but look at all the nades being tossed in. One is so painfully aware of TSM's approach here, but Tolek still good for at least the fight. Is trying to get the sneak around Avicii in the 1v1. The shots connect. The shield is broken. He just needs to follow it up. The melee can't connect. Nice dodge back from Tolek. He is so good with the movement.
And now with those 3 down, they can basically guarantee the fridge spawns. It's just about execution. If they can find these slays, they will be able to tie the game. But Jackson gets up to the face. The bomb was 99% the way there, but you need the last tick, and they will not be able to get it. One, clear the bomb from base. 1 minute. TSM, you're on a clock.
Oh my god, what kind of clutch plays are we witnessing here? It's absolutely incredible. 50 seconds is all that separates a one from going up to match point, and the bomb is rolling in. Collect holding down the enemy fort. Tolek trying to smoke him out, and he is good enough to make that happen. but that bomb's still in the middle of the map. 30 seconds. TSM is running out of time, and they need to get on things rather sooner than later. Oh, Camo unveiled here, mortally trying to get away, taken down, and another painful blow to TSM. Druk trying to make something happen, but at this point I feel like one is more than happy to run out the clock. 10 seconds, another kill for Collect. Make that 2 maybe? Nope, never mind. But I think this is all she wrote here, Tools.
Nah, there's no way for them to get there in time, and you saw one play that so well at the end, and it came down to just a millisecond, right? They were so close to getting that capture, but at the last moment, one was able to get in, find their kills, throw that bomb out, and with only a minute on the clock, it was really impressive to see how they adapted their play style. They threw that bomb all the way down towards P1 on the opposing P Street and really just tried to waste out that time. But man, Talik has to be thinking about that missed punch and how much it was going to cost. Yaxon with the play, have to see with the follow-up. Man, this is brutal. Because Talik, right, he's waiting here. He knows that fridge spawn is coming. He's ready for this gunfight. He gets the 3, breaks the shield. He just needs a headshot or a punch. Doesn't get either. And you can see the punishment that comes from it.
He presses melee a frame too early, basically. If he had waited just a little bit longer, there would have been a 1-for-1 trade, but in this case, it is not enough. Although, Talik, if we're looking at the scoreline, he had an impressive game. 28 kills, 12 assists. That is nothing to scoff at.
No, definitely a great performance. For so many players in this lobby as well. I mean, it felt like everyone was going to war, even with the player like Cherish, who didn't have, the greatest stat line when it comes to those kills. You can see those assists were running through, and that's been a theme for one, right? This assist column has always been sort of stacked up for them, and although TSM, it felt like they were finally finding that answer to go blow for blow, it just comes down to that little tiny bit of execution that one was able to take advantage of. And you have to think both those bomb captures that we saw, those bomb arms, came from overextended TSM players that were trying to maybe push that bomb a little bit too forward off their initial slays.
I mean, we had the same thing with one as well, right? If we recall, Cherished finding this very, very deep backstab and not being able to make anything happen off the back of it, right? It was both teams kind of maneuvering into similar positions, but TSM just missing that last little bit of bite. And Tools, now we got to talk about another objective-focused game mode as we're moving into Oddball for a match point for one here. Where do you see the series going? Because it feels like to me, one at least has a slight advantage at the moment.
I would agree that it feels that way, but history has revealed other things, right? We saw the same exact matchup yesterday. And the way that series started was the same exact way that we've seen this one. It was 2-1 in the lead of one. They had won both the objectives and had lost the Slayer, but it was TSM that was able to pull through with Game 4 and eventually find themselves that Game 5 victory to continue on in the winner's bracket. So, I would agree that right now it feels like this is one series, but TSM, they've been here, they've done it in the same exact fashion. I think it would be a little bit too early to call them out of this series.
I think you cannot count them out ever. So we're heading into Recharge. It's gonna be Oddball. I'm very curious how these two different playstyles are gonna collide here. A few more moments before we get going with this, but so far, quite honestly, this has been an entertaining series to say the least, and overall, I think this day is delivering on every single front.
No, this has been a fantastic day of Halo. I mean, even just thinking about the previous series that we saw, like the winners final, the Riot Noob, GenG going up against SSG, that one to a Game 5. Let's just have as many Game 5s as possible, right? I think that's what everyone wants here today.
Oh, we love a Game 5, and of course, the winner of this series is going to go up against GenG in the lower bracket final to fight out for that last ticket to the grand final on this Sunday. So it's gonna stay hot. If you look at this bracket, it's been quite the way already for these teams, right? They had to go through a good number. One doing the long run 3-0ing Lies Infantry, beating Ascending Baseline, and earlier we saw them 3-0 pickup squad. So these guys are on a run, but this has been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a very long day for these teams in the lower side trying to get their way through. And you see Space Station, they've already punched their ticket into grand finals, but they're gonna have to wait for this to happen, for all this to go through. And, you know, keeping those hands warm, trying to get yourself ready, that might be a tough challenge. GenG obviously waiting in our lower side. The team's getting ready. But guys, if you want a game 5, there's one way that you can guarantee a game 5, Lithy. There's one way, and that's if you get your hands on this new LVT Grassroots t-shirt. Look at that. I mean, this is the LAN edition. It's got this like metallic gold paint on it. Louis, show them the back, because the back is where it really shines. I mean, look how cool this thing is when you get the right lighting on it.
Hell yeah.
It looks awesome, guys. A very limited run of these shirts that we've seen. So I think we have like less than 70 or so to get through. So get your hands on some gold editions. If you do, I think we'll get a little game 5 action here.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. The numbers are dwindling, so get them while they're hot, basically. And I think the other thing you can do to make sure we get a game 5 is get some TSM chants in the chat as we're rolling into map 4. Match point for 1. Let's see if we can make it happen here.
And we see Cherish be very aggressive into this white tower, trying to get that damage down. And really, it was a very patient TSM at A. They really let one get to that camouflage, and Collect wasted no time grabbing it, but at the cost of the rest of his team. Everyone else is down, and he has to just sit there. He can't shoot. He just has to let his team know where everyone is.
Yeah, and TSM, the first ones to pick the ball up. The points ticking up ever so slowly, but Collect makes it out with the camo intact, is now going to ambush, but not quite able to pick up the kill. Grabs the shock rifle for himself. Maybe he can make a few plays with this one happen. Gets around the corner immediately, shut down by Taulik, but the trade is there. Avicii is on top of his game.
Avicii able to get to that shock rifle as well. This is going to be a real key for one. They had a great dominance in game 1 when they had the power weapon in their hand, and in particular it was Avicii, that player that was able to keep it in his hands. I'd be trying to keep an eye on him throughout the game and seeing if he has his turn with that shock rifle once again.
Indeed, but first you gotta find that oddball, because TSM's point counter is ticking up slowly but surely. 25 already on the board, but here is Avicii, finds Mr. Soul Snipe, and now it looks like one has these two orb holders cornered, and yep, that's gonna be straight off the map, not giving a chance to one to get that for themselves. They need to reset and go back, rotate across the entire map. What a beautiful setup here by TSM.
Whoa, Collect sends the microwave through, double kill for him, and that will be the first seconds of time that one are going to be able to get from those kills. But look at their established map control. They have C, they have pipes, they're going to have TSM spawning all the way out of A, and they're going to be able to have freedom to rotate ball, but also a great setup to play for this camouflage.
Yeah, and Collect wants that. He has the shock rifle, he has a kill under control, gets the backslap. Beautiful. This man is unstoppable, has been unstoppable the entire series through. If it wasn't for Mortally, he would still be slaying out there. But Avicii is able to collect the camo and the oddball firmly in the hands of one. They've already evened out the scoreline, and still no end in sight to that ticking point.
Finally, TSM are getting these kills, and they'll force that play ball, but you see a 36-second chunk of time that Jackson was able to put on the board while they got those just couple slays that Collect got earlier to open up the map. And that's going to be the big thing, right? The efficiency in which you can play the game. Trying to translate as little as possible into as much for your team, and that's where one has been really effective this tournament.
Exactly. So TSM finds a few kills here. The oddball on the ground. Cherished gets taken out by Mortally. A nice pick on the corner there. Taking his head out a little bit too far. Yasin pushing in, getting surprised by Soul Snipe and taken out. A nice 1v1 here. Drak actually making it happen for TSM. Collect finds Mortally. A little bit of exchange of kills here across the map, but TSM holding strong onto that oddball. and Cherished is stopped as well. So no opportunity for one to shut it down, at least for the moment. Obviously, the next on the docket gets taken down as well.
Now, Soulside played that really well in the middle of the map, just going from one target to the next, trying to clean up what was needed for his team, and TSM were able to really handle that push extremely well. And oh no, this could be devastating. Druck, he is causing chaos on the complete opposite side of the map that one want to be on. So they're distracted trying to deal with him. On the other side, you see TSM, they're just having no pressure at all, just holding ball at bottom A.
And indeed, yeah, the points are ticking up ever so slowly, and quite honestly, I'm a little bit surprised with how well TSM is doing on this map. Yes, Cherish has the camo, but even though they've had so much objective control, one is failing to make anything happen with all those resources. The shock rifle under control, Yaxin tries to find the shots, but only on the follow-up. Cherish is able to pick up a kill, collect, trades him out. Beautifully done, and for the moment at least, the oddball back in the hands of one.
Yeah, but that was a 40-second run that we saw from TSM there. One have a lot of work ahead of them, and the shock rifle going to be a big piece to keeping that ball in their possession.
Well, he has the shot lined up though to connect at least the body shots. Nice zap coming through the nade to follow it up. Mortally taking down Collect. It's a trade-out actually. And another 1v1. Yaxin breaks the shield, gets his shield broken though, and Cherished is jumping down to collect Talik's head. The Vault Ball in his hands, 60 points on the docket. They're moving towards.
I really love the way that Yaxin played that, right? He gets that player down to one shot. He could try to take the challenge and get the kill, but instead he perfectly plays his position to isolate the angle, right? Don't let him hit that shot. Wait for your teammate to come finish it up, and they get that kill, but right now, TSM, it feels as if they just have that little bit more firepower on their sleighs. They're able to find these breaks a bit early, and it's creating pretty chaotic situations for one. As we see another ball grab, and oh, Yaxin, that's a bad sign. You're starting to see one splintering, pushing one by one. There is no cohesion right now to these pushes.
Yeah, nice attempt here from Collect and Cherished, and they're actually managing to overwhelm TSM. Beautiful play. That was exactly what they needed, and this time they executed great 3-man push to take TSM down, and they're evening out the scoreline, 85 to 82 on this first round of oddball. But the ball is on the ground right now, and a perfect opportunity for either team to re-energize the game for themselves.
Able to find that break, and that was actually really impressive because they did that down numbers, right? Their first player went down so early, able to push in 3 lanes at the same time, but there was no follow-up to that break. They weren't able to get the time, and now it's just a couple seconds, and I don't think they can get there. Yaxin maybe has a chance at this challenge. A couple more seconds to go, and TSM will secure that first round, and it was only, I believe, one player alive. That ball carrier, I think, got killed right at the 102nd.
That was a beautifully executed last stand there at the tail end. So TSM take a round 1 here of oddball, but we are far from done here. First to 2, that's what's up. And of course, one is very much ready to take it all back. Cherished in the 1v1 is taken down by Mr. Soulsnipe. TSM regaining the momentum.
Collect opens it up with that massive double, and he knows that's the last player alive. Just wait it out, wait for your spawners, and then try to move this ball up. But man, Talik was patient. He stood there, he just stayed waiting and was able to get that kill. And that could have been a 20-25 second ball time grab for one. Instead, that ball is just going to be stuck in the middle of batteries.
Indeed. I mean, it's sitting comfy there. I mean, nice place
comfy, but not in anyone's possession, right? If we had a ball time for the middle, we'd see the advantage. But look, TSM, that was almost masterful. Their break, they were able to really counteract what was a tough situation. And whoa, this is a very aggressive rotation.
Movement.
Yeah, right. You see that? That was aggressive. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it. Maybe a little bit more flash than substance there.
No, that was, I thought that was absolutely beautiful. Tosses the ball, grapples towards it, and then retains momentum while picking it up and continues out. That is just a wonderful, wonderful thing. Talik also with a nice double to be picked up before he got shut down. Collect now has the shock rifle though, wants to make something happen. And so far, no team really had an opportunity to collect the ball and get some points on the docket, but it feels like One is gaining more and more advantages right now.
Yeah, they definitely have control of the map where they want it. With that, Druck, ooh, whoa, how is Druck not dead? Oh, Collect, he was out of bullets. So Collect wanted to shoot that that weapon pad to get that tiny bit of damage down on that player needed for the finish. Instead, he had to hit that reload, and man, even now with One going down, Liffy, they're still able to get a nice little chunk of time.
Yeah, and especially with that ball reset, that is basically the sign for TSM. Yeah, okay, our push with 2 or 3 members that we just invested to this side of the map is completely useless. Yes, we might get a kill or 2, but even if we do, they're just going to respawn on the other side of the map and have the advantage on the orb once again. So, masterful play here from One, in my opinion. But TSM finds a few good flanks, takes down Cherished, and they are trying to follow it up.
You see the C spawns come out 4-1, so basically need a full break here, and Collect will waste no time getting himself into those front lines. Look how aggressive he is. He had 4 players ahead of him. Somehow, some way, he gets both. Oh, what? How does Collect continue to create this chaos? He is 24 and 13 to start this game, and he basically just single-handedly broke the setup at goal. Collect played that just about perfect.
Call him Bane, the way he just broke TSM's back, man. I don't know what's going on, but this man is on a roll. Still holding onto that orb, getting pressured, but Yaxin is there to back him up. There was a 1-for-1 trade on the melee exchange, but Cherish is there immediately to take the place of his teammate. But TSM gained control of the ball and run it all the way out back to the elevator. They love this spot. They've been holding so well in this corner. They're so practiced here.
They know exactly where to watch, where those angles are going to come from, but that time there wasn't that many players from TSM ready to defend at A, so too much open space. One were able to get through and find those breaks. Camouflage going to be coming up in 10 seconds. Now, normally you want that C-side control to get camo, and with Trek getting that first kill, it's really going to be up to Yaxin to try to stop TSM from just getting away with camo right away.
Yeah, Monster Soul Snipe, I think, is making a push for it already. Mortally has grabbed it, so good timing from TSM, great objective control, but how much value can they get from it? Mortally takes down Yaxin, great fire support for his teammates, but they need the orb. It's still a 22-point advantage for One in this situation, and Collect has the shock rifle. He's looking for some zaps. Oh, the nade. Nasty.
Collect is one of those players that loves to close space, right? The closer he is to you, the easier it is for him to win those gunfights. It feels that he really does a fantastic job of making players uncomfortable, right? Making them miss that important shot, whereas he will always have a steady reticle, will always try to find the correct shot to finish off those gunfights. So deadly in those positions.
Yeah, and it really feels like in the last minute, it is all about One and how much momentum they're getting. Abbasi, Collect, farming so many kills and just rotting TSM down. Yeah, the trades are coming in here and there, but the ball is firmly under control for One. 76 already on the board, and Yaxin is just letting that tick further up. He can reset it at any time, and he's just forcing TSM to commit multiple members to this side of the map once again.
And it's great to force multiple members to towards him, because it just makes the follow-up a little bit harder for TSM. And great idea from TSM, right? You knew that you didn't necessarily have those pipe spawns, but a little bit too early or maybe too ambitious on that rotation. They get caught mid-rotation, and because of it, just really weak and scattered. The rest go down, and now One just need 10 seconds.
That kill picked up. 5 seconds left to go. And I think this is going to be oddball evened out 1-1 each. And we're moving on to round 3. So, Jules, we're not just getting round 3. We might even get a game 5 off the back of this, because TSM has been looking good. They just need to stop One from gaining even more momentum, because they are on match point.
You might just need to stop one player on One. It's Collect, and there we go. Once again, he has won a gunfight where he's able to get him in that closed space. He is so damn good at just winning these close engagements.
Yeah, he's doing really, really well to just be a little bit on the down low about it, right? And with that camo, the ball under control as well. He has the grapple, tosses it to his teammate. I mean...
Oh, don't
We
do
call it
this.
Stockton at this point. Oh my god, the assist coming through. Double tap, taking down to a double kill for Collect. Now the camo runs out, but he's still good for one more fight. Mortally challenges him, and he repositions immediately with the grapple. Not quite cutting off the movement here, but Collect is so locked in, man. This is a grand finals performance from him.
Collect is like the player that you get when you're playing 2K and you move like the athleticism up to like 100. Right? It's like anything he wants to do on the map, like he can, right? It's he acts as if this is like the easiest thing in the world. The way that he's positioning himself, getting himself in these spots to get kills that look routine to him, but are really just tough gunfights. Every time it feels like he's getting away with murder against TSM. He's 35 and 19 for his team, and even on top of that, he's got 41 seconds of ball time. He's doing everything he can. This is Collect. Case just trying to guarantee this game.
Oh my god. At this point, we might have to call him the Reaper because he is coming to collect all of TSM's souls. Yes, he gets taken down with a nade there, but still, the damage is done. 32-point lead already for one, and after that second round, it just feels like they are ramping more and more. TSM trying to take over the ball, but Taulek struggling, waiting for his team to back him up, but Yaxin still takes him down. Good for one as Druk takes the trade and brings the first few points on the board for TSM, and Soul Snipe grabs the camel.
Finally, some big changes for TSM. Whoa, I'm losing my voice, Lithy. I'll get it back. I'll let you take it for a second.
It's completely fine. That happens. The best teams choke sometimes. I mean, we might be looking at it here. I don't want to jinx it, though, so... We'll just keep at it. Nice nade from Druk, clearing out the swing for himself. Retreating into ducts, but it's all about this ball because, my goodness, it's still under control. 4-1, and TSM does not find the angles. Taulek finds a flank, but it's not quite happening. Druk with the grapple around the corner, but Abasi is on top of his game here.
Yaxin was able to get away with that ball as well during that chaos, and with that, Collect is going to be on the front lines. Ooh, Soul Snipe. It took perfect shots, but perfect shots might just give them the control they need. TSM down by 53 points early in this game. They need to find some big solution. So they need to have a big, like, some big slay performance from someone. Someone lead this team. Someone step up and take over for this team. Right now, we are seeing a TSM that just cannot find their path forward. They need a leader to step up.
They're playing slightly scared. If it was someone, I think it would be Mortally for TSM. He has been looking really good throughout this day so far, but he needs to make something happen, and so far he just is not able to do anything other than to go 1-for-1 in these exchanges, and it's just not quite enough. More ball control, 80 points already for one. They are sprinting 7-mile boots on their feet and moving so far and wide across the land. TSM is left in a smoke cloud. Mortally has to retreat, pull back with the camo just to retain that power up. And in the meantime, one is just moving further up, regrouping, and they're looking at the ball. TSM finally taking control of the scout.
This is good control though, right? Look at the players of one. They're so far away. All of them basically trapped at that tower. So you're going to be able to get a nice 20 seconds at minimum here. If you're able to take down the initial push from one, you could be finding yourself with another 20 seconds. That's just how much dominant map control TSM have at the moment. They're not feeling any pressure, but the concern with is there's only one break that's needed. If one find one player to get in, and that might just be Collect. Collect is flying to the front lines. He just got that first. He is one shot in between three players. Don't let how he just
He is the Terminator himself at this point, man. Oh my god, synthetic skin over a mental endoskeleton. This man is collecting every single head. 2, 1, get him out. 3, 1, sweep and a ticket to the lower finals. 4-1.
Wow, one moves on ahead to the lower finals. Everybody, Cherish just got his revenge win against TSM, eliminating his former squad with Team 1. Absolutely incredible. This has to feel so good for Cherished. Tools, how do you think this feels for him right now? And how do you think this step forward affects them going into the Dallas Open?
Oh, I think Cherish is looking at his teammates right now and saying, I got gross teammates. Like they're doing their job. Like he's very happy with the roster that's been assembled here. And I imagine this is probably the roster that we'll see coming into next week. But the big thing I was noticing, right, the success indicators that we saw in Game 1 and in Game 3 was their teamwork, right? It was their ability to have high assists, to run as a pack, to find those kills. And I think that's what Cherish has wanted, right? He wants someone where he can feel confident that help is always there. That player is going to be positioned exactly where he needs them to make the big play. And so far, this one team, I mean, they're legit. They are legit. Do not sleep on this team.
Lithy, we talked about one player near the end, Collect. He got 39 kills, 26 deaths, 16 assists, plus 18 KDA. Let's talk about him.
What else is there to say? I mean, I think the pictures speak for themselves. The stat line does so as well. At this point, man, the guy almost full killed TSM by himself 10 times over on this oddball map. Impressive performance. As Tools just said, this is a team you cannot sleep on, especially if they are able to put Collect in the driver's seat. 11k damage? Excuse me? He hasn't even taken 10k himself. That is an absolutely insane performance.
Yeah, it was so special to see him close space, right? And in those close engagements, Collect is never out of a gunfight, and that's what makes him so impressive, right? Is his ability to he's closing that space, but he's never looking for that trade, and he's always in that unorthodox area, right? So right space, right time, and able just to always catch players off guard, right? There's a lot of times where players are in the right area, but they're not standing in the right spot. They're not having that right timing. Collect, you can feel that natural sense of timing at all points to really create chaos. And I think we saw that in particular in the last 30 seconds. He flew forward into the front of TSM. He was in their face, first player in, but last player to be alive, right? He's getting that entry, but being able to translate it into even more value. Collect was putting on display of how to play modern Halo this game. It's a game where I could just keep gushing about the way that Collect was playing. It was really, I feel like we saw some sort of special performance from K today.
We absolutely did. Lithy 1 is now going up against GenG, and we saw how incredibly efficient that team was at objective when they were playing up against SSG, the top 4 team. Now, what do you see from Team 1, and what could they bring going into the next series?
It's going to be an interesting matchup because we saw so much excelling objective control from GenG, team coordination, and that is something one I feel like had struggled a little bit against TSM just now in this series. But on the other side, of course, they have the just frag, the Slayer advantage. So if one can capitalize to their strengths, disrupt GenG early while they are trying to build map presence, that might be the perfect angle for them to really throw a wrench into their bike. But quite honestly, GenG is also a super experienced team, so this is not going to be easy for one, but definitely doable.
Well, huge win here for one. Now they move on ahead to the lower finals. GenG versus TS. GenG versus one up next. And everybody, thank you so much for buying up the tees. We have sold over 400 of them, and we have less than 70 tees left of the gold edition. So go ahead and pick one of those up for yourself. !merch or lvthalo.com. We'll see you guys after this break.
Spit it out, just tell me honestly. You should know I'm not your enemy. You want trust, I want it just as much. You need love, I need the same for us. Look at all this time we're wasting, screaming at each other, baby. I wanna understand. You walk away, I feel away when you hold me. We want the same thing. Need us again. You say the same
incoming. Killing spree. Double kill.
If all my love has got you feeling too much, it's feeling too much for you, then all my love is gonna dance with someone that shows love, not you. If all my love has got you feeling too much, it's feeling too much for you, then all my love is gonna dance with someone that shows love, not you. Just It's got you feeling too much, it's feeling too much for you, then all my love is gonna dance with someone that shows love, not you.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Louis V Titan here. I got a little bit of breaking news to break. It looks like here in our lower bracket, GenG will have to forfeit. And with this forfeit means that one will punch their ticket straight to the grand finals. Getting all the graphics updated as we speak. Space Station versus One will be our grand final. One will need to win 2 best-of-5 series to claim victory in this open tournaments as they come from the lower brackets. Unfortunate situation, but GenG will not be able to complete the day, so the tournament has to go on. Give us an extra maybe 5-10 minutes to get our graphics set up, and I believe that we also have to notify Space Station that their match is going to be called much sooner than when it was expected. So it might be a little bit of an extended break, but we will have the grand finals for you here momentarily. And other than that, I just want to thank everybody for tuning in. Shout out to all the watch partiers, all the LVT co-streamers, everybody that's here. Appreciate you all showing up. Unfortunate situation, nevertheless. I think GenG actually played Space Station really well in the winter finals. Unfortunately, I was really looking forward to a potential rematch, but nevertheless, one is cooking as well, right? I do want to take a quick moment to shout out everybody that's bought merch today. I'm wearing the shirt right now. It's not super reflective on the camera right now, but I can try to turn around also. You guys can check out the shirt. It's on lvthalo.com, right? Smalls are already sold out, and we've sold a couple, so there's a chance that some of these other sizes are sold out. Some of the bigger sizes definitely have a smaller quantity available. I believe mediums also have a very small quantity available. Extra large and large, there seems to be a plethora. So, yeah. Unfortunate situation. We're going to take a quick break. We'll make sure that we get everything worked out. So nevertheless, everybody stick around. We'll be back with the grand finals here momentarily. Space Station versus One.
I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We could reach it. Yeah, we got it. And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. But what you gonna do? And you know I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? I've been in the good times already. You can see it on my face. I know. No more racing. We got it. We could reach it. Yeah, we got it. Oh, I'm feeling good like that. So what you gonna do? And I can't stop thinking about you. What you gonna do? What you gonna do? What you gonna do?
I've been waiting for somebody just like you, saying all the colors, no more shades of blue. You picked me up from nothing, and now I'm feeling something. I've been waiting for somebody just like you.
Haven't got ready in a while. That's why you missing smiles. Haven't had somebody take you out and show you worth your while. Friday night fun and missing friends. Worked all day and cry all night. I think you need somewhere to send. Shy in public, but a threat. All these girls will stare and check at you. At first sight, I lost my breath. 'Cause I've never seen someone like you.
I've been waiting for somebody just like you. Seeing all the colors, no more shades of blue. You pick me up from nothing, and now I'm feeling something. I've been waiting for somebody just like you.
Monday morning, it starts to rain. And I'm thinking about what we've been through. It's getting cold and light starts to fade. And I'm feeling worried about where this leads to. I don't know where to begin, but I keep seeing you with me. I slowly start to admit that you're the one that I'm missing. I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? 'Cause now I'm losing my mind. Keep on running till I find a way to ease my mind. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? Is it hard to make up your mind? Doesn't the fun that we have make it easy? Is it true? Do you still need time? Or are you scared to commit and be with me? 'Cause what we have is real hard to find. And all I want you to be is happy. I don't know where to begin, but I keep seeing you with me. I slowly start to admit that you're the one that I'm missing. I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? 'Cause now I'm losing my mind. Keep on running till I find a way to ease my mind. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses? I don't know what I should do, 'cause you're ignoring my texting. So could you tell me the truth so I can stop making guesses?
Double kill.
times. That's all I got to say. Sick and tired of all the games.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the grand final. Space Station versus 1. Aliak did step away for the rest of the day, and Lithy's done for the day as well. So we've got Tony and Tool stepping in, and I'm gonna just let the pros handle this. Tony, take it away.
Bro, is it just me, or is LVT the best looking man in the business, bro? That's a handsome dude right there. And then speaking of handsome, you ain't looking too bad yourself, Tools. What's going on?
Hey.
Show him the hair. Give him a little flick with the hair.
Oh, I don't know if my hair can flip.
Oh, wow, that's a lot of pomade. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here with the Open Series number 4. We got Space Station Gaming. We got the 1. This is your grand finals. A bit of an unfortunate forfeit, but something tells me this series is going to be good enough for not only 1, but 2, but 3. This grand final is about to be nasty. Let's see what SSG got to offer, because I think they got their sniper back, and Lucid, he's doing his thing as well.
Well, I think 1 is probably pretty happy to be in this situation. You know, obviously grand finals is great, but now they get to really test themselves against a top 4 team. SSG has been looking better and better week in and week out. This is a true test for them to see how far can this team go.
You got 2 MVPs on the roster and 2 of some of the greatest minds that we have seen ever touch a controller in Halo. But you know what you got on the side of 1? You got collecting skulls with that sniper. That's a beautiful play by 1, as now they start to rotate to the strong side of the map.
Oh, Collect a rare miss, just a bit over that head, but you see Cherish working on that long flank, gonna get behind Stellar, and boom, instant melt. That'll allow them to start moving up on the map, and these players of SSG, they just keep getting away with their lives. If 1 can find a bit better execution on some of these slays, I think we're going to see some true flag opportunities.
Bit of an annoying play coming out of Space Station Gaming, and now that defense will convert it to offense almost immediately. Now SSG are the ones starting to take some space. They're the ones infiltrating the base of 1.
You see 1 very much trapped into that sniper side. No one going to be able to control their base, especially with SSG setting a long flanker to try to make an impact. And there you go. Stellar was able to get the backsmack on Collect. This is an opportunity to run the flag, and Stellar recognizing that there's an open path ahead of him.
He has 2 players in front of him, or should I say had 2 players in front of him. Lucid with the smooth double kill right as Overshield is coming up. I know Collect wants to try to apply some pressure, but too little too late. Stellar now has the double shield and some good damage onto Collect. The first one to go down. Killing spree out of Lucid on his way towards the flag. They may have stopped 1 pull, but I'm not sure 1 can stop another.
Stopping the pull and gaining control of your base, 2 very different things, in Space Station giving a lesson in those differences right now. They just make this second opportunity look so much easier than the first. There is nothing that'll stop Lucid from pushing this 1 in.
And it just tells you the importance of grabbing a hold of those resources. That Overshield immediately converts into that map control that they need in order to cap 1 on the board. But now a counter cap opportunity. At least the pull is out, but with Jackson hitting the black screen, and the same for Adversary, now cherished by himself. There's nothing he can do but retreat here. Tries to put on some extra damage, but that flag is still on the move.
With Eco controlling this side of the map, 1's gonna have a real struggle on just stopping this flag carrier. It's just desperate pushes forward, and yeah, this is too easy for Eco. He's just gonna be able to clean up all the pieces left behind, and they're not gonna be satisfied with 2. If they get an opportunity for this 3rd flag pull, we could be seeing a blitz of a game early on.
Fresh off of a cap, and somehow Snakebite is still applying pressure here. He has control of the HUD for now, and the rest of SSG are going to quickly start to move in position.
Collect just trying desperately to get control, but this is what SSG is so good at. They get their position, but they won't give it up, right? They're not going to give you an easy trade. They're going to force you to win a gunfight, and they're often going to have each other's help. And, well, 2 snipers in both the power positions, a flagpole coming. This is game over for 1. I don't see a way that you stop this.
I mean, think about this. The cap winning Snakebite was still in their hut. He was one shot over towards their snipe cave. He somehow stays alive. He grabs a hold of their sniper. It turns to a double sniper. It turns to a flagpole, and ultimately going to be the dagger that puts them down. Snakebite simply staying alive for as long as he did when he had no business doing so. Literally won them that game, and we're on to game number 2.
Nothing was really there for one. There wasn't enough damage on board for them to follow up on a lot of these kills. Jackson in particular was really feeling that hurt. Oftentimes he was that last player alive for his team, but there wasn't enough damage down for him to find those trades. And when they don't find those trades, they're not able to move up on the map. They weren't ever able to get control of their snipe hut, and eventually it just became a simple game. Space Station was play forward, get kills, pull flags, and it really felt like there was no resistance during that entire spree.
Been saying it for quite some time. We're going to judge Space Station Gaming on their first tournament. Wanted to see what this team looked like, their second, their third, so on and so forth. On the road to Worlds, you expect Space Station Gaming to get better and better, like you said before. And just look at them now, right? It's just, dude, this is complete and utter domination. When SSG are playing like this, they could be winning tournaments.
I think it's important for players not to be judged by their worst performances, right? But rather look towards how they respond to their worst performance. I want to keep an eye on Jackson, see how he does this game, right? It's tough going into a grand finals, having your chance against a top 4 team and dropping 0 kills. It doesn't feel good. But if he can bounce back and show his value to this team, then you suddenly have something to build upon when you look further into this series, when you look further into what this team can be doing in the future.
Honestly, it reminds me of something my mother used to say all the time. You don't have to be great to start, but you have to start to be great. So maybe we can see Jackson in one bounce back off of that one. We do see them start with an early lead and collect with the most dangerous combination in Halo Infinite.
Oh, collect doing collect things, but this is the difference between teams in the top 6 and the top 4. They're not going to let you get away, right? They are going to hunt you down and be able to find those kills. Normally Collect would be able to get that headshot and get away with his shields. Not the case against SSG.
6-4 lead here for one, and Jackson hiding in the Shadow Realm. Meanwhile, Collect getting aggro towards that gold side of the map, chasing down multiple members of Space Station Gaming and dropping bodies along the way. This is the bounce back you want to see.
Now look at Stellar and Lucid stuck at the tower in the space that one is trying to take. Jackson going to be very forward on the map, waiting for that help. Once he goes, you're going to see the rest of one follow.
And you can tell that one want to cover more ground right now, but they know the Space Station Gaming's defenses have been built, so a beautiful insta-explode starts off this push, but right into the hands of Snakebite. You mess with the snake, you get the fangs, but Collect off the top rope, dropping the people's elbow and giving them once again a 3-kill lead.
Collect plays so smart, and it's his change of pace that really catches players off guard. It'd be very easy for him to try to push into that damage. He stays on the bridge. He lets SSG push into him, understanding that they're going to try to stay alive. Gets the easy kill, and eventually one is able to win those fights, those engagements, and flip this map, at least for the time being. Camo should be relatively free for one. Important for them to get away and have value with this Collect. Getting that first step done. Now it's time to get to freedom.
Second camouflage in a row for Collect and one, but now the question is, what are you going to do with it? You find the retreating Eco, couple back shots, but ends up in a trade there as both players end up going down. Adversary battling out with Stellar over toward the gold side when you thought one had a clear advantage. SSG come in.
This is the thing that SSG's so good at, right? They're going to find their trades. They're not going to let you just spring a game out from underneath. And look at Snakebite. He says, I don't need to challenge you in the one-on-one Collect. I know what you're good at. Let me get my shield back and then take the challenge. That's the difference, right? Laying the trap, letting Collect feel a bit comfortable. And Snakebite, he is demolishing when given the opportunity. Those are the differences between top-level players, right? The best of the best. And what you see in the pro circuit. That is Snakebite giving opportunity to Space Station.
It's still a 2-kill advantage here for Space Station Gaming, but Stellar wanted to put some separation there and a battle between Jax and Eco, forcing Eco back toward the A side. But look at the presence that Space Station Gaming have on the map. Lucid watching the cross, Snakebite with the shock off the screen over toward the A side as one are trying to push up. SSG have the defensive, they have the setup they want.
Plenty of snipe ammo for Snakebite to work with, and just working alongside his team, right? Trying to give them information. And this is the thing that SSG, a lot of players going down to one shot, but I'm not seeing a lot of those cleanups. And Snakebite, oh, don't challenge him right now. And he's doing it again, Tony, right? There's no need for him to take that challenge. It's one-on-one. Why give the player the 50-50 gunfight when he can get his shield back and try to guarantee something 100% with a sniper in his hands?
They ain't taking the 50-50s. Lots of times you've seen the bait and switch coming in from Space Station Gaming. It's the fundamentals right now that are beating one by 4 kills, and Stellar getting real aggressive trades out his life there. Momentary beat down for Space Station Gaming, but Snakebite, he's making sure he gets his. Camouflage is at the battlefield. Can Space Station Gaming get a hold of it?
That's been a rare sight today. Collect not only losing that gunfight in the close quarters battle, but getting reversal. Snakebite just won that pure outright. He's been so impressive for this team. Remember, he had a 21-2 performance in a Slayer earlier today against GenG. He certainly has been coming out to play in these Slayers. Cherished, stay a little hidden. He's just getting information. Stellar not going to be able to figure that out in time. Easy kills, and this might just lead to more. Double kill for Cherish, and I think they are going to start hunting these last two.
Unforbidden was the overshield that really put one away in that game number 1, but right now the camouflages have all gone to one. I mean, what, we've seen 3 in a row so far where one are just dominating the resources on the map because of that, only down by 1 kill. But here come Eco and Lucid, another little bit of bait and switch action, but Jackson somehow winning his 1v1, and Cherish gets out of dodge and over toward the tower side. By the time Lucid gets involved, his team is 8-8 here.
Whoa, Lucid, that was heads up. He knew what the timing was on that challenge, was able to get back and at least get the assist before the collapse comes in. And the Space Station, when it looked like they were dead to rights, 3 down, only 1 player alive, they've been able to at least manage some trades in the situation and make this a little bit closer than it could be.
37-33. Although SSG have played great, one have played even better here on a recharge, and finding the weakened players as Jackson might have gotten a goose egg in game number 1, but look at where he's at now. 13 kills of the team's 41, and a large reason why they have a 6-kill advantage is because Jackson is doing his thing.
A big bounce back from him, right? Remember, 0 kills in the last game, now leading for his team. And that's where we should judge the players, right? Not at their weakest moments, but how they bounce back, how they respond to those moments. And so far, one has been playing lights out in these final moments. And we've seen this happen a couple times now where Space Station go 2-3 down and leave Lucid in that last isolated player alive. You know, the first time, the second time, that's, you know, it might be an odd end, but the third time, I think we're starting to see a trend, and it's not something that I'm loving from Space Station. They need to be able to keep themselves alive on the map. A couple too many 3 downs.
And I hate to oversimplify things a little bit, but I think we've seen 4 camouflages go the way of 1. That is every single camouflage that has been on the map. Space Station Gaming haven't gotten a single camo. You have to think that might be a problem, even if 1 or 2 go their way. Maybe they're not losing by 8 kills at a moment like this, but right now just 2 more kills needed here for one. Advocacy putting down that damage, then quick on the retreat. Snakebite getting caught towards the bottom side. Jackson gives up his life in order to give him the 49th, and Advocacy puts them down. Game number 2 goes to them, ladies and gentlemen. We have a tied series.
Love that from Jackson, the bounce back. 17 in the Slayer for his team, really laying it down and giving his team a second chance in this series. Very easy just to roll over when you have a tough start to a game, and he really battled through and was able to provide a much needed boost. Cherished, man, I'm really impressed with Cherish throughout this tournament. He's always trying to find damage, always trying to help teammates. Very rare that we see him have a lopsided game where his assists aren't getting up there with his slays. He's a Mr. Do-it-all middle line player. I love to watch him play.
Comes from the Apex days, so he knows how important that teamwork is. He knows how important those numbers are. And when it comes to the unselfish plays, the game-winning plays that don't always show up on the stat sheet, you know Cherish gonna be getting his and doing his thing. Meanwhile, Space Station Gaming, obviously we're up 1-0 in that series. Going to that game number 2 with all of that momentum. They come out hot though. They show they're not going to be bullied. They do not care who's on the other side of their reticles. They're ready to shoot. And live fire is going to be that swing game number 3. It will swing momentum into one of these teams' favors.
Stellar trying to take that battle to collect bottom, but the sniper shot just into the shoulder instead of the head, and that'll give Collect just about a full snipe to work with, and they have just about full control of the map. DC hold and a sniper to help them get this next coming camouflage. That was a big difference maker in game 2, was the control of camo. Can SSG find that solution?
As my man Lithely would say, Collect hits him with the 2-tap. I actually like that one. Snipe to the bandit. Beautifully done. And Adversary once again getting another camouflage. If you're counting from last game, that's 5 in a row for one.
It's not even just one that keeps getting camouflaged throughout this tournament. It's been Avicii in particular that really has been reaping the benefits. He loves to get this camo and play in that space. Very reminiscent of how Boo Boo Doo likes to play with this camo.
Yeah, it was Collect in the beginning, but yeah, it seemed to be Adversary toward that second half of that game number 1, and multiple times getting away with that camouflage, even more important than just grabbing it and burning it. Collect not able to keep a hold of that sniper. I think he wasted all of the ammo though, so good for him as Lucid forced to take the tower side. They have the double cap. They're looking to go for the triple. One may have started off hot, but here comes Space Station Gaming.
The trip cap can make up the difference in just a flash. It's 2 points for every second that they have this into control, and it's dangerous when they get into those spots. But 3 down for Space Station. Lucid, that last player alive, he goes down. This is going to be a quick recovery from 1, and we saw it last game, Tony. It was the 3 down with Lucid being last alive. We're seeing it again this game. Space Station, I think it's been a clear trend and how these players are going down, and it's tough for Lucid having to be that last player alive so often.
Despite the triple cap, somehow Space Station Gaming only able to put 28 points on the board. But as I say that, Bravo's starting to change hands just a bit. Action Jackson may be here, but I was gonna say so was Snakebite as he gets taken down.
Yeah, you see they've lost complete control of C in the process. That tower side's gonna move, but with that expansion, they are going to be able to rotate A back to their control. And hey, look at Eco, a little present on the ground. He'll have QT to help the fight towards camouflage.
3 down goes Space Station Gaming. The final player is going to be Stellar. Hasn't yet found the kill just yet, but as he defends his camo side, he's able to take down Cherish. Has his reticle and eyes set on Jackson. That's quite the life of the final player alive, being Stellar.
Yeah, but look at this. Avicii camouflage again for his roster, and he's going to hunt down a Snakebite. He'll go down, and now Space Station staggered with their spawns. They know that the last 2 are towards C, and look at that. 3 down, Lucid last alive. There's not much he's going to be able to do. Or not, or are you kidding me? He just took on the pure ego against Jackson. Jackson getting caught with the step up. That's why you don't jump in your gunfights, folks. It's too easy for players like Lucid to take you down.
Don't ever doubt the former MVP. Even if you have a 1-shot, a 2-shot, even a 3-shot advantage, he's always dangerous on the map. But 98 points in counting here for 1. So despite the kills and the individual plays that are happening on the map, it is 1 that are still reaping the benefits. Some snipe plays coming out of Collect. Multiple going down for both of the squads, but it looks like SSG may get another trip cap.
They're going to find that break, and it will be a quick transfer of A, but much more comfortable with this BC hold, especially with a sniper in their possession, as Eco's just going to hold down these simple lanes and get info. It looks like 1 might be deciding to go for that C, or at least underneath push, but I think a little bit too staggered. We're not seeing any follow-up from those players that are going down, right? One, don't have that immediate connection right now.
Nico, the Tim Duncan of the HCS, fundamentals first.
That's crazy, bro. He's not that tall. I mean,
One
he's
of the
pretty
greatest
short,
power forwards
dude.
of all time. How is that crazy? It's a compliment. What do you mean?
No, I like it. No, it is a great compliment. It's just, you know, when I look at Eco, I don't think Tim Duncan.
You see, you said yourself, this the simple angles, the fundamentals, that's what he brings to the table. I like the comparison. Trip Cap here for Space Station Gaming. 115 to 102 lead, despite the fact that one had an advantage for so long. Space Station Gaming are the ones in control. They're the ones dominating the map right now. It's up to one to try to create an opportunity and just pelting shots left and right, forcing Lucid off of the high ground. Camouflage comes up, and Avicii refuses to go down.
Yeah, that might be one for the montage for Avicii. He just put Snakebite, one of the greatest players, if not, he might end his career as the greatest player on skates. That was unbelievable from him. I mean, I'm putting that one in the photo book. You know what I'm saying, Tony? That was a great play by Avicii.
One just about taking care of C. They're able to do so, and not only that, but I was gonna say taking down Snakebite, but somehow Snakebite slithers his way out of that situation. Numbers advantage momentarily for Space Station Gaming. Snakebite wants to take advantage of it, but Cherish has to go down first. Collect is gonna come off a spawn, and I'm not sure Snakebite and Space Station Gaming are aware of it, but it's a 3v1. That's not the numbers that one wanted.
Space Station, it's just been a simple battle of attrition from them. They're getting their points a couple seconds at a time, and they are just chipping away at one. They've been able to take that lead, and slowly but surely they've been able to get at least a bit of separation. And this is where things get nervous, man. Stellar sniper in hand. Be on the lookout. He could definitely make a difference right here.
Scoring left and right is one. They should be able to take the lead here. Alpha just about changing hands, and Stellar in a perfect position to bait that out and cover his teammates back. Active listening leads to the one shot in Cherish. That now look at how that converts into the B-side push from one kill to another. SSG move in a rhythm. One never get that lead that they wanted, and the dub cap belongs to Space Station Gaming.
You said it best right there as well. It's active listening that leads to that kill. There was no reason for Stellar to look down there unless if he's intently listening for those call outs, and I think that's a great sign for SSG. That's players not letting those one shots get away. And Collect, he peeked just for a second. You know what's really interesting there is Stellar was keeping that reticle very close to the wall. Like he was anticipating the check, right, instead of the slide out. There's very different ways to pre-aim that corner, and Stellar was lined up the right way. And yep. That's Stellar. That's a double kill. Oh my word.
I'm so sorry. You were breaking down something brilliantly.
No,
and I just, dude.
That's better, bro. Trust me, I like that a lot better.
Wow, Stellar comes in with a nasty double kill, and just like that, those are the plays that Space Station Gaming have in their utility belt to turn things around. But as I say that, another 3 down, another camouflage goes the way of one. Double cap is in, one is scoring once again.
And Tony, if we're keeping track, I believe that's 8 camouflages now in a row between game 2 and game 3 for one. They have clear advantages in the power-up game, and it could be a big difference maker if we see this game go down to the distance.
At this point, I think Elamite is in the background just saying we are setting up for camo 40 seconds ahead of time. Like, a minute ahead of time.
I think Elamite's like, hey, you know what? This is a great opportunity for us to practice how to play without power-ups. You know, that might be what they're saying. You know, it's like, well, why not? You know, we haven't gotten the last 8. Let's not get any of them.
Well, why not be reckless? That is a reckless strategy right there, and one that's going to allow one to get back into this game, maybe take back the lead, because the double cap already belongs to them, and now immediately converts to a triple, and a weakened Jackson refuses to back down. Snakebite thought he was, but he has the portal as well. Jackson could make a play here. Couple of shots trades out his life. Lucid looking to get involved, and although the defense looked tough, SSG's offense looked better.
Just one last player to deal with. Lucid. Stellar, he didn't take as much damage as I thought you'd take from that nade. Still alive. Able to get that capture. And That all started though because Snakebite's hyper awareness. He checked the corner fully expecting a player to be there, gets the important slay to at least weaken out that B side to allow that push to happen. That awareness gives them that cap, and now they're about to push past the 200-point threshold.
Didn't start off easy here for Space Station Gaming, but once again taking back the lead. But as I say that, Collect grabs Sniper and puts so much damage down on the map that they're not able to get the kills and the resets on B like they wanted. Stellar not able to take down C because he has to continue to get kills. Luckily, Snakebite and Eco getting the god spawns.
Double kill.
No, yo.
I think that might have been on the tippy toe.
The tippy toe?
The tippy toe. I think he got him.
210 points here for one. Lucid makes his way over toward the Alpha side, expecting a push from the B side, but as of right now, it seems like one might be rotating, but look at the presence on Charlie and Alpha. They are ready for one on the push. Snakebite with the trade, Stellar with the perfect shot. You gotta deal with Collect, but Stellar says, I got a teammate with me. We got back-to-back MVPs on the same squad, raining down that damage. Cherish with a clutch double kill that should be able to get them Charlie.
Yeah, we're starting to see Space Station. I mean, 3 down. Snakebite, the last player alive, and that's not going to last for much longer. Great job by Avicii to get that kill. So one is scoring, but in all that chaos, let me tell you what, no one gets camo 9 times in a row on Space Station Gaming. We finally saw that first grab. Lucid able to at least get 1 kill with it, but they're still in danger. It's scoring for 1, and they might be running out of time very soon.
I think they said that about 8 camouflage on Space Station game before, but 1 break that record, and oh, big kill come out of Snakebite, but even bigger back smack out of Jackson. He's in a 1v1 versus Eco, but doesn't know that the rest of SSG are looking to get involved.
Step in. I gotta step, Tony. They're running out of time. This is no error time for Space Station. They cannot make any mistakes.
246 points and counting here. They're going after Alpha and Bravo. Not happy with just a double cap. It looks like they want 3. Avicii ends up going down. Now a 1v1. Jackson has the repulse but can't use it. Lucid coming in and doing Lucid-like things.
Lucid so heads up there. Once he saw him take to flight, he knew that he couldn't get repulsed off. Got himself as close as he could so that he could get the kill before that repulse could actuate and send him off the map. So smart. Also note, the second time we've seen that mistake where Jackson got caught up in the air when if his feet were on the ground. Wait, what? I'm sorry, Tony. What a win! Oh my!
Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen. 1 may be the loneliest number of them all, but it's pretty lonely at the top. 1 come in, taking that swing game number 3, and are 1 game away, I guess that's why they call him 1 game away from upsetting SSG, at least in this first series. That was beautifully done. 250 to 228 is going to be your final score line. Once again, Collect just going absolutely off. 26 kills, only died 18 times, a 10.7 KDA out of him. But honestly, not just Collect. I mean, you saw everybody on this one roster doing their damn thing. It took a full team effort to pull off that win against Space Station Gaming, and they may be able to reset the bracket.
Wow, and you see, Snakebite dropped down, and boom, the difference. I mean, just, he's there that little bit sooner. Yeah, you have to think that maybe there's a chance to stop it, but even then, I mean, 1 was set up really well to handle that push by Snakebite. It was gonna be a tough task, even if he didn't miss that jump to get those kills. That's not an enviable position for Snakebite to be in to try to clutch up that game.
He's a walking highlight reel, bro. Like, even in a crazy loss like we just saw right there, somehow it's Stellar getting the highlight of the freaking game, bro. Vince Carter like with it, bro. Half man, half amazing.
I'll tell you, and honestly, it might not be the time to get highlights on live fire strongholds. We saw Spartan yesterday get the kill-tacular. They lost the game. You know, maybe just don't get the highlight in the will have some success. But we saw one, right? Camo control was so important for them. They were able to get 8 in a row between those last 2 games. I think this is going to be key for them in game 4. SSG needs more of this, more camo control for their Slayers.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first with Tools. The game plan is don't get highlight plays, and you might be able to get some wins.
That's it, baby. That's it.
Collect with the devil.
Well, like you said, Tim Duncan style. You know, we just, you know, just an easy layup here, an easy dunk there. You don't need to do nothing fancy.
Right now, 25-0 run here for 1, and it doesn't matter whether the objective or the Slayers right now, 1 are looking formidable against the Space Station Gaming roster. As I say that, they get wiped. That's on me. That's a bit of a caster's curse.
You see Space Station now able to get some time here, and Stellar will be the one that patrols the B side. Lucid and Snakebite very much pushed up on that purple, trying to keep them from coming out. It's up to Stellar just to tell them what's going on the other side. And he's not only doing that, he's gonna get kills by himself either way. Wow, what a play.
You can't expect to push the B side without going through Big B. Stellar sitting on the heaven side of the map, watching the strong side, and he's still going. Finally, Adversary is the one to take him down. And Collect is moving and grooving now, shooting and looting as you saw the Shroud going down. But can he get the kill on Eco? He's being tricky.
Eco, I mean, that was great work from him not to let the gunfight be easy for Collect. And I think Collect maybe got a little frustrated, but camouflage right in the perfect spot. He let the players go past them. Perfect isolation for 1, and now follows up with the second. Cherish is even now starting to get very aggressive into those front lines. And spotted just in time. Lucid might have just saved a disastrous situation for Space Station.
By the time Cherish comes off a spawn, he might still end up spawning over toward the PD or the cafe side. They might have to go through Cherish and this one roster multiple times before they're able to get this ball out of this side of the map. Lucid laying down the law just a bit, but here comes Cherish once again. Here comes Adversary. You can't just slay him once, you gotta slay him multiple times. Well, it looks like Stellar and Snakebite, they ready for just that.
Snakebite, dude, Snakebite might have a second career working this the right way, trying to make it so tough for 1 to find that break, but eventually too much comes, right? Too many players, too many resources for him to handle, and you see 1 very well set up. They had that 4 down. They know where that spawn's coming from, and Red Gun might be a dangerous piece to this. Look, they're completely cutting out the B side. I don't think 1 has realized this yet. SSG, they're already attacking ball. Their players are gonna have to sprint back to the action.
Enemy has the ball.
I think I missed your reference. You said a second career working.
You know, just read between the lines, folks. I don't know.
My bad. Three down goes Space Station Gaming. Collect, find himself a weakened Lucid with the ball, but Lucid gets just a bit of his shields back, tries to go back at Collect, but this Stalker is just too strong. The rest of Space Station Gaming still trying to push up on the purple side, but they're taking awfully way too much damage, and Collect and 1 are going to activate on that, and guess what? Another camouflage goes the way to the 1 and only 1. I tried.
Yeah, that's another one though, right? They have clearly won the camouflage fight throughout this series so far. Space Station, it's been far and few between when they get control of those camouflages, and it's really, I think, making a big impact. I think they're probably surprising themselves how often they've been able to get it.
61-37 lead here for 1. Stellar once again goes high up over toward the B side. Now the second time that he's tried to pull that off while holding off toward the A tower side of the map. But they don't have ball just yet. 1 are still pushing up, making this hell for them. And just like that, it's 3 down.
Stellar and Eco will have a line of sight onto that ball, and that'll stop Collect. And honestly, a bit aggressive from Collect. Don't normally see him being that cavalier with his life. And Space Station took immediate advantage. Once they got that first kill, they started springing into those into action, got right into the front lines, took down Yaxon, and now have great setup. I mean, look at Snakebite. He's all the way on the other side of the map, causing chaos, making players deal with him, while the ball carrier's like, yeah, I'm not feeling any pressure, boys. Just keep doing what you're doing.
Now it's gonna wrap behind enemy lines here. Adversary already having some space towards Cafe, but Snakebite on the flank right now, and he's gonna keep doing this. I think he's gonna spawn him over towards Red to do it again. No, this time he's gonna back down and watch the purple side.
Great recognition of Snakebite. He just didn't have the timing that he had before. This time he's gonna try to let the players push into him instead of the opposite. And well, the time we've seen a lead shift for Space Station. These back-to-back 3 downs have led to over 60 seconds of time. I think this has been a phenomenal hold. Oh wow, Snakebite.
Double kill. Killing spree.
It really has been that timing, the constant change of pace, the change of timing that maybe is throwing a bit of a wrench, changing things up for the one roster. Meanwhile, Colette gets away with now what, the 4th camouflage in a row this game. Absolutely
I think
insane.
it's number 3. We can't disrespect SSG too much. It's number 3, but
I'm sorry. They lost 8 in a row before, but me saying 4 is too much. So
it's a step too far, Tony. We collect. Though I mean, if they're gonna win this round, it's gonna be because of this camouflage and the other camos that they've had in this round. I mean, Space Station, when they get their control, when they get their 3 downs, one has looked inefficient, but they've definitely made the most of the opportunities given to them.
Less than a minute on the clock right now. One have a 2-point advantage here, but don't have the numbers advantage that they want, so Cherish has to make a play. Doesn't get the trade. In fact, gets a clean kill to Cherish, and 3 down goes Space Station Gaming. Time is winding down. They're about to lose this round here. Another 3 down. That might be all she wrote. Even the players coming off the spawn are having reticles trained on him. Jackson has gone far from goosing in that game, number 1. In fact, he's been one of the leading players on this roster, and a large reason why they have a 2-1 lead and now a 1-round advantage here on Oddball.
And this was a pivotal play, right? The camouflage is making a big difference in this game. This completely shredded the setup of Space Station. And you gotta remember, Cherish was the last player alive for his team when he had that camouflage, making big impacts. And now, I mean, just 1 round away. 1 round away from resetting the bracket against one of the best teams in the HCS.
Space Station Gaming, though, they're no strangers to being tested by teams with a lower seed than them. Back at Arlington, literally were tested and tested hard by Cloud9 to make it into Championship Sunday. So this could be another test for them, but I mean, you're down 0-1 this round. You're in danger to getting bracket reset, and then with a team with that much momentum, brother, I don't know what happens from there.
Both the camouflages we've seen in this game for Space Station have come the same way. At the start of the round, they've been able to win those opening breaks, but it's been the intermittent, the middle game, right? What happens in between that opening start and the end has been a problem for them. I'd like to see them maybe buck that trend and get the next camouflage as well.
Jackson with a huge back smack. His teammate was in the 1v1. He gets involved quick. Nades coming out of nowhere, and Eco capitalizes on it, but it's a 3v1. SSG go 3 down.
Ooh, Collect went right into the face of Snakebite, and hey, don't get too close to the snake, you know, it might give you the fangs. We see, oh yeah, right now, although they found that 3 down, look, they weren't able to get towards that ball. They got too caught up onto that cross. Lucid spawned Red Room, pushed down, and got to that ball control. So despite getting some crucial kills, it doesn't result in any objective efficiency.
One better remain disciplined here. They have an opportunity to pull off a major upset right now and really get into the heads and the mentals of SSG. But right now, starting to stagger a little bit, allowing the players like Snakebite to get flanks off that they have no business doing so. That wasn't happening as much in that round number 1. And now what was your bread and butter for 2 games in a row ends up in the hands of the Eco Smith.
Very aggressive from Eco there. I don't think he expected that timing to quite work out that way. He expected to have just a little bit more time to play through the middle of the map. That camouflage not going to be much of an impact, but you know, there is the idea an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, right? That is preventing one from getting the camouflage, which has been really a key piece to their scoring in this game. Preventative measures might just be what's needed for SSG.
Despite the fact that Space Station Gaming worked way down at one point, somehow Lucid was able to give his team those subway-side spawns, had the ball in hand, and it's SSG. They're not only scoring, but thriving right now. Jackson, though, with some huge stalker kills, Cherished and Advocacy with back-to-back kills, and once again, SSG losing the numbers battle.
And Lucid would have won that fight against Cherish. That would have been a very tough situation for one, but big gunfight went their way, and they finally find the break, but not before 60+ seconds on the board for SSG, and that was a very tough positional battle that SSG had to maneuver. They never really had their players set up to defend the ball. They were very much playing through the map, having to try to catch one before they could hit their rotations.
SSG right now ecstatic with their over 40-point advantage right now. It could be much more.
Tony, they just got the ball again. They didn't get the kills to facilitate this. One just left. They just left the setup. But
they don't want the ball.
It was a trap. It was a trap. They got 3 kills on SSG. It's only Eco that's alive, and he goes down. One vacated, let SSG push in and grab the ball to get those kills, and now they have him on cycle. And what's even worse about this is camouflage is coming up. If SSG doesn't get themselves in position, one could slip away with that camo.
One have a little bit of a formula like me when I play matchmaking, okay? It's 2 parts slaying, 1 part ball, you know what I'm saying? But it's a recipe for fun is what it is. And wow, and one is slaying out left and right. There it is, Jackson with that ball in hand. If they continue to play like this, they could be taking the lead here very soon.
So was last alive, but he did get the camouflage for his team. Very much a different story this round for SSG. They've been more efficient with it, but they haven't been able to really follow up on what that camo does for a team. We haven't seen big firepower come from it. Instead, quick trade outs, and Lucid finding himself in that familiar situation. 3 down, last alive, trying to do the most for his team while they come off respawn.
That feels like a huge play come out of Cherish. Throw that ball closer toward the PD side. Somehow get away with your life. Turn around and give them the freaking business, just like they drew it up in the locker room.
Oh, snakebite. He got his revenge on Advocacy. We saw Advocacy do the same thing in the live fire. Right? Snakebite going blow for blow, able to get his answer back. But this is a crucial moment. With Stellar getting that double kill, that's going to give SSG the chance to get to this ball, and this puts a clock on 1. With Collect being the last alive so far away, they have 1, maybe 2 good pushes at this. These next few executions are going to be pivotal for 1.
82-58 lead here for Space Station Gaming. Collect getting involved with that Stalker. Snakebite taking a lot of damage, but still willing to fight it out, and eventually Collect ends up getting the kill. But Space Station Gaming using all of that as a distraction, as a bait, as they grab a hold of the last few seconds of ball time that they ultimately need to tie up the rounds. If you were counting out Space Station Gaming, well, you must not know ball.
See, as we go back and look at this game a bit, I really think that some of those big perimeter kills from Space Station at the end made a big difference. Stellar, that double kill, was able to buy space, and that's what SSG has really needed throughout these games. It's that space between them and 1. If they force 1 to play into their positions, there's not really much you can do against SSG. They're one of the better teams at being able just to stand up tall and get big kills. And man, Lucid has been getting some value for his team. But how often have we seen in this series, Tony, where Lucid is last alive for his team, trying to make a play and is able to facilitate something by getting a big trade or a big pick?
Not only standing up tall right now, but standing on business. But apparently 1, they're trying to get involved in their business over toward the PD side. Now turning into a double push. Works out for Stellar and Eco, but Stellar's shields get obliterated by that plasma grenade. Luckily, shields come right back in. Eco and Space Station Gaming have the setup they were looking for.
And they're going to be able to at least get themselves in position to expect this push from 1. Oh, I cannot believe that was enough damage. The pancake comes in, but unfortunately with him going down, that lets Advocacy get through. The ball did not get played. Kevin Eco Smith will go down as that last player, and ooh, this is dangerous. 1 now have themselves set up. I think Stellar got through without anyone noticing. He did. They are not looking for him. He gets that first kill, and Cherish is on a clock.
19-11 lead here for Space Station Gaming. Cherished, bit of a peekaboo battle toward the back A side, does some excellent damage, but eventually it's Space Station Gaming getting the kills necessary to bring that ball back towards the PD side. The setup is now being here. It's here. One are now spawning toward the subway side, and this is exactly where Space Station Gaming won them.
Oh, Jackson took heavy damages, but with him staying alive, he got a little too forward, and they went 2 down at the worst possible time. That's going to be the freest camo Collect's had all game. Pushes them back, and Space Station, this is important. Your time might be limited on this control.
Just a 30-point advantage here for Space Station Gaming. Stellar does end up getting caught out towards the A side. He's going to get taken care of immediately. Collect gonna dive on this ball. Was about to with the camo, but SSG baited off a spawn.
And no one was there quite quick enough to take advantage of that 3 down. Collect is using all this camo just to bring that ball back, but there's another part of this equation. You must find the slays to follow up, and they're doing it. 2 down. Space Station, they're in real danger, starting to get put onto a cycle. Stellar must stay alive, and you see him start to back up towards his team. They want 4 players alive at the same time. Whoa! Tough battles.
42-22 right now, and with every passing second, so does SSG's lead slip. Luckily, Snakebite's able to take down Advocacy. That'll slow them down just a bit. One have to rotate this ball toward the purple side. Jackson tries to get it towards the stairs, but Stellar comes in with a clutch double kill. That ball sits in the middle of the map, and it should belong to SSG very soon here. There it is.
Ooh, 4 down. SSG, one step closer. They're halfway there to the game 5. And this time, they're going to have that ball set up at C, something we haven't seen from them much this game. They'll have the control, and no one's on that purple side. It's really such an interesting setup by SSG. They're letting one have a lot of freedom on where they want to push.
Nico with that ball toward top C, but he has reinforcements there, and that's going to be a huge kill come out of them. But that's not a frag. That's a spike grenade. Nico, no. Does max damage to himself and Lucid, but they survive.
You know, that spike grenade had the magnetism that an enemy had. I think his teammate might have went down, but luckily enough, it's very RNG when you throw a spike grenade on your teammate. And unfortunately for one, it minimized the damage that was going to be taken. Stellar did get camo, but with that early trade, this is an opportunity for one to get through. Oh, dude, Lucid, that's so heads up. He's rotating towards his spawners at Red Room, and they're going to have a chance to fight for this.
Good shot coming out of Collect, but Lucid, dude, that strafe is tough to hit, man. He will lose you every single time. There's not enough aim assist in the world to keep up with Lucid strafe, but Advocacy comes in with a beautiful shot, some extra damage going down, and once again, one on the ball.
Lucid was first spawner, and he almost was able to get that kill in time, but he's gonna have to wait for his team, and this is a setup that one's been waiting for. They're gonna be able to move that ball all the way into PD and force Space Station to play through the map, but SSG, they've already gotten the first kill, and you can start to see it feels like they're not having any pressure applied to them on their play forward. They are just running into one at a time, and they are getting the kills.
Couple trades going down, forced the ball to be rotated, and look at the spawners for Space Station Gaming.
He threw it at Lucid, left, and said, yeah, you guys get this last 15 seconds. There's not going to be a challenge that comes in time for one. Lucid, that was a really quick recognition from him. Oh, whoa, Cherish threw a dot. That was across the map, Cherish threw that nade, but I don't think it's really going to matter. Jackson, the only player that can potentially stop this, and he is nowhere close enough.
The final seconds going down here, and one who almost pulled off the 3-1 win in that first series 4 set of bracket reset came so close, but it's Space Station Gaming that go back to back as far as rounds, send us into a game number 5, and game 5 is going to be Origin. And man, we've seen it time and time again. I'm so excited about that, but I feel like before we get there, we got to break down these freaking stats. 34 kills coming out of Lucid, 8 assists to go along with it, but what's drawing my eyes is not just the one more kill coming out of Stellar, but 19 assists, 35 kills and 19 assists. I thought the deaths were adding up a little bit at 33, but when you're having that much of an influence on the map, that is serious. You have 3 players on SSG with double-digit assists. Lucid practically there as well. Slay's going heavily in their favor, going their way. This is an SSG that is dangerous, that is objective efficient, that is ready to win tournaments, but you gotta get through one team left, and that is D1.
Game 5 on Origin, man. I feel like Origin Slayer is becoming the map to determine so many series here in Season 4. The remake of Coliseum from Halo 5 is going to be our destination for our first best of 5, Tony, and I couldn't be more excited. Now, we all love to talk about the Optic CLG Talks roster, but there was one team, one duo that put an end to that, and that was Eco and Stellar. And this was a map in which they changed metas. They changed the way that we play Halo. Be aware of what Stellar and Eco can do on this map. This is like some of the best Halo that you can see from them.
And mind you, I mean, you also took one of the players from that CLG Optic Talks roster in Snakebite. So got him to join the roster, and you have one dangerous Origin team. As we're on board now with Eco, 5 and 3 to start off this game is SSG, and tries to snipe one with the rockets, anticipating that Collect is pushing up. Couple great grenades, doubles back for the reach out. Eco fears nothing.
Stellar able to get that sniper, and we know how dangerous he is when he has this in his hands. Cherish gonna be able to survive. It's a little bit to the left with that reticle. You already see one gonna be able to not have to worry about this sniper too much. Lucid got a crazy split spawn there. That's gonna tell them that they're in the middle of the map, and SSG's on a clock to try to finish off these kills. Looks like it's, dude, Tony, it's just mixy in here.
Eco trying to keep a hold of that height advantage right now. He's gonna have to stare down both Collect and Adversary very soon. There's some good damage going down, but just too many bodies from one being sent towards that snipe side. That's until Stellar makes his presence known, coming in out of nowhere. Snakebite now popping in from the opposite side of the map, and just like that, SSG have a 1-kill advantage.
Yeah, actually playing forward into Lucid, but shut down, cut down as they're starting to get themselves in position, and this is dangerous for one. They're going to start going down, but it's going to be how they go down, one at a time. Oh, Stellar. That might just give one the reprieve that they've been looking for. He's not able to get that trade, and one's going to be able to fight out of their base. They send Space Station 4 down.
Switching gears over towards Stellar, he's the first one to push up here. Buys enough time for his teammate to come off his spawn, and now it's just a bit of a cross-map battle from the SSG to the one side, but one, they get aggressive. They're not happy with the cross-map. Collect flies on in there, applies that pressure. 17-16 advantage here for SSG, but I'm loving the way one are playing.
Like dancing. And discombobulated Eco. He thought he was going to have a one-shot in front of him. No, it was a nade that was waiting. Collect played that just about perfect.
I'm telling you right now, man, Collect has one of the most fun point of views to watch, man. The things that he does on the map need to be studied. It's actually crazy. Even when his stats aren't exactly going his way, 2 and 4 isn't the best, but you can tell the influence that he's having even outside of just the assist. He is tricky, and SSG always having to account for him, but a double push out of one forces Snakebite away from that height side, and it looks like the rest of SSG on the rocket side of the map is up to Space Station Gamer, Snakebite, and Lucid here on the snipe side to defend themselves, but they're doing a pretty damn good job of it.
Snakebite knows the angle to play, and he just decimated one. He played that perfect. He just let his teammates get a lot of damage for him, just was putting himself in spots to help clean it all up. I think he was involved in every single kill on a player from one there, and that gives them that 4-kill lead that they have to play around with Stellar. 4 shots left in this sniper.
I was talking about the plays that we're being made by Collect, but everybody is making plays right now. Body shot onto Collect, headshot onto Cherish is going to catch a bit of a blueberry, as you like to say there. 7 kill advantage here for Space Station Gaming. Everybody has to make plays if they want to win this game 5.
Cherish, don't take it personally. I don't think that snipe shot was meant for you. He popped his head up and that thing just went right through the skull. That definitely wasn't intentional from Stellar, but they'll take the kills where they can get them. And what was a 4-kill lead has transpired as really transpired to 10 now. I mean, tell you that we are seeing this get out of hand quickly. And remember, one doesn't have any second chance here. They must win this game to reset the bracket.
You know, back when we used to play basketball, we always say, you know, you reach, I teach. You know, you peak, he teaches with that sniper. 37-26 lead, and things are quickly starting to get out of hand. One have to start valuing their lives because trades are not what they are looking for. Cherish may have gone 1 cleanup and actually turns it into 2, and you know, might as well make it a triple. Coming out of Cherish. Cherish says, you know what? I'll do it myself.
Yeah, he spotted Lucid as well, so they're gonna have great information on where the final players are, and they're starting to get these kills. God, Cherish, can you challenge something harder? Oh my, takes the ego against Stellar, and well, you give Stellar an ego challenge, he very rarely lets you down. He's gonna find a big kill, and that really stunts the momentum of 1. They're not gonna be able to really cut this down any further before they get to that 40 kill mark. And now SSG, this almost feels like a victory lap. They just need to find a couple more collapses.
Feels like 1 played fantastic towards the early game, but toward the mid and the late game, it has simply belonged to Space Station Gaming. A 10 kill advantage here in the game 5. They almost pulled off a bracket reset, but now Space Station Gaming are just whipping butt, for lack of a better term here. Rockets do end up in the hands of adversary, but it feels just a bit too little too late.
Had Louis on that censor button. He was ready. Out of this, but just 4 more kills to go. Collect, playing this pyramid so well. Oh, they need every kill here. They just cannot afford the trades. They got 2, but Ego takes the challenge. Well, 1 shot. He's not satisfied with 1. He gets both. That puts him on match point, and Lucid will put in the dagger.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you were counting SSG out, I'm sorry, you don't know ball, because they come back in back-to-back games. They are your champions, and I said it before and I'll say it again, no stranger to being tested by lower seeded teams. They have respect for everybody in the league, and they treat it as such. SSG end up getting it done in that game number 5, and they will be your champions.
Lucid was, not Lucid, Ego was given a little display on knowing ball at the end there. It's like, you know, when you go to the court, Tony, there's that guy that's a little bit older, you know, he's 30s, 40-year-old, but you know he played D1 ball back in the day, or he was a hooper, and he's not going to do anything flashy on the court, but the way he got that final kill, man, he planted his feet on the ground, said, hey, I'm going to let you jump into my reticle, and just completely strip that ball out mid layup. That was just beautiful play from him, and it really just set the statement at the end. Man, I felt like that was a really big back and forth, but experience and fortitude for Space Station at the end. They're able to overcome and adapt throughout this series. 1 was giving them some big trouble early on, though.
I'm calling you out right now, so you can say that. But I can't call Eco.
No.
I can't call Eco the Tim Duncan.
Wait a second. Let's look at this real fast. Let's look at this. There's no way this was intentional, by the way. Look, he's getting ready to hit collect. He's like, you know, I'm gonna peek back. God, how's that not a collat?
Nah.
How's that not a collat?
That was calculated, bro. He heard him jumping up and knew that it was going to take 0.5 seconds from the poke just his head there, so he fired off that bullet, actually going for the collat, but his primary target was Cherish.
Yeah, I like it. But on the Tim Duncan, it's not that you're 100% on point with your Tim Duncan comparison. That is probably the most apt comparison. I'm just saying, when I look at Eco, like physically look at Eco, the last person I'd ever associate that with is Tim Duncan.
He looks like he went to Wake Forest. What do you mean? Eco is 7 foot tall and used to be a swimmer, bro. And he's the most Tim Duncan. Look
at Tim Duncan there on the left,
bro. You can tell me I look like Tim Duncan, bro.
Yo, Tim Duncan on the left. Let's go.
Congratulations, Space Station Gaming. One hell of a show you guys put on. A well-deserved win right there. And you see Lucid pointing right at the screen. He's pointing at whoever is next. Because come next week and that next series, I promise you, SSG are going to be there. They're going to be better than what you've seen here week after week, day by day. Space Station Gaming continue to improve.
And Space Station Gaming, I mean, those four, I mean, you could basically put them starting 5 for those early 2000 Spurs. They're almost 1-to-1 with it, right? It's all fundamentals. It's playing the right way and letting that persevere, letting that come through. Now, speed, I think, is the only concern I have for the Space Station team when they go up against the Optic Gamings, the Shopify Rebellions, the FaZe. How does speed come into factor? Are they able to put that into overdrive and keep up? I mean, like, everything's easy and great when you're playing against these teams in the top 6. But how are you going to react when you have Bound curb sliding from a mile away and taking every ego child in the world? If they can find that solution, I think we could be seeing Space Station hoist some trophies. But I think it's going to take some time.
One step at a time, for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that broadcast as much as I did. It was absolutely fantastic from beginning to end, and sadly, it is coming to an end right here. I'm Why Not Be Reckless, my man Tools right next to me. I do want to give some shout outs, to everybody from the observers. Shout out Meg, shout out Callus, obviously LVT in the background making this train run, my man Tools. But I also want to talk about Lithy, Eli, everybody that was putting in that work. Bukowski, obviously Active wasn't here, but want to give him some love. It really does take a full team to do what we do, and I promise you, we love doing it, which brings me to you guys at home. As much as we love the competitors putting on the show, it's because of you that we get to do what we do and do what we love, and that's yap on the mic. So give yourself some big W's in the chat. W's for the production, W's for the chat, W's for Tools looking as good as he does right now. That hair is looking gorgeous. I promise you, Tools. You got any last words for the people at home?
Yeah, Tony, I mean, like you said, it's like this all thanks to you guys at home, and we have some big things coming up in the future. One of those is going to be DreamHack Dallas. That's just around the corner. If you guys want to help support us get to Dallas, because we have to do this all out of pocket, guys. Everything that we do it comes from our own pocket. It comes from the support that you guys give us. There's a couple ways that you can help support the way the things that we're doing right now. First, subbing to the channel is a huge help, right? Those subscriptions are things that we can count on week in and week out to help support and fund what we do here today at LVT Halo. The other thing you can do is you can get yourselves your hands on some nice merch. So Tony, why don't you lift up that shirt a little bit? Look at that. You got the LAN edition on. You want to give it a little oh, look at that. Ooh, that looks clean, Tony. Man, there's not a speck on that. Give him the back. Ooh, okay, Tony, you gotta have to lower yourself down a little bit. Oh my God, he's throwing it back, guys. He's throwing it back. There we go. Oh, look at that thing. Hey, that's the LAN edition of the LVT community shirt. Do you guys want to get some? I think we're less than 70 now. For you guys to get your hands on them. It would be a huge help if you guys could come and support the way that you can. But we already sold out of our smalls. I believe we only have a few in those larger sizings as well. Try to get your hands on it. And let me tell you what, you get the lighting right, that gold, it's like metallic. It looks awesome. So exclamation mark merch, it's $30. And trust us, guys, it helps us do what we do here today. Everything we do it's been built from the ground up, community focused, and it's thanks to you guys that we can do all these broadcasts, and we'd love to continue doing more for the community. So your guys' support, I mean, honestly, guys, it means so much. Exclamation mark merch in the chat if you're on Twitch. It's in the description if you're on YouTube today. And one last shout out to the YouTube guys. You guys were chatting it up today. We love the interaction that we're getting on the YouTube. My big ask is just subscribe if you haven't. I believe it's only 37% of people that watch our YouTube are actually subscribed to the channel. I'd love to get that number up, right? If you haven't, subscribe. So many times I'm watching, you know, YouTube, and I'm not even subscribed to the channel. I don't even realize it. And I think there's so many people out there that they don't even realize that they're not subscribed to the YouTube. So help us out over there. You guys have been killing it. You guys on Twitch always doing your best as well. Thank you guys so much for watching, and please get some merch, Tony. I mean, Tony, I love our community.
Wait, why did you say get some merch, Tony? I'm wearing it.
I mean, you know, a little extra. You know, we gotta plan it all out. Tony, you've been looking real slim. I'm trying to get you on that next side. You know, I want to make sure you have it for when you get the next couple pounds. Because, you know, I'll be seeing it, Tony. Oh my God, he flexing it out like that. You see it, Tony. I'm just looking out for you.
You know, just doing my thing over there.
You're looking like Clutch for
the West Price clutch.
Yeah, the West Price, dude. It's like you put those hands over the head. It's like that's a clutch. That's clutch all the way.
Over. But nah, guys. Again, I mean, just to echo what Tool said, you know, real quick. I think we really got to put an exclamation point on this and just explain again. You know, a lot of people complain about the ads, complain about this, that, and the third. It's out of pocket, man. Do you know how much flights are? Do you know how much hotels are? Do you know how much, again, paying Tools' big ass salary is, bro? Like, dude, it's because of y'all. So every time you guys are watching an ad, every time you guys sub, every bit that you drop, like, no, you are legitimately supporting what we do. If it was not for you and your support, this would not exist. You would not see that open bracket coverage that everybody loves so much. The storylines, the teams, the players that are come out. So again, I just want to echo what Tool said. It is much appreciated. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for doing your thing. Thank you for allowing us to do what we do. Make sure next time you come to a LAN, you got that LVT merch on. Get it on. Let us know. And that's gonna be it for us, guys. Until next time.
Closure, 'cause I don't want it to end.
of there, coming up from the deep, drowning right here. But you're the one who cared, showing up like you did. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. One touch, and now you're back like I never left my heart. It's whole again, I got you to thank it. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back to life. And now you're back like I never left my heart. It's whole again, I got you to thank it. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back to life. Getting closer, knowing I'm okay, 'cause you got me beat. It ain't over. All I hear you say, said it's all that you see. No matter what I said or did, you breathe me back to life. Felt like I was dead inside, but you breathe me back to life. Touch, and I am back like I never left my heart. It's whole again, I got you to thank it. I'm coming back like I never left, 'cause you breathe me back to life. You breathe me back to life. You breathe me back to life.
Double kill. Double kill. Triple kill.
I'm tired of hollow hearts. I'm tired of fixing scars that don't belong to me. You're all I need. I don't wanna fight, I don't wanna fall. Standing on the edge of the end of it all. Tether me to reality. I feel it in my body. It's you. When the world is falling apart, I only need you. I'll be waiting.
Double kill. Double kill. Kill incoming. Kill ready. Triple kill.
I still think of you. I still think of you. I still think of you. Looking back, I see young, dumb, and naive. But those feels we had, they were ours, some didn't come free. I've been calling these scars a rock-shaped pattern.
Double
And
kill.
when you look at the stars, do you ever say my name? I still think of you, stuck on me like an old tattoo. I still think of you, those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still think of you.
Killing
I still think of you.
double kill.
Roller coaster feeling, seasons
Double
change,
kill.
let it go.
Versal. Mark.
I forget the reason, baby, did we ever know? I've been calling these scars a rock-shaped pattern. And when you look at the stars, do you ever say my name? I still think of you, stuck on me like an old tattoo. I still think of you, those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too. I still think of you. I still think of you.
Double kill.
I still think of you, stuck on me like an old tattoo. I still think of you, those days are gone. I wonder if you still think of me too.
Double kill.
All we had, all we lost, It isn't much, but it's all we needed. It's all we needed. With everything in its right place, but push away 'cause it's all we needed. The cold
Double kill.
so why not give up? Let me tell you a secret. Treat your heart like it's nothing. 'Cause I do it perfect. Good or not, still fun to try. To see the end holding open. Oh, just sit down, think this through. I've had enough, now it's love. Let me tell you a secret. Treat your heart like it's nothing. 'Cause you do it perfect.
Dead like a summer sunset. Doing things that I shouldn't, but it helps me reset. I'm fucked up, but it's fine, yeah. Anything to forget that it's all in my head. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head. Don't feel like it used to. I miss my homies, yeah. The thing we had discontinued. I'm not lonely yet. I don't wanna talk about it anymore. Yeah, I'm drinking cause I'm bored. Down by behind locked doors, yeah. In my head, my head, my head. In my head, my head, my head. Get out of my head, get out of my.
Ooh.